off.
True.
So they're like,
That's a good point.
okay, it's going to sink. Let's get in the lifeboat and start heading to the nearest island. Wait a minute. The ship didn't sink. Wait a minute. There it goes. Oh, there it goes.
And yeah. Oh, they jumped the gun.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people in kind of building on this theory, the last maybe little wrinkle here, as strong as I think that this theory might be, some people find it strange that Captain Briggs, as experienced as he was, and being a captain of the time, that it would be strange that he would abandon the ship, that he wouldn't go down with it, or in some ways try to just kind of hang with the ship, right? It's very typical for the captain to go down with the ship.
Right.
But it could be, and I want to address that with my own opinion, he's got his 2-year-old daughter and wife there.
I was just about to say that. Yep.
So...
yeah, I don't know how that would really hold up against that. You know what I mean? Like,
honor as a captain and honor as a father and family member, I think, are... there's two different things there, right? You're not going to say, go on, take the lifeboat. I'm just going to sit here.
yeah. Raise her without me.
Yeah. And our son, when you get back, tell him have a good school year. Yeah, man, I think that this is entirely possible. I would be curious, because you mentioned a possible storm earlier, if any of the locals happen to know, I say locals, to those islands that are further out west of Portugal, because they could absolutely have a storm out there without Portugal knowing about it at this time. And then kind of building off of that, I know from just my own experience in schooling, what have you, I'm not going to go into the details, that a lot of the hurricanes that we get in the Gulf and in just essentially the east coast of the United States originate from not too far from that area. Maybe not those Portuguese islands per se, but south of that, not very far away. In fact, there's, I think it's the Canary Islands off the west coast of Africa. A lot of hurricanes start there as tropical storms or start as suspicious air currents that build up steam and make their way over. So it is entirely possible, just again, with my own, civilian knowledge of storms and meteorology, that maybe, there was a water spout kicked up from these more tropical weathers happening over there. The Canary Islands are almost equidistant southeast of potentially where this ship started going missing, not where it was found, but where the last log was. It's almost like a equilateral triangle. If you draw from the last log location over to Portugal and down to the Canary Islands. So, hey, it's not far off from that storm location is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and the storm could have just traveled.
Or just whipped up a couple of spiraling winds and created a water spout in just the worst time as this ship is going by.
I think, like, me logically thinking, I don't think it was anything that had to do with like mutiny or pirates or anything like that, or foul play on the people that through the people who found the ship. I think, maybe they just ditched it because they thought things were bad, and then they fell into some bad weather.
I tend to agree because, it's almost like it's a written story, how perfectly it's established that the captain was friends with the captain of the other ship, 1. 2, that he was experienced of 18 years, handpicked this crew of men that he has worked with before and trusts, or have very strong letters of recommendation. And the fact that he brought his family along indicates that there was a lot of trust happening. And so I tend to agree with you that mutiny, while it can fill in some of the gaps here, just for those reasons, don't seem like that it's the strongest thing that could fill in the gap. So as strong as I think that the water spout theory is, there's an equally strong, albeit quite different, natural phenomenon theory here that involves a seaquake, which I hadn't really known about until this moment, but essentially a seaquake is a disturbance on the sea typically caused by an earthquake. Nowadays, one could be caused by a submarine or some sort of vessel exploding underwater and creating a distribution of water, a disturbance, as it were. But a lot of people theorize that it's possible that a seaquake occurred causing the damage to the ship and the movement of the things inside. Maybe some of the water that built up in the hull, maybe some other things having to do with the alcohol, perhaps. So let's dive into that. The empty barrels were found, and it is alcohol that's not meant for consumption. So that's where this theory really, I think, shines, is it addresses that. So perhaps a sea quake, boom, hits the ship, moves things around, jostles it, water gets on, whatever. That's not the main point. The main point could be that these barrels of alcohol were made with red oak rather than the typical white oak, and that the more porous nature of that wood and the jostling of the ship could lead to them leaking. Now, alcohol is quick to evaporate, and it could be, Captain Briggs, with his experience, could have noticed that the ship became pretty heavy with alcoholic fumes and decided that it was very unsafe and that an explosion was imminent, right? They're lighting the ship with lanterns. And if he's right, and if he's smelling that alcoholic fume, however it got there, I want to say it doesn't have to be a sea quake. But regardless, this is where the theory really shines, is the idea that the air was strong with alcoholic fumes. Now, in testing this, we have Dr. Andrea Sella, a scientist at the University College in London. He created a replica of the Mary Celeste cargo hold to test this explosion theory to see if this was possible. He created an explosion caused by an alcohol leak. And then, what's interesting here is that even after Dr. Sella's explosion, there was no evidence left behind of the explosion. So it's entirely possible that the Mary Celeste crew faced some sort of fireball, I will say, instead of an explosion, that the air lit, ignited, all the alcohol burned. You have a enormous wave of fire exploding through the ship. But because the alcohol burned, it didn't leave behind much damage. It burned quickly and fast, led them to get the heck off the boat because they were scared that the boat was going to go down or damage, explode even further, what have you, maybe light on fire. And it could have been only that once they got into the lifeboat was when they realized that it was too late, that the ship didn't explode, mysteriously to them, I'm sure. And then that leaves us where we are today, that they got off board and were lost potentially at sea, and the ship continued on as normal.
That's interesting that the ship essentially blew up, but it wasn't like your typical explosion.
That's so weird.
Oh, that is interesting. Yeah, and then it just forced them to go off the ship, and they just it was a premature evacuation.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean,
Dang.
especially
Bad. That's not bad as a theory.
It's very interesting. It's very, very interesting, especially to recreate it in modern times, right? With I made a mock cargo hold with mock barrels, etc. They use butane, whatever. I mean, some of the variables are different, but the fact that it could, so to speak, explode and then show no evidence is fascinating to me. But it makes sense,
It really is.
It's like that scene in Matrix 3 or Matrix Reloaded anyway, when the building explodes and he's flying to dodge the fire. I mean, it could just be that fire wafted through the ship really fast, singed some eyebrows, and they said, "We gotta go."
Right. This is dangerous. Get out.
That's wild. I definitely think, regardless, I mean, I have one more theory here, but I think that one of these natural phenomenons stands to reason here. I think the only thing that this doesn't necessarily address would maybe be like the sails and some of the damage there. And I would suspect some scorching. No matter how fast the fire went, I would expect some level of...
I was going to think that, but I mean, I don't know.
But yeah, it's hard to say. I'm not the expert here. But very interesting. Very fascinating and creative theories nonetheless. Now, the last theory that I want to discuss comes from the Smithsonian Channel documentary called The True Story of the Mary Celeste, and it presents a theory that the crew was simply lost. This kind of combines some of the elements from the previous theories and pulls them together in, I think, what feels a little bit more realistic. They claim that the Mary Celeste was off course due to their faulty equipment. Again, that was proven that it was faulty when they were investigating the ship. And Captain Briggs, being experienced as he was, might have believed just off of these faulty measurements that they were closer to land than they actually were. And that when they discovered that there was water in the hull of the ship, and more than perhaps they had expected, maybe he was like, listen, it's safer to get out now and head to land because I'm confident that we'll make it to the island, to that land that I know is there, but he might have been mistaken because of the faulty equipment. And so when they decided to abandon ship for land, that's where it went wrong. Their measurements were off and the ship ended up being fine. It might have just been a catastrophic fault of the equipment, ultimately.
Yeah, and then it caused a premature evacuation. Oh, that is like, yeah. I mean, we rely so heavily on our instruments, and if they fail us, it could lead us to doom.
Exactly. And I mean, that is the technology of the time. Imagine being at sea and losing all of your tech. An EMP goes off or what have you. And let's then pretend that you're somehow an 18-year veteran of the seas and you don't know how to use your more, like your sextant and your compass and etc. The non-electronic equipment. You would be quite lost. And if you had your family on board, I think you would be very inclined to be more wary than brave.
Yeah. More wary and making quicker decisions to just move to safety, get out, and do things to prioritize your family.
Absolutely. So it could have just been what ended up being a very, very wild mystery with a lot of holes built on a very simple concern of faulty equipment and the combination of the emotional involvement you would have with a crew that you are deeply ingrained with and your family. I mean, it's a sad story in the end, regardless, to see this disappearance. But this is only the beginning. We're trying out something, as I mentioned at the top of this episode, for this month, a selection of episodes that are all around a theme. This theme this month is around disappearances. I'm not going to tease. You might be able to hazard a guess as to where we're going this month, but there are some very fascinating disappearances over history, and I've been itching to dive into some of those in this show. And so I'm excited to dive into Disappearance Month, for lack of a better term, and kind of talk about some of those.
I think it'll be exciting. There's probably some really popular, famous like disappearances that it's just not coming to mind right now. And
oh yeah,
yep, and we'll see what happens.
Oh man, I'm excited to talk about them. Well, thank you all for listening. As always, we're gonna see you again next Monday, this time for another disappearance mystery. But if you want to hit us up, we're on Twitter at RedWebPod. You can email us. We've read all of your emails, suggestions, feedback. We really appreciate it. redweb@roosterteeth.com. We always have our merch at store.roosterteeth.com. All that good stuff, all of those shout outs. But anyway, thank you all for listening. Fredo, I'll see you next Monday.
Yeah, that wasn't spooky. Thank God. I thought it was going to be spooky.
Ghost ship. Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
You'll kill again?
I'll kill again! Oh, you don't want to give me a discount on my croissant-wich? Oh, I'll kill again.
I don't know what a croissant would do.
And you'll never find the bodies. Or the little girl's shoes.
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's a croissant sandwich.
Oh, the croissant witch.
Yes.
I'm a respected customer.
Are
If
we
you do
recording?
not treat me with respect here at this Burger King, I'll kill again.
All right, well, let's just start the show. That's Marcus, and then I'm Ben, and then with us, as always, he seems angry today.
I'll kill again.
How many have you killed?
Oh, let's not worry about my numbers.
So
But
none.
let's just say, no. Let's just say if I do not get a discount on my coffee today, little Miss Barista, there'll be another missing girl in this neighborhood because I will kill again.
Oh,
I'm the BTK killer.
very interesting, BTK. Not as scary as you might seem to be.
No. He's actually very nice. Actually, so
That's what we'll be
I'm
talking
Henry
about
Zabrowski. I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, that's what we'll be talking about. BTK. His full name, Dennis Lynn Rader.
Oh, Lynn.
Bad middle name on this poor
so
serial
basically,
killer.
We were going to do another episode about something else today. I even forget what it was. Oh, it's something very interesting that we will do in the future.
Yeah.
Alien
surprise. Surprise.
It's a surprise. But then end up, just, lopsy-dopsy, just sitting there watching a documentary on the BTK
Wearing
killer
pants,
by myself.
no pants.
No pants.
Good.
What are you talking about?
Hey, man.
I literally was entirely naked except for socks laying in my bed. Well, I sent you those emails.
Oh, that is so gross. Why did you keep your socks on?
I don't know. It's cold in my room.
But yeah, you were totally naked except for socks.
You lose more temperature out of your feet
No, it's out of your head.
than out of your ass. I think
I
that's
do believe.
true.
I do think you lose more. Yeah, that's true about the ass versus
I had
the
a
feet.
pillow on my head.
Okay, good.
So I'm sitting there, and I end up watching this documentary by the BTK killer, and it scared the living fuck out of me. This stuff is scary. So it's like, well, let's cover it. Let's cover it, because we never really went in depth about the BTK killer. He's a fucking monster.
And of course, BTK stands for bind, torture, kill.
Bind, torture, kill.
Yeah. In
Now-
that order, and exactly in that order, because this guy's a nerd.
This guy is
God,
a nerd.
He's such a nerd.
And that's the thing about him, too, is that, so it's like, I realize in the end, it's like, why have we never given enough credence to the BTK killer? Because once you get into his story, it's absolutely compelling. It's an amazing serial killer story. He was never caught. His activity
he
was
was
irregular. But
Yeah.
in terms of, like, I was watching a documentary before he was caught. It's all like, but will he kill again? And that's the best thing about being a serial killer that goes on hiatus is that anytime you want, you can just go, I'll kill again.
Right.
You just send a letter to the police and you just get anything you want. You get coupons to Walmart. You get
think
anything.
that's what it is?
Oh,
A
yeah,
Groupon,
free Vans
perhaps?
shoes. You just go to Vans and be like, I'll represent Vans shoes or I'll kill again. And it's just a man with a
Interesting.
fucking pillowcase hat on selling Vans shoes. He can't say who he is. But he's like, you'll buy these Vans shoes or I'll kill again.
That's a good point. I feel like if you threaten to kill again, you're going to get whatever you need.
Anything you want.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Cat and mouse game with the police. This guy, it's an amazing story, but the guy's a fucking nerd, pussy, like fucking
So
horrible,
start us-
pinch-faced baby man.
So start us off here. So he's in Kansas. It's a lonely man's place. Not a lot of folks around.
Let's
He's
set
bored.
let's set the temperament for Kansas.
First of all, what year are we in here?
it's the year
1977 is when the first killing happens.
Okay, 1977. So
All right, now let's just imagine
hippies
it's
have
Kansas,
lost.
and the way we do this, right? All right, what's in Kansas? There's nothing. Right?
Nothing there.
There's dirt.
Yeah,
Farmland.
this is
There are
Wichita,
mountains.
Kansas.
All right.
Population 500,000.
So you hear this. Yeah, corn it. Yeah. Got some corn yet?
And that's the number one radio show in Kansas. That's actually what they would listen to for
This is the
entertainment.
environment that the BTK killer was born in.
Right. And this is why his brain seems a little bit dull, a little bit slow. And we were talking about how we never gave him credence before. I think that's sort of why. He's sort of your uncle's serial killer.
Not when
he's
you get
not
it-
the coolest guy around.
Unless you,
Gacy was a clown, for Christ's
the problem was
sake.
is that it's also this was a guy who had to beg for press attention. This was a guy who had to fucking have a temper tantrum about people not paying attention to him when it was like Son of Sam got that shit out the
New
door.
York Post, Daily News.
He was like the Lucas brothers of serial killers.
So 1977, this is when he gets his first kill. How old was he here?
Got some card yet?
32 when he started
32.
killing at 32, and at this time he was already married
Which
with
is
two
great because,
children.
Yeah, because Phil Hartman got picked up by SNL when he was 32. That's another good. That's a good number. It's a good
Industry,
age.
yeah.
Hitting your stride at 32.
And isn't that said, Phil Hartman is dead, BTK still lives.
Yeah, still lives, doing 175 years in prison.
With
the
his fucking
maximum
frowny
sentence.
face on.
10
Smile,
consecutive,
buddy.
10 consecutive life sentences, which,
And here's what's interesting about his sentencing is they, even though he was caught in 2005, they didn't reinstate the death penalty in Kansas until 1994, and since the murders took place, eligible for the death penalty.
What
the
a fucking
grandfather to
dickhead.
men. So 77, do we have any information on the first victim that he took, or what was his life like up before he started killing? He was married, he had 2 children.
His life up until that. See, when he was a kid, he is actually quoted as saying, he's like, I can't believe nobody noticed there was something wrong with me. Because he used to tie himself up. And this was a practice that continued on later on in his life.
This is when he just gave himself the nickname B.
For binding.
Yeah, he would bind himself
He's
up
like a
when
little
he was a
Christmas
kid.
present.
Yeah, little geisha girl.
Yeah, and give himself like sexual release. He of course
Okay.
mutilated animals, and he continued that later on in his life. There is a collection of pictures that I saw in which he would bind himself up, and through a very complicated Rube Goldberg machine, he would set up a Polaroid camera to take pictures of himself.
What a sick
while
fuck.
he was bound up, and he had a lady mask. Like a really creepy lady mask that he would bet.
Where are these pictures?
Huh?
Have you seen these pictures?
Yeah.
Where are they?
They're on that site that you sent me.
Oh yeah, I didn't go deeply all the way
Yeah,
through.
I
it's
went through
really
the
fucked
entire
up.
fucking thing.
I
man.
found
It's
this
great.
insane free website that was. I mean, again, just the only thing you get primo fucking deep cut internet like BTK archive. It's amazing.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think you started Googling for it when you were fully clothed, but then the website wouldn't let you do it until you got nude.
Oh, yeah, you also couldn't access it without Cheeto dust on your fingers.
Oh, I
So
see.
that was the other thing. That was
I
a
feel
problem
like-
that had to be rectified
And it's an
immediately.
interesting day. I just get the imagery of him at like a Sears family studio, just like tied himself up. He's like, "Take the picture now!
Take a picture,
Take
bitch!
it now!
Take it,
I
bitch!
don't
Want me
know
to
if
come?"
we can do this. I'm gonna get the manager.
Do you want the stars background or the laser background?
Put me in the woods. Okay.
In fact, he did take all these in the woods, including one picture in which he took a picture of himself bound up in the dug-up grave of one of his victims. Like, he dug a grave for one
I
of his
saw that
victims.
picture, yeah.
He didn't end up using the grave, lazy motherfucker.
No, and that was creepy as fuck because he's sitting
Yeah.
there wearing that lady mask. And
Yeah.
stuff. But we really let's go deeper into before we get into all the details.
Yeah.
Let's go more to his personal life and where
Yeah.
it comes from.
And so he's the oldest of 4 brothers. Grew up. He actually grew up in Wichita, Kansas, so he knew exactly. He knew how the town worked. He knew everything. And so he was living in Park City. It was a suburb, and he was working at a Coleman plant, which Coleman makes wonderful camping gear, as we all know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's had a list, a laundry list of the most boring jobs that you can have, which is just again the breeding ground for comedians and serial killers.
That's true.
It's either it's like temp work.
Yeah.
Temp work makes you a killer, or just want to share laughter.
Yeah, and I'm sure the BTK thought he was hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he loved his jokes.
He worked for a time. He worked at the meat department at IGA supermarket.
IGA,
which-
I haven't heard that name in forever.
I worked at IGA as
Really?
a janitor.
wow.
Seriously, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
In
You're
high
the same-
school.
you're like the same guy.
Interesting.
Yeah, and so while he was working at the plant, he spied out his first victim, or the mother of his first victims, the Otero family.
Now,
And
this
he was
is-
quoted as saying when he saw her, because he had been planning it for years. This had been something that was in the back of his mind. And he said when he saw her, this is something that he was quoted as saying in an interview with a newscaster at Cake TV.
Yeah,
And,
I also don't like the fact that all of his correspondence had to deal with cake TV.
I know, it's
because when it
bizarre.
comes down to it, it's like, I love cake, you know?
Yeah.
And if you're sitting there, you're eating cake, watching the cake, and then the BTK killer news comes up.
Yeah.
You're just going to be like, now I can't finish slurping down all this icing.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Or you can if you're me.
K-A-K-E.
Yeah, and he was quoted when he saw Otero, he said, "That's when the ball game exploded."
Ah,
That's when
excited.
the ball game exploded.
So he
which
started-
meant he came his pants. That's what I'm going to say
It's
from
not the
now on.
best euphemism
If I
of all
ever
time, but
premature
yeah.
ejaculate ever again, I will just say, like, well, that ball game just went ahead and exploded. I'm sorry
Isn't
about
that
that,
something?
honey.
Yeah, and that was Julie Otero.
So he started. Did he when he was taking pictures of himself all bound up? Did he masturbate to those pictures of himself?
That I don't
think
know.
I just think it made him harder than he masturbated. They talk about also when you go into the details of his crimes as well. It was the same thing where the actions would make him incredibly excited, and they think that he would either come while he was doing them, or he would save it and he'd be rigid hard throughout the whole process, and then masturbate onto his victims.
Yeah.
The thing is also. That's got to be scarier than anything else. A fucking madman screaming at you with a rock hard boner.
Terrifying. Terrifying.
Yeah, and that was the image that was in my mind the entire time.
The entire time.
Yeah.
So this first victim of his, did he?
Well,
he,
It wasn't
first
just a first
victim-
victim; was an entire family. He
Yeah.
murdered an entire family. One
Oh,
by
okay.
one. And so what he would do was, he was fascinated with children. That is, they know that he wasn't a pedophile.
Yeah.
But there was something
And he
about
never
them.
raped anyone.
He never raped anyone, and basically,
Well, he raped these women.
no,
Oh, he
No,
never
no
did.
penetration whatsoever.
no, he was a
Okay.
pussy. I know this is disgusting to say, but it was just like he was not aggressive. This
Is
is
it
all
fair to say that you would
voyeuristic.
Would you respect him more had he raped these women?
No, it's not even that. It's just we were talking about this on the train coming up here. There's a difference between this guy and something like a Dahmer and something like a Gacy, where you feel like a Dahmer and a Gacy have some sort of emotional hole that they're filling with their crimes. This is a guy that he just believed that he was better than humankind.
Complete and total, textbook sociopath.
He was a megalomaniac. He thought that he
I feel
thought
like we should
that
have
he
this
was like
conversation.
Hitler.
I feel like we should have this conversation with serial killer trading cards in our hands. It's like, but I want the Dahmer because he has a full personality.
So basically, what happened is that what he would do is it was very little. It wasn't a lot of. He chose this family at random, pretty much. He saw her, and then it clicked.
But he
in his head
worked
that
with
she
her
was
at the
the
Coleman
one.
plant.
He didn't work with her. It was a big plant. He just saw her.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it just clicked in his head. So what he would start to do is he would start tailing them, and he watched the family.
And he called these, when he would choose a family, he would call it his projects.
His projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I
had
love
fun,
that.
he had fun
Which is
little,
also
he
the
had
same
fun
thing.
little names for everything.
I love the idea that it clicked in his head where he's just like working at the Coleman plant and he's like, Eureka!
I've done it again.
The ball game has exploded.
So he would tail this family for a long period of time.
So he was a
And-
stalker.
Basically,
yeah.
he wanted to gather as much information about them as possible. And so what he would do, what he did with this first crime, is that he watched them and basically trying to find out when it was a time when the father wasn't home and when the little girls and the mother were home. And he, it was a boy and a girl. And he watched
9
them and
and
watched
11.
them. Yes, and he went up to one of the kids one day, and he was like, "Hey," and he showed him a picture of a person. He's like, "Have you seen this person? Have you seen this person anywhere in this neighborhood?" And she was like, "No." He's like, "Well, thank you so much." And then he'd leave. And then a couple days later,
That
on
reminds
the
me
day
of
of
that
the
Wayne's
murder,
World's goof. Remember that? The
Have you
Terminator?
seen this boy?
Yeah.
oh yeah, have you seen this boy? Then he would go up to on the day of the murder, he went up to the door and he rang the doorbell. The little girl answered, and he was like, basically, he had earned her trust by showing her a picture, and he was like, "Have you seen this person?" And she's like, "No, I told you no, but maybe you asked my mom." He's like, "Is your mom home right now?" And she's like, "Yes." And then he walked in, pulled out a gun. And then basically it was the same rundown every time. He's like, "I have a sexual problem. But the thing is I'm here. I am not here to do it. I'm here to rob you." And so what he'd do, he'd separate them. He'd put the kids in one room. And then basically what happened was that as he was tying up the mother, the kids freaked out.
Because they could hear him killing her.
Yes, and
Okay.
also the father was home in the back, and he had no idea. So the father comes in as he's tying up the woman. They get into a struggle. He overcomes the father, then basically has to tie up the mother and the father, and he strangles the mother, because what he would do with them is that he wouldn't actively strangle them. He would put a plastic bag over their face, then a cord, then a pillowcase, and then a cord. And the idea was so that you couldn't get through the pillowcase to rip through the plastic sheet. So it's like he would just tie them up and leave them.
Okay.
And basically, it started like that murder was the murder of the family was a gigantic clusterfuck that was just like one problem after the next, because they basically, he thought they were dead and they were just unconscious, and they would pop back up.
Because
and
he
then
said that it was so, he's like, it's so much harder to strangle someone to death than you think it is.
Sounds like a comedy of errors.
So
here.
basically, he eventually he killed. He did it eventually after weakening them over time, and then
How long did this whole ordeal take?
Probably hours, and it's in the middle of the day. This was in
Okay.
the middle of the day, and the very last thing he did was he hung the little girl up, the 9-year-old girl, in the basement by a steam pipe, and he said that the vision of her begging for mercy was so sexually gratifying to him that he came all over.
Yeah.
Ah, all
And then
right. So
tied
he
her up.
was slightly aroused by these
But
children.
so it's like, this is a guy, like, I have chills on my spine like talking about this crime, because it's like then the police came and investigated and no one found anything, and it was silent. It was the middle of a fucking suburban neighborhood in the middle of the
Yeah.
day, and he did it and popped right back out and went right back to his life. This cold
Right.
motherfucker.
Oh,
and
back to
basically,
work.
when it happened, and then a couple months afterwards, there was just like, they were like, they've never seen anything like this in Wichita. It was this
Yeah.
crazy, ritualistic, like torture killing in the middle of this town that has something like 10 murders, maybe a fucking
A decade.
Yeah. It's a no locked doors type of town.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
It's a lot of
basically
Midwestern
he
towns are.
got freaked out, and that's when he started writing letters to the newspaper, and he
How
wrote
do
the
you
first
go-
letter.
How do you go back to working at the Coleman plant after murdering and coming all
Oh,
over
we'll,
your entire family?
we'll actually get to that
Yeah.
fucking coldness in some of the later murders. It's insane.
No, yeah, he just showed up. It was like, "Hey, how's everybody doing? You guys see Seinfeld? This new show? It's pretty
Unbelievable.
hilarious. Oh my! Oh no, it's 1974, so it was like Rhoda.
Yeah. Does
He was a
everybody
big
notice, like,
Rhoda fan.
Dennis has really awkward, like, water fountain conversations.
No,
like,
I don't
about,
listen to
like-
Dennis.
Oh,
No,
okay,
and
that's a
the-
good idea.
No, that's the thing about it. He was the most normal of normal human beings.
Well, a lot of times we say people are normal when they're quiet and
No,
just like
he was a community leader. He was a Boy Scout leader.
yeah.
he was
Nothing's
a,
normal about a Boy Scout leader though.
he was
Those guys
the
are lunatics.
he was the president of the church council. Like this man was a community like nobody
Okay.
in a million.
Oh yeah, he
years.
was like Gacy, very similar to Gacy in
Yeah.
that respect. In terms of, Gacy was gregarious and people liked him, which was because he was a clown.
Well, yeah, and of course you have to build up community respect in order to slip under the radar. No one expects Dennis to do that. The church man.
And then the next crime he committed was against a
Catherine Bright.
Catherine Bright. Now Catherine Bright was again just a pretty young girl, and he did the same exact thing. He tracked her, and
How
broke
long
into
would he
the house.
usually stalk his victims for before he would kill them?
It seemed like it
Months.
was like
So
he
he
would
seemed
pick
to-
someone and then he would watch them and watch them and watch them, and then Catherine Bright, he did the thing where he broke into her house while she wasn't home. He watched her shower. He watched her smoke a cigarette in her living room. Watched her go to bed, and then he attacked her when she was asleep. And like, that is terrifying. It's the Night Stalker thing. It's just that she is like. I know it's like this is kind of heavy. It's harder for me even joke about it. It literally scared the shit out of me last night reading about this because this is what we've been talking about. This guy would break a closet for hours because he's got the patience of a fucking sphinx because he's a psychopath.
Right.
Wait for the perfect moment to get you when you're most vulnerable.
Actually, that didn't start until the next murder. Catherine Bright was another fuck up.
Oh yes,
yeah,
yes,
Catherine
yes.
Bright was
because
an
her
amazing
boyfriend. That was the one where the boyfriend, the brother was
No,
home,
no, what
and he
happened-
tried to. I'm sorry, I mixed it up with the other one. That was the one where he had a gun on him and he pulled it in, and the brother showed up and tried to wrestle it from him, and then basically he tried to shoot it. He shot him in the side of his head and like just knocked him out, and he thought he was dead, and then he started like strangling Catherine, and then he busted back in, and then he shot him in the face. Still lived.
Yeah.
Wandered out into the street with a hole in his face, fell onto a car as it was going like, help me, help me, help me.
Whoa.
And then like that was when, and the cops came like 5 minutes later, and he was gone, and she was dead.
And
Yeah.
after
I mean, there needs
the
to be a
assault,
sign that the city puts up, like, watch out for nearly dead people. You might hit them with their gun. Watch out for deer
Don't
and
help
nearly
them.
dead people.
yeah, and I saw
do
an
not.
interview with this guy as an adult. Looks fucking great for a guy who got shot in the face
Oh,
twice.
he actually
He
still
lived.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
he lived
so
without any
how
problem.
wasn't he able to identify BTK?
Because he got shot in the face twice.
Yeah, but didn't he see the guy who shot him?
No, he got shot. No, it was just like literally like you got shot in the side of the head. You were knocked clean unconscious.
Right.
You're just trying anything you can to help your sister who's in the middle of being raped. You just have to like you're like
Murder.
like you're going at her, and then essentially you get just shot in the face.
And also, Dennis
Okay.
Rader is just pretty generic white dude.
That's true. Yeah, all right.
And you know the funny thing is about this is that he stabbed her. This is the only one in which he used a knife to kill, and the only one in which he didn't use strangulation, and it was the only murder he never bragged about.
He wasn't
Yeah.
proud of himself for
he
this.
was not proud of himself.
I wonder if he
didn't
did not
do well.
He probably didn't get any sexual satisfaction over it. It seems
No,
like
because he didn't get to because it was
asphyxiation.
no. He came all over.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he always.
And did he say the same? I have a sexual problem.
I have a sexual problem.
It's like the lamest intro to kill.
He would either say that or he would say, "I have a problem with sexual fantasies."
And then
Yeah.
would he say anything to them before he would kill them? Weren't we talking?
Well, there was a couple times where he would, what he would do is he would say, "I have a sexual problem," and he would tell these women, "It's like, listen, I'm not going to kill you. I'm just
Right.
going to rape you. Let me tie you up." And so they would say, "Okay,
Deal.
And, yeah,
I
I wasn't
like
like,
it.
okay,
This
you're
is
right.
fun.
okay, yeah, that's fine."
You were in my closet the whole day. I didn't even notice.
Look at you. You're quiet as a baggity bug.
It's amazing.
And so he would do all that, and then he would get to the point where he would strangle them. And it was while he was strangling them, he's like, "I'm the BTK killer."
Yeah, they're like,
he would
He's like,
"Snooze."
oh,
Yeah, he was a man with a flair for drama. He wanted to up the tension.
No, he was like the Phantom of the Opera. And so then the next one that he tried to, the next person that he murdered was
Shirley Vian.
Shirley Vian, and this was another horrible story where it's like he did the same thing, entry to the house through her kids by basically like just getting her kids to let him into the house. Again, stop having children. They let murderers in your house. She came in.
Are
he
you blaming
separated
the
two.
children here?
I'm
I think
blaming
you're
the
victim blaming
children.
a little bit, isn't
But
it?
they went and he took the 3 children, he put them in a bathroom, tied the door shut, then basically killed their mother. And as the children were listening to their mother get heard, the older brother of the kids just snapped into action and Jimmy opened a tiny window, got all of the kids out of the window through the bathroom, and like they escaped.
Yeah.
But he admit later on that he was going to kill the kids, and it was the same exact thing.
So this
Bound,
is another
tortured the woman.
Yeah.
Another group of people that saw him.
Mm-hmm.
That escaped. I mean, he's the luckiest serial killer of all time.
Yes.
How hasn't he been caught yet?
Yeah, but the children, they rolled the children's description of him as unreliable. All they said was, he was a white guy.
He was a man.
Yeah, he was a man. And another fucked up thing that he did is that in order to keep the children occupied, he made Vian put toys in there and blankets to keep the kids occupied while he went and fucking killed her.
Oh yeah, because again he said, "I'm just trying to rob you. Get
Right.
the kids out of here. I'm just trying to rob
Right.
you." Now,
So this was another bot. So he's 0 for 3 as far as
in terms of-
smooth killings go.
no,
and
there-
these are over like the first 3. I take it back. The first 3 were all in 1974. Like from
Oh,
Each
okay.
one, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, from January. Well, the first 2 were January of '74 and April 4th of 1974. Shirley Vian wasn't until 3 years later, 1977.
Oh, that's what they were saying. And then what happened was, then he wrote a letter. Then he wrote a letter basically describing the murder of the Otero family, and it went ignored. Everyone was just like, well, he's kind of, because originally they had picked up these 3 guys who had confessed to being BTK killers, the trying to be the killer to this family, and he wrote a letter saying those people are just trying to they want to claim something they never did. He's like,
Let it
I
go,
did it.
BTK.
No, because this is what he
Right,
wanted.
of course.
And so the next thing here, this is an excerpt. This is from an actual letter, the follow-up letter he wrote after he wrote a very graphic, disgusting letter to the newspaper. I forget what, to Cake, right?
Cake.
So
Yeah.
how many years after he killed the family did he write this letter?
3 years.
3 years. Okay.
Now this is a follow-up letter.
why don't they pay attention to me?
This is the "Why don't they pay attention to me" letter, and I will read it now. I find the newspaper not writing about the poem on Vian unamusing. A little paragraph would have been enough. I know it not the media fault. The police chief, he keep things quiet and doesn't let the public know they're a psycho running around loose, strangling mostly women. There's 7 in the ground. Who will be next? How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention? Do the cop think that all these deaths are not relating? Golly
Not a
gee.
scribe.
No.
Not a
I
scribe,
also
definitely
think he
not.
was writing these things badly on purpose to basically portray that he was uneducated.
Ah.
Golly gee, yes, the MO is different in each, but look, a pattern is developing. The victims are tied up, mostly have been women, phone cut, bring some bondage, matter, sadist tendencies, no struggle. Outside the death spot, no witnesses except the Vane's kids. They were very lucky. A phone call saved them. I was going to tape the boys and put plastics bags over their head like I did Joseph and Shirley, and then hang the girl. God. Oh God, what a beautiful sexual relief that would have been. Josephine,
Yikes.
when I hung her, really turned me on. Her pleading for mercy, then the rope took hold. She helpless, staring at me with wide, terror-filled eyes, the rope getting tighter, tighter. You don't understand these things because you're not under the influence of Factor X. The same thing that made Son of Sam, Jack the Ripper, Havery Glatman, Boston Strangler, Dr. H.H. Holmes, Pantyhose Strangler of Florida, Hillside Strangler, Ted of the West Coast, and many more infamous character kill. Which seems senseless, but we cannot help it. There is no cure, no help, except death or being caught and put away. It is a terrible nightmare. But you see, I don't lose any sleep over it. After a thing like Fox, I come home and go about life like anyone else. And I will be like that until the urge hit me again. It's not continuous, and I don't have a lot of time. It take time to set a kill, one mistake and it all over. Since I about blew it on the phone, handwriting is out letter. Guide is too long, a typewriter can be traced too. My short poem of death and maybe a drawing. Later on, real picture and maybe a tape of the sound will come your way. How will you know me? Before a murder or murders, you will receive a copy of the initials BTK. you keep that copy. The original will show up someday on Guess Who?
And then after
kinda
that,
fun.
he goes on to give some suggestions as to what names he should have.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I
what,
love
what are some of these suggestions?
The BTK Strangler,
Oh, that's fun.
the Wichita Strangler.
So okay, I'm sorry, just real quick.
He
We were
was like
talking
a-
about this previously. I don't know if we. I think in just private. You can't give yourself a nickname. They're never going to give you the nickname you want. Didn't
Never
somebody
was
want to be called
Cobra.
Viper?
We talking about Cobra.
Yeah, Cobra.
Yeah, Nick Chiavarella wanted to be called
No,
Viper. Yeah.
definitely not.
Yeah, no. This is a guy. Again, he is a fucking. He's a megalomaniac. He really thinks he deserves everything, and he also just sounds like an entertainment industry guy. He just sounds. He's got the instincts of an ad guy
Yeah.
from like ABC.
If he wants to be the BTK
He knows what
Strangler,
pops.
they're going to be like, okay, we're going to call you the BTK Chubbler. We're just going to go with the Chubbler.
He's like the Kat Dennings of serial killers.
It's-
You know what I mean?
yeah, I
He's really
love
got
Kat
his finger
Dennings.
on the pulse.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right, what are some other ones?
The Poetic Strangler, which
Oh,
I'll
you
get.
can't write?
In a moment, I'll get to why he wants to call himself the
You
Poetic
should.
Strangler.
He writes poems.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
The
good.
Bondage Strangler or Psycho, the Wichita Hangman. The
I
Wichita
like the Wichita Hangman.
The Wichita Executioner. Here's my favorite: the Garrote Phantom.
What a.
The Garage Phantom is
They should have
struck
called him the
dead.
Phantom of the Night.
I mean, what is he? Does he think?
And the Asphyxiator.
It reminds me of
okay.
the guy from the Poughkeepsie tapes, if you've ever
Yeah.
seen that film.
I honestly think Vince McMahon should have just hired him to design pro wrestling names. The Asphyxiator.
Yeah.
These are the Garrote Phantom.
Yeah.
Worst names I've ever heard in my
Oh
life.
yeah, they're awful. And then after this, he has his next victim, Nancy Fox. And Nancy Fox, this one is interesting because as soon as he, pretty standard stuff, the same MO as all the rest of them. As soon as he commits the murder, he goes to a payphone and calls 911.
It's amazing.
And he tells them there is a homicide here. Get police here. It's like it's at this address.
Yes, 911. Yes, it's the Garrote Phantom. Yes, there's a kill, a recent kill. Yes.
And so they and this is when caller ID was brand new. People didn't even really know that it was, a thing.
No, and they had, because
Yeah.
the operators have it for 911.
Yeah, and they got
Okay.
the police got there in 2 minutes, and there was just the receiver dangling off the hook dramatically because it's such a fucking drama queen.
Right.
And then they
But
go
it sounds like a modern day serial killer. Now
Yeah.
all this stuff sounds like old hat, but when this shit was happening,
Huge.
it was nightmarish. No one had ever seen this shit before.
No.
This guy was being like, and that was the thing. So it's like you have to say it's just like he was very good at what he was doing, but it's just, and again, and how you get to be very good at what you're doing is you have to be a total unrepentant, disgusting monster. It's
Yeah.
like you can't have it. It's like Dahmer had a problem. Dahmer was fucked. Like he was a lonely fucker who couldn't get laid, and that's what he was doing. Is he had a deep, dark hole of sorrow in the center of him that made him do what he did.
And I think-
and then this is a guy. Well, and then this was just, and again,
When
it
it
was
comes
just
to
somebody who just loved the smell of his own shit,
Right.
like Dennis fucking Rader. Like
Yeah.
this was a guy, and it's just like
Don't call me Lynn. Yeah, you get the feel, and really, Dahmer's sexual sadism is. I don't think it's extreme as BTK. It's really just homosexuality mixed with a little corpse love.
He just should have been like he just needed medication and a
Right.
therapist, and if someone had gotten to him early enough, like he maybe could have been avoided because you see him in those interviews afterwards,
Yeah.
and he's been medicated and he's been talking to, and you see him like he looks at horror about what he does.
Yeah,
Dennis
he
Rader
does.
had no regret.
By this day, Dahmer might be running that fucking chocolate factory.
You never know.
Him just with a big purple fucking top hat on, like tasting all the chocolates, and he's like, "More sweet cream, please."
So
Fucking
after
Filipino boy sucking on his balls.
And so after the death of Nancy Fox, that's when he starts sending in poems.
And how was the death of Nancy Fox? Did this one actually go as planned, or did he botch
This one
also?
went perfectly.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the one where he was inspired. So he wrote the old folk song "Oh Death."
Okay.
So this is "Oh Death to Nancy."
Oh my God.
What is that I can see? Cold icy hands taking hold of me. For death has come, you all can see.
So bad.
Hell has opened its gates to trick me.
He's
Oh,
like wearing
death.
one of those old like New Orleans like masquerade masks. Yeah. He's writing it.
Oh, death! Oh, death! Can't you spare me over for another year? I'll stuff your jaws till you can't talk. I'll bind your legs till you can't walk. I'll tie your hands till you can't make a stand. And finally, I'll close your eyes so you can't see. I'll bring sexual death unto you for me.
I mean, it is not the best poetry.
No, and the next letter
Did
he
they
wrote,
print that in the paper?
No.
Okay.
no.
Did he? But he sent
But
this
at
to the
this
paper.
time, they still hadn't even told the public that there was a serial killer.
So it
on the
wasn't
loose.
I feel like
until-
that's bad cop work.
Well, it wasn't until this letter came out that they were like, "Well, we'll give him what he wants." Because basically the sheriff was like, "I'd rather have him expressing himself over letters over the television than killing people."
And we better take this poem seriously. It's written with a quill.
Yeah. So we got the 7th grade Mrs. Schrader's 7th grade English class has been on it.
Right.
They've been going looking for themes on it for classes now, and they think there's a lot of winter imagery.
He did actually write one poem about spring.
All right, what's
Yeah,
that
yeah.
poem about?
This was after he
that's
was
a
caught.
poem.
This is after he's caught. It's pretty shitty.
Oh, okay.
It's just a fucking old fart writing a poem about spring.
The next letter he wrote was about a woman. I can't find her last name. Anna.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is, but this is a woman who got away.
This was a woman who it was the same exact thing. He had hid her and he hid in her home for hours. He had stalked her and hid in her home. He popped out, and what's the exact breakdown? Because didn't she see him and just ran out of the house?
She saw him, like, she heard, like, some crunching in her flower bed.
You gotta leave the Cheetos at home, man.
No.
You can't sit-
Now I remember what it was. Now I remember what it was.
He's like the Carl Malone of serial
No,
killers.
he
He's
was,
never really winning a championship
Yeah,
yet.
because the funny thing is,
He won one with the Lakers,
the
but-
longer he goes on, the older his victims get.
Okay.
It's like first, the youngest is 9, and then the next one is 20.
I think
Catherine
he
Bright was
realizes that they're
21.
easier and easier as he goes.
Yeah, Catherine Bright was 21, Shirley Vian was 24, Nancy Fox was 28, and then this woman, Nancy, she was an older lady.
You're talking
And
about
he
Anna?
had- Anna, sorry. Anna was just some woman that he had found, older woman,
In
I
her
think
40s.
in her 40s, 50s, something like that. And he had stalked her. He had found, like, he had
Because he
put out
said
down
that
a
he
day.
would sit and lay down at night before going to bed, and he would think about the murder and play it over and over in his head till it became a reality.
Yeah.
And that's what he'd do. He would see one person and then just become fixated on them for some X reason or another, and then, like, fantasize it. Like, no matter. So it wasn't even sexual. It's just
And-
about their ability to be killed.
It was all about fantasy.
And
so,
am I right? He's still married. He still has these 2 kids at home.
Now,
you
at
could do all this.
At this point, he has 3.
And
Yeah.
Yes, there was three. Don't bother Daddy when he's lying down.
We'll actually get to that in a second. That's when it gets kind of creepy during the hiatus. So what he does is that he memorizes.
Wait, the Jenga games in the Rada household
It's
must have
weird.
been fucking heavy. Like,
Date
everything
night
is
is
loaded.
intense.
Yeah, and
So
so
Clue, he has his own card in Clue, and it's like him every time. You're like, that's weird, Dad. You're
Daddy
not actually
did
in
it.
the game.
Daddy did it with the ropes
Yeah.
in their house.
yeah, and then he. What happens is he. Knows that this woman goes to church on a certain day and then comes home and then she's alone. However, on the night that he planned to kill her, she ended up going and staying the night with a friend. And when the woman came home, she found that the back window was broken, her phone line was cut, her shit was like completely disheveled, and she called the cops and like, holy shit, you almost got killed by BTK. And then after this,
Crazy.
and he
Good thing
wrote,
that friend of hers had that Twilight party.
Yeah.
Twilight party.
This is why, like, if anyone ever asks you to do some last minute plans, maybe you should just do them.
Just always
You know
do
what I mean?
plans.
Because you never really know who's tracking you.
Yeah.
Right.
And
right.
trying to kill you at any given moment.
Think
That's why
about
I
it.
do. I always mix up my actions. So don't try and fucking come for me.
and this
All right,
is
you
a-
want to fucking come for me, you're not going to find me.
All
And
right,
this is
good
a
to know.
poem that he wrote about her not showing up. This is
Okay.
called "Oh Anna, Why Didn't You Appear?"
Oh my God.
'Twas perfect plan of deviant pleasure, so bold on that spring night. My inner feeling, hot with propension of the new awakening season. Worn, wet with inner fear and rapture, my pleasure of entanglement, like new vines at night. Oh Anna, why didn't you appear? Drop of fear, fresh spring rain would roll down from your nakedness to scent to lofty fever that burns within. In that small world of longing, fear, rapture, and desperation, the game we play fall on devil's ears. Fantasies spring forth, mounts to spring fury, then winter, calm at the end. Oh Anna, why didn't you appear? Alone, now in another time span I lay with sweet enrapture garments across most private thought. bed of spring moist grass, clean before the sun, enslaved with control, warm wind scenting the air, sunlight sparkled tears, and
It also
eyes so
sounds like
deep
a
and
Glade
clear.
commercial, like a little
Yeah,
bit.
it does.
Alone again, I trod in past memory of mirrors and ponder for why number 8 was not. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear?
Now, again,
I mean-
I also imagine his wife, after all this like after being captured and all this stuff, she's being like, he never once wrote me a poem.
Isn't that sad?
With all this, we would just sit in silence and eat chicken most nights.
Yeah.
And I didn't know he was capable
I
of
don't know
writing
why
such
he would
beautiful
just
poems.
strangle me. I'm his wife.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
And then the hiatus comes.
All right. Now, how long was this hiatus?
25 years.
And
25
no,
years.
wait. No, I take that back. Actually, there's still 3 more victims.
This is my question.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do we
there was
need
a
to
hiatus
pause?
from 1977 to 1985.
Do we literally need to pause and do a second part of this episode and do a hiatus and afterwards and capture? Do we need to, or are we running out of time?
We're out of time, actually.
So why don't we should pause, and we're going to
Yeah.
do a part 2 of this
Yes.
and go into his hiatus. We're going to go into the second half of his killings
Yeah.
and into his capture, which is incredibly fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's an amazing story. This is just to all you would-be serial killers on there, don't be a pussy.
Yeah. Stop with the poetry and don't say, well,
Do
I
what
have
you
a-
gotta do.
I have a sexual problem.
I have a sexual problem. You go, I'm the devil, and I do the devil's work.
Oh, cool.
And
man.
I'll
Yeah.
kill again.
Yeah.
That's my serial killer.
You've always
I'm the cold feet serial killer who never does it. Like, I'll kill again. So it's like, what do? Are you gonna kill me now? I'll kill again.
Ooh, you got me good.
Well, do you have any food? You wouldn't pretend to have any tacos lying around.
Yeah, it was just the weirdest thing. He just threatened to kill me, but then he just ate all the beef in
And
the
then
fridge.
he sat and we ate dinner with
Yeah.
the family.
I
And
wouldn't say he's a nice
he's
guy,
really
but-
funny. He's
Yeah,
funny.
funny,
He's
yeah.
a comedian. His name's Henry Zabrowski.
Yeah. Anyway,
He's got a great new webisodes series coming out calling "Huffing It with Biff and Stew."
yeah.
So he's very nice and very entertaining.
When is that coming out, by the way?
February 1st?
February 1st, Huffing It with Biff
My
and
damn
Stew.
channel.
Yeah.
And,
Featuring Marcus Parks in the role of Toeless Joe and
And-
Ben Kissel in the role of Token fucking creep.
Yeah, well, I get a blowjob from a cockroach, and of course, Holden McNeely is also the co-star of it from the Round Table, and I was there as you guys shot, and it looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it really does. It looks great.
But
All
we're
right.
going to come back, so
Yes.
we'll do BTK. Maybe
Let's-
we could do it like, we'll do it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
we'll
we'll
figure it
do part 2. We're going to pick up again April 27th, 1985 with Marianne Hedge, one of his most depraved ones.
I can't
Like,
wait.
this one is brutal.
He's disgusting.
All right, take us out with that spring poem, though.
Oh, the spring poem.
Yeah, let's hear
Yes,
that.
of
Then
course.
And maybe
All right.
we could put some music behind it.
Yeah, let's have something nice to have the audience
This
hear.
is- This is called "'Tis Spring Out There."
I mean, where does he get his ideas?
Oh, to walk among the new season, to heard a robin's voice, to see
Hey, I'm a robin. Hey!
Hey, how are you?
to see a dandelion bright, to watch a butterfly flight, to smell a simple flower bud.
Someone
Oh,
needs to give this guy
spring,
a fucking wedgie.
He's such a dork.
oh, spring, these are the many reasons. Dennis L. Rader, 4/16/2005.
Oh, he's such
Dahmer just killed people, guys.
Yeah.
Or he just killed people. He didn't write a fancy poem
made
about
human zombies.
This one, just one more.
One more.
This one is called "Peas in a Pod" poem. The green color pods at first were long and hollow. They
It's
had
actually about peas in a pod.
Peas in a pod,
It's not even
yeah.
about a friendship or something like that.
They had grown from Mother Earth, anti-society, into a wild vine. They vine with pods, long and curling upward, had many follows. How each pod had a unique pea that together walks a fine line. DLR 419, 2005.
He just equated himself to a pea pod. He just thinks he's a pea pod.
He's the word.
That's
All right,
what he is.
We'll talk to you next episode.
Magustalations.
Magustalations. Hail Satan.
I'll gain.
Heil me!
All right.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
I'm so happy. That's good. All right, should we go?
Yeah.
All right, that's Marcus. I'm Ben, and then we got over that guy. We got over there. We got that guy over there. Who is that fellow? He's mysterious.
Hold your gems in your hand to feel the healing power of Earth's nodes.
Whoa.
Yes, welcome to the age of Aquarius, my friend. I
don't wanna go.
Take your
The
shirt off,
nodes.
girls. I'm the president of the new age.
I feel like that's how everybody got laid in the 60s.
Everybody,
This really
show
what
me
it
your
works.
butt. Yeah, we're gonna do some meditation while nobody's got any clothes on.
Is this still about protesting the Vietnam War? I don't understand why we're here anymore.
The war's never gonna stop unless we play groovy enough tunes. That's not true.
The hippies lost.
Hippies lost. War will always be around.
I think today we're taking a departure from some of the
Macabre.
For the most part.
for the most part.
Macabre.
There's some in there, but basically we're talking about energy lines, and
Energy.
ley lines, earth,
Ley lines.
energy, harnessing the power of the dolphins.
That's a good dolphin, right?
And
Can we
don't
put some
don't
dolphin noises in there?
Oh, of course.
Hey
but
there, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Get off my ass! Dolphins rape.
They actually rape, knowingly rape.
but
They
don't forget
love
about
to
the
rape. The sound of a dolphin
Whales.
getting raped.
No, the dolphin's bigger, friendlier brother, the
The
whale.
way.
situation.
Sure.
Well, and one last thing about the 33rd parallel runs through Dallas, Texas, where JFK was assassinated, and every president since 1944 has died on the somewhere along the 33rd parallel in a state that is bisected by the 33rd parallel.
Also, it's where the 10-gallon hat was invented, and
really
everyone
bad.
knows that the 10-gallon hat is the most racist hat.
That's right. And if you take a 10-gallon hat plus a 10-gallon hat plus a 10-gallon hat plus a 3-gallon hat, you got yourself a 33 parallel gallon hat.
Yeah, I got a 3-gallon hat all on my balls.
and
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
the 33rd parallel is
crusty.
a Masonic conspiracy.
It could be.
Yeah, because
could.
33 is the highest level of Masonic
Except for the
Masonism.
super secret levels above it.
Does it anything to do with the Christ death at 33 or Chris Farley's death at 33 or anything like that?
Yeah, I always think, I wonder if it also has anything to do with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Mans or any other sort of fake things.
It also runs
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the longitude and latitude lines for the center of Jerusalem add up to the biblical number of 666.
No, it is more like Jerusalem. Jerusalem.
No, they're
that's
Jelusing
not
me. Get out of Syria, Israel. It's bad for all of us.
Oh yeah. No, thanks for starting World War III. We always love it. Oh god, they're just like that little brother who goes and picks
They're
on the biggest
Holden.
bully, and then they're like, "Hey, can you go back me up, guys?" And it's like, "How about we don't?"
Yeah.
That would be great.
So let's now take the. So my research here began to take me into the world, deeper into the world of the New Age. Now,
I have a
everybody,
feeling there was
before
some-
we even get into this part of
Okay.
of this podcast, pop the shirt off. All right, because you
God.
cannot do this. It's like go stand near a beach, stick them toes in the sand, because you're about to get a little relaxed.
I was gonna say arrested. It's not.
If you're on the train.
Yeah. Just leave your shirt on.
Just do it. Just
If you're
take your shirt.
On your current life situation, listen to Henry, and then otherwise listen to me. If you are in a spot where you will be beaten with batons, leave your shirt on.
My advice, if you're driving, pull over before you take your shirt off.
I
That's
say
a good idea.
anywhere you're listening to this podcast is a free speech zone.
Yes, it is a free speech zone. I don't know if it's a free hairy navel zone. We'll see.
So I was researching, and a part of what they're talking about is the things that are especially sensitive to these Earth grids, besides the ancient Egyptians and the horned Zionists, are these
You're really taking them to the task today. All right.
dolphins. Now, dolphins are
They're
beautiful
sweet, right?
creatures.
They're cuddly. Don't do anything wrong.
They rape.
They
But there's a lot of talk, how sensitive they are. They're incredible creatures. And there's a lot of people. There's a great website you should go check it out called dolphinwave.org. Really peaceful. Some great imagery on there. Some great MIDI files.
Do you feel like
really
the
relaxing.
The entertainment business has done a lot to push this sort of flipper version of the dolphin.
Oh yeah, how innocent and quote unquote. I can't see my finger quotes. Innocent.
He is doing the finger quotes,
These
very tiny,
dolphins
fat
are-
quotes. Yeah.
Size 97 font quotes. That's what they are.
That's about right.
Yeah, but yeah, it's the idea. Hollywood has definitely framed the argument in
Okay.
dolphins' favor.
Why not
That's for
whales?
certain. But there are some sinister ideas towards the dolphins.
Okay.
Before we get into the peaceful things,
Yes.
I was reading a very illuminating article online about how, yes, the United States has been visited and has had contact with over 12 different races of alien kind.
Races or species?
Species.
Okay.
You could also say, but you could say races.
I mean, I don't know.
Let's go species.
Like you
Species.
would never say Native Americans is different species because you're going to get put on a couple of blogs, So,
Couple of
which I
lady blogs.
understand.
Not gonna like it.
So the
Oh,
I heard we're Jezebel's favorite website.
Yeah, no, XOJ
favorite
really loves
favorite
it.
podcast.
And then I'm going to
Salon.
put them on my blog because I have to ask the question, who watches The Watchmen? I do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of belief that that one of these, what is considered the most sinister and nefarious alien species, the Gray,
Right.
may be descendants from these dolphins.
This is one of my personal favorite little theories out here. How is the Gray a descendant of the dolphins?
using sonar to stun people.
Right, because
Now,
the Grays
what they
do
s-
use sonar.
Yeah,
and now
as do dolphins.
As do dolphins.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now,
As
I
do
did not know
whales.
that.
As do the whales.
Do dolphins actually
They
use
use
their
sonar.
sonar
Yeah,
to
that's
stun
how they get
people?
around.
I
No,
mean, not
and
to
not
stun.
to stun. It's
they
we-
use it to find fishies.
It says that they kill fish with it.
They
No.
might. They could.
I don't.
Guys, I think you're wrong. I read this article. I forget the name of the website.
I'm gonna go to
I put
a
it up.
reputable article.
See,
Oh, you want to look at a reputable article?
let's see if the dolphin sonar can kill fish. I believe that it probably could. A small
no
fish at a
fucking
short
way.
range. Sure,
Right?
why
It's
not?
sound navigation.
It's sound
Sound
navigation.
Yeah, they send out the sounds and wait for the sounds to bounce off of other objects and come back the same way an echo bounces back to us in a cave. So
Yeah,
they can find
well,
they
they're
walk
not
around
they're not humans. They can't use their eyes. They can't use their iPhone.
Well, their
when
eyes are
when
on
I
the
want fish, I go to Yelp.
their eyes are on the side of their heads.
They just walk around like a blind kid on 23rd Street, banging around everything.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of good.
Help
So,
me! Help me!
You know, hey, kid, I don't know you.
How do I get to Chinatown? I need fish.
Oh, the
Smell your
no,
way there.
This is a great website. It's www.qtm.net/Guyber/dolphins are grays? Question mark.
I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about the wonderful article by Dr. Richard Butler
Oh
called
no, you put the doctor on there. It's just Richard Butler.
Well, I assume when I'm reading an academic paper that it's going to be written by a doctor.
Now, this comes from personal investigation of over 24 abduction cases, in-depth interviews with over 50 alleged abductees. So he's putting the skepticism in
Sure.
there. General interviews with over 75 alleged abductees. I just don't understand the personal investigation, in-depth interview, general interview. What's the difference?
I don't know.
It's whether or not he has pants on.
I guess it's whether he has pants on or if they go on a second
When
date.
he's
I think
reading
it's-
about this online.
It's phone, handwritten letter, face to face.
Face to face.
Okay.
And then awkward touch, bizarre hug, and then slowly
now,
back
who's
away and
to
get
s-
away from this guy.
Who's to say that dolphins couldn't evolve into the grays?
Yeah, that's exactly
First,
right.
let us examine the physical characteristics. The skin of a gray is
Gray.
similar to that of a dolphin. It's gray.
Yes.
The response to the
Nailed it.
environment. On Earth, the dolphins evolved legs and arms to function on land, but later returned to the oceans. Where's your facts? I'm not sure.
I don't know. They
I
just-
don't know. I don't know if that is real.
They just got out, saw a mountain, were like, we're going to go back and reverse 1 billion years of evolution.
The eyes of grays are described as large and black with what appears to be a protective shielding covering the eye. Many Earth aquatic animals have developed protective outer eye shields
For the salt water.
underwater use. It is possible that this is a leftover attribute from the grays' ocean origins.
I mean, dolphins' eyes are tiny, though,
Yeah.
and on the sides of their head.
It's not real. None of it is real.
Dolphins have to just, figure out some good. They got to get those sweet glasses.
This is really interesting. All right, now we all look at the behavioral similarities. Earth's dolphins use sonar to navigate and stun both prey and enemies.
Sure.
The stun effect is which is spelled AFFECT, is of particular interest to us. Dolphins can emit a very powerful and focused ultrasonic burst from the front portion of their skulls.
Oh, I thought
They
that was
use
gonna go
this to
fart. I thought for
stun
sure this was gonna be a
prey.
fart joke.
No, I don't. They use this to stun prey and to stun enemies such as sharks and barracuda.
I don't think they can do that.
No, listen. He said it right here. I once saw a film of a group of dolphins using this ability on a very large barracuda.
It was on Sci-Fi at 1 a.m.
The barracuda
It's called
was
Dolphin versus
swimming-
Barracuda.
No, it was swimming towards a bunch of baby dolphins.
Mario
Four large-
Lopez was there, and
No,
the rest
no.
of the cast from what was that? What was that? Hotel California Dreams.
Yeah.
Remember that show?
I just cannot.
It was the worst.
This beam could. So now back to the grays, and the idea is like this beam can be controlled to produce a stun effect, as in the case of the barracuda. The result was a physical paralysis and orientation. I believe that this is the very same technique used by the grays in abductions. That's case closed.
Case closed. Close it up, indeed.
So what you're saying is that grays evolved from dolphins, but that's the thing, though.
Well,
is that-
cetaceans.
okay.
That's what they say. It's like undersea creatures.
Oh, all right. Because I was going to ask the question, people say that, humans are evolved from monkeys. That is not true. We are evolved from a common ancestor, meaning that in order for this to be true, then dolphins and grays had to evolve from a certain ancestor and not dolphins becoming grays. See what I mean?
Think about
No.
that. I see it. But now these
So
dolphins,
there has to be a missing link in here somewhere.
we'll have to find it.
Yeah.
We'll figure it
So
out.
let's now go back to the cuddlier, touchier side
Let's- yeah, that's
of
the
dolphins and how they can help us.
Sure, they can stun large sharks with sonar, and they can rape and rape
No,
and
do-
rape,
no,
but they
no, no, no,
also
no.
have a nice.
Dolphins are
Sweet.
like the dolphins. They're so sweet, and they're in touch with us, and they're better than us.
Why?
Dolphins are better than
How
us.
are they better than us?
Because they're in the water and they
Yeah.
got stickers. You make stickers of dolphins.
Do you think that they have like human stickers, like we have dolphin stickers, and they
No,
put them on
no,
their
no.
little dolphin
I think they
lockers?
just like draw like crude stick figures of humans in the undersea dirt, and then
Yeah.
just cross them out to their
They don't like
babies,
us.
and they're like, "Yes, we must be scared of the humans." Because can you imagine how delicious a fucking dolphin must be?
Oh, dolphins probably
Just
taste
fucking
great, but I
slice
think
it
if
up.
you're a dolphin, a small child must taste 1,000 times better. Bones not all formed yet,
But
just a bunch of fat.
So there's a lot of people that believe that these dolphins are very psychically connected to energy grids,
Right.
and we want to take everyone through a sort of meditational sequence. We're learning about
But
this.
why did they think that? Because they have just the way that they flow through the ocean. It
I
kinda-
have no fucking
Okay.
clue. What I was also reading about is this dolphin wave thing does this thing where they take, which just sounds wrong. They take wheelchair kids and kids with cancer. They put scuba gear on them. They take them under the ocean to go meet the dolphins.
Right.
And then the dolphins come jab their heads at them for like 5 minutes,
Yeah.
then leave, and then they take them up, and they're like, and their behaviors radically change, and it's just like, well, they just saw a 2-ton animal, and it kind of like nipped
terrifying.
at their face. I'm
Yeah.
sure, and they can barely communicate because they're locked inside their bodies because they have Asperger's. I'm sure it
Yeah,
changed
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Especially because they're already looking at us like we're a bunch of weird squiggly blobs.
One
Like
boy just
we're
looked at me.
scary to them.
He just
So then when
kept-
they see another thing.
He just kept on mouthing, "Leave me down here. Leave me down here. Life on Earth is so bad."
There's a lot of people think that we have a lot to learn from dolphins, and let's maybe want to put on some music.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, and then let's everybody relax.
Is this
Take
a
your
meditation?
shirts off. Yeah, just
Again with the shirts off.
pack a bowl.
Well, if you're
Just fucking get a Mai Tai.
if you suffer from headaches or if it's for a medical situation,
If you got glaucoma,
pack up a bowl.
take off your shoes.
Well,
Just keep most of your clothes on. I don't
Put
know why
your-
you try
you
to
ever
get our.
just
Are you
put
always
your
just trying to get the audience naked? This is how you relax.
This is what I do.
Yeah, you can be fully relaxed in slippers.
I will have
everybody.
everyone know that 100% of information that is being spoken on this podcast
It's all
has
learned
come
naked.
from naked research.
Yes, we know that. Everybody freaking knows that. Jesus Christ.
we are now going to delve into what is known as the Golden Water Dolphin Meditation for Planetary Healing.
Golden water. A businessman's tub.
Is that it? Taft got stuck in a tub.
I mean, golden water just sounds like a bizarre business trip.
For
The
prep,
pee-pee bucket dolphin meditation.
No, you go sleep in the pee-pee bucket. I'm already resting there.
It's so relaxing and so warm. It's like sitting in a bunch of hot wine.
Yeah, that's just sake, isn't it?
let's go through preparation first, because you can't do this half-cocked. You must be
Let me
prepared. The ideal way to experience the meditation is while you stand in or near a body of water.
Okay.
That's
If-
good. But what if you're not near a body of water?
If you're not near a body of water and you are doing the meditation indoors, it can be done with a bowl of water.
Can't laugh. This is meditation.
Bowl of water. I mean, what do
Place-
you want?
It's like being near the ocean.
Dip my toe in.
Place a clear quartz, imperial topaz, or other crystal or stone in your choice in
They
the
wouldn't
water.
happen to have like a shop online that I can order one of those just in case I need one?
They absolutely do.
They absolutely.
That is
Interesting.
That would be in the product and service catalog
Good.
section of
Good.
dolphinempowerment.com.
Dolphin empowerment. Goodness gracious. Dolphins are going to take over soon.
If you're indoors, the water in the bowl and the crystal or stone can later be taken and placed in a larger body of water to then
Yeah,
merge
you can put a stone anywhere.
with all the water of planet Earth. The crystal will assist in anchoring and maintaining the energy.
And when Murray comes home from work and he sees the bowl of water just sitting 12 hours a day at the fucking mill.
Next thing you know, your dog's eating up a bunch of crystals. Licking it with his tongue.
So now that you have your crystals and your bowl of water ready, the meditation can begin.
Okay.
Begin by standing with your feet about hip distance apart and your knees slightly bent. Close your eyes and take a few slow, deep breaths.
Is this how you shoot a free throw also?
Dip your butt in the bowl. Pick up the quartz. with your butt.
See yourself surrounded by a golden bubble of protection. It is
Just a big
filled
bubble of pee. It's a
with
big,
golden white light.
Good.
so much gold.
Visualize the skies opening up above you and a column of golden shimmering light coming down and touching you on the top of your head.
I heard that R. Kelly was saying the same thing to that
Yeah,
14-year-old
yeah.
girl.
Tiny gold sparkles begin coming down the column of light.
I feel like this is how Donald Trump just designs all of his buildings.
Now say, please fill my body and energy field with any colors, geometries, tones, or other vibrations that would assist me to raise my vibration and attain wholeness and wellness. Wait until it feels complete.
I'm just gonna
Yeah,
just try flax. Just have some flax if you
I
want.
love how sexy this is.
it's hot.
I'm a dolphin.
Imagine it beginning to excite and energize all the water molecules in your body.
Oh, hell
You
yeah.
see that where it is entering the ocean, the water is beginning to glow. Each molecule is being filled with divine love energy and is being reborn into its most pure and pristine form.
This would also be a great monologue over a kick-in like electronic beat.
Oh yeah, wonderful. Yeah.
The glow begins to spread out in every direction. This healing energy is cleaning up the pollution. It is regenerating the entire ecosystem from the streams that feed the lakes to the rivers to the oceans all over the planet. Hold this image for a moment.
What? Which one?
The cleaning the thing with your brain.
Oh, I see.
Yes. Suddenly, you become aware that you are not the only person on the shore.
Who's there?
There are hundreds of thousands of people all over the planet that are also standing with their palms outstretched.
And they're laughing
sending-
at your small penis. They're laughing at you. They're all laughing at your small, weird-looking balls.
Now that all the humans are connected with you, send another beam of light out of your outstretched palm towards the ocean. This time, imagine it finding and energizing a whale or a dolphin. See it enter their heart and then spread throughout their body.
And then shoot at their ass.
Imagine them beginning to glow with the golden light of love.
Ah, nice.
Mm-hmm.
That's what all the ladies do with me, man. Post coitus.
Yeah, shit out their ass.
All the humans and all the cetaceans, that would be whales. If
Okay.
you don't know.
Cetaceans.
Yeah.
The study of whales is known as cephalogy.
Whoa. Interesting.
I've read Moby Dick.
Okay.
They are now one. The radiance of this light becomes so intense
They're all
that
just like one blob, one disgusting,
yeah,
like
yeah.
hammered together dolphin and whale blob.
Oh yeah.
Call it a dollop.
Okay.
If you've ever read Animal Man, it's like when Barnaby spews all those monkeys together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
The radiance of this light becomes so intense that the entire Earth is bathed in the golden light, and it begins to radiate out into the atmosphere around the planet. The light begins to pulse, and the Earth, the oceans, the cetaceans, and all of humanity are penetrated at the deepest level.
Marcus is really getting into this, everybody. You got to see him. You should have seen him pulsating right there. That was remarkable.
Feel what it's like to be one with the dolphins and whales. Feel the pulse of the golden light radiate.
I'm drowning.
to-
I'm a human after all.
Shut up, Ben. I want to be a dolphin. I want to be a whale.
Now that you have become one with the dolphins and whales, tell them anything you wish for them to know.
I
Then-
eat my boogers.
You know,
Can
I
you
don't,
keep a secret, dolphin? Sometimes I eat peanut butter when I'm in the bathroom.
That's
taking
very
a dookie.
can we get these humans out of here already? They got to stop doing that goddamn chant where they
They
come
are
to meet us.
creeping me every single time they come to
Disgusting.
tell me their fucking secret. It's always something
We
disgusting.
literally live in a large toilet covered in shit and salt.
Sometimes I wrap pantyhose around my fucking balls until they get numb, and then my dick comes
Is
blood.
Dennis Rader here with us now? Is everybody doing these?
I just
damn
need to say
meditations?
something to the dolphins and the fucking whales.
You know what, BTK? We're gonna ask you to leave. We're gonna have to ask you to leave. You're not a whale.
But after you've told the dolphins and the whales what you want them to know, ask the dolphins if they have a special message for you.
Yeah, so you just pin her down, and then they try to fight us first. No doubt.
Hey, buddy, can you get me a Domino's pizza? Because I'm not getting any fucking cell phone reception here. I mean, I got this phone,
It's a shell. It's a big conch shell. So if you could just
How'd you find out
give me
about Domino's Pizza?
Just don't even remember. Just even remember. I'm psychic. It's an energy grid thing. Just get me a.
Are you
a
Jewish?
meat lovers pizza, please. Yeah, have you met my wife?
Weird. She's just a big whale. Just a big. Nah, just kidding for her. It's the cutest little dolphin with the
I love
fattest
her.
whale wife. Yeah, I can tell. You must.
After you've asked the dolphin if they have a special message for you, wait for a few minutes in silence while you receive their message. It may come as a voice, an image,
Let's wait.
or
Can we wait for
an
it?
internal knowing.
Okay,
Let us wait.
Let's just wait. Do you hear anything from the dolphins yet?
I mean,
I know my stomach is a little upset from that sausage and cheese biscuit.
that's not
I
the
ate.
dolphin, though. That's a
I
sausage
thought that
and
was the
cheese
inner
biscuit.
knowing that they were talking
No,
about.
that's your bad heart and your stomach problems. Let's see.
You need to take your pills.
You need to take a pill, yeah. I got something from a whale.
What is it?
What?
Turns out whales love big black asses, man. Because I can't stop thinking about them, dude.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
Oh, yeah. This whale is putting some great imagery in my head right now.
He
It's not just
loves-
the porno I watched last
Wait,
night.
how did the whales answer you yet if you have not yet asked them?
Because I asked them internally.
No, we're gonna ask the. I think have to
Okay.
ask
Yeah,
the whale.
yeah,
Oh, now
we
we have
asked
to
the
ask the whale.
dolphins.
You know what,
Apparently,
guys?
maybe
I'm sorry
you
you caught me, and I this is not a podcast where we lie to each other. We're all friends, and I didn't get contacted by a whale, and I'm sorry that I made that up, and I'll never lie to our listeners or
We're
to
searching
you guys
for
again.
truth.
I know, and we start muddling up with lies. No one's gonna believe it when we actually tell the truth.
Now ask the whales if they have a special message for you. Wait for a few minutes in silence while you receive their message.
Still getting that black asses thing. So
Maybe it's true. maybe it's true. Maybe you're special. We don't know. Maybe
He said
the-
it's an inner knowing.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it could also be what you're looking at on your phone right now as
Sure.
we do the podcast.
Yeah.
now take a deep breath and open your eyes.
Thank God.
Smile, knowing you have made a difference.
Oh my God! You make
take-
more of a difference giving a penny to the Salvation Army. That's amazing.
Take your water and your crystal or stone and place it in a larger body of water. Feel free to photocopy and share this meditation with others.
Which I just don't understand. It's on a computer screen. What do you mean photocopy and share it with others?
Well, you have to print it out if you're gonna do
no, you
it.
don't. You just keep it on your fucking computer.
Yeah, how are you gonna meditate if you're staring at your computer screen all the time? Fucking Gmail's popping up and telling you have a new message.
Yeah, you got
You know,
to print
that's-
it out.
I don't
You
think
have
these
to print
people
it
are
out.
getting a lot of emails.
Not tons of emails from.
They're getting a lot of
pharmaceutical companies.
newsletters.
Yeah,
That's
a lot
true.
of
Yeah.
That is true.
No doubt
They're
about
getting a lot of updates.
Do we have time to get into Indigo Children?
Do we have time, Ben?
Yeah, we have a little bit of time. I mean,
I
let's
just want to get into the most obnoxious. This is the Indigo Children. This is this idea that there is a new race of beautiful, magical children that have been started getting born in 1980, and they are just perfect.
okay. So we're just changing gears entirely. Here.
Yes, these are things like the dolphins. The Indigo Children
Mm-hmm.
have an intricate, immediate understanding of the Earth's energy.
Ability
line.
of sonar?
No.
No. Okay.
Not that we know of.
Not that we know
because
of
they're
quite yet.
mysterious and they hold secrets.
Ah, yes.
But this is this idea of various aura readers was like talking about how they're starting to see this new color they had never seen. They started seeing indigo, and you found out it's just kids that are just too fucking precious
Mm-hmm.
for the world.
So, do these kids self?
They're the next race of
themselves as-
human being.
Do
Yes,
they
do.
self-define? As
We
indigo,
should
or
also-
do people say that they
When
are?
you go to the end of that website, go through some of the Facebook comments of people talking about them being indigo children.
And they're just precious.
well, they're
kids.
just so happy
Okay.
that they found it. Did you see the Facebook things?
Well, do you want to go through the behavioral patterns of indigos first so
Yes,
we can know?
definitely.
All right.
You just this is also because you may be an indigo child.
You might be.
You are
might not
part
know
of
it.
the saving grace of humankind. If you're listening to this podcast, I mean, you're already one of the elite.
Oh,
You
definitely.
You have exquisite taste.
Oh, yeah.
You love comedy. You love information. You love knowing how we will one day rule the world.
You pity us in
Sure,
many
there's
ways.
There's some of that.
There's
some of
that's
that.
in there,
Well, they are born feeling and knowing that they are special and should be revered. An indigo knows they belong here as they are and expect you to realize it as well. These children are more confident and have a higher sense of self-worth. Absolute authority, the kind with no choices, negotiation, or input from them does not sit well. The educational system is a good example. Some of the rules we so carefully followed as children seem silly to them, and they fight them. Rigid ritualistic systems are considered archaic to an indigo child. They feel everything should be given creative thought. They are insightful and often have a better idea of method than what has been in place for years. This makes them seem like system busters. Adults often view an indigo as antisocial unless they are with other indigos. Often they feel lost and misunderstood, which causes them to go within. The old control methods like, wait till your father gets home, have no effect on these children.
Not a bit.
The fulfillment
Unless their
of
father is Tom York from Radiohead. They listen to him.
Oh, absolutely, because he's,
Super indigo.
he's expanding.
The fulfillment of their personal needs is important to them, and they will let you know. Now, here is how
I don't know. I feel like I'm an indigo. I feel like I'm an indigo child. I love that.
You mean you're a little prick?
Yeah, basically every negative quality that I have was just described.
It's just describing like girls. You might as well
Pretty
just call
much.
the show "Girls Indigo Children" or call like it's like all of NYU's undergrad school.
Every hipster girl I've ever met, no doubt about that.
Here's how you know that your child is an indigo child. They are strong-willed, born in 1978 or later,
You're a
headstrong.
bad parent. Number 4, bad
Yes.
parent.
Yeah, creative with an artistic flair for music, jewelry making, and poetry, etc. Prone to addictions. That's you, Ben.
Oh yeah.
That's you,
and
buddy.
me. And me.
I'm pretty good with pottery too. A lot of people don't give me credit for that.
Your jewelry is quite beautiful. You bent metal rods.
Yeah. I mean, you can technically wear it though.
An old soul as if they're 13 going on 43. Intuitive or psychic, possibly with a history of seeing angels or deceased people. An isolationist, either through aggressive acting out or through fragile introversion. Independent and proud, even if they're constantly asking you for money. Possess a deep desire to help the world in a big way. Wavers between low self-esteem and grandiosity. Bores easily. Has probably been diagnosed as having ADD. Prone to insomnia, restless
I was
sleep.
diagnosed ADHD.
Yeah, or ADHD.
Super indigo.
Uh-huh. Has a history of depression or even suicidal thoughts or attempts.
Ben!
Every day.
Looks for real, deep, and lasting friendships, easily bonds with plants or animals. If you possess 14 or more of these traits, you are an indigo. If you only have 11 to 13, you're probably an indigo in training.
So fucking retarded.
And if you're
Right.
if you're an adult with these traits, you could be a light worker.
And here is this is from the woman who created the term indigo child, Nancy Ann Tapp. She lives in the, she has the fake career of telling people what colors their auras are.
Good.
And this is from her mouth. Usually each universal age is accompanied by a preponderance of people with that life color. For instance now, most adults are either blue or violet, the two colors with the attributes most needed in this violet age of transition. During the next age, the indigo age, indigo colors will be the norm. The indigo phenomenon has been recognized as one of the most exciting changes in human nature ever documented in society.
This makes me understand the judges during the Salem witch trials because I just want to like internally yell, burn her! Burn her! Burn this woman!
The indigo label describes the energy pattern of human behavior which exists in over 95% of the children born in the last 10 years. The phenomenon, you know those kids that fucking harass you on the train
Yeah,
when they
because
get
they
off
have
you?
terrible parents.
They're
and
indigo
very
children.
entitled. Yeah.
Yes.
They're the reason America's going to fail and we're loose to the Chinese and the Russians.
This phenomenon is happening globally, and eventually the indigos will replace all other colors.
It's not true.
As small children, indigos are easy to recognize by their unusually large, clear eyes. Extremely bright, precocious children with an amazing memory and strong desire to live instinctively. These children of the next millennium are sensitive, gifted souls with an evolved consciousness who have come here to help change the vibrations of our lives and create one land, one globe, and one species.
They're fat.
The NWO.
And
that's what that is.
NWO.
That's the fucking
Full-
New World Order.
Absolutely.
That's
Full
what
of
they're
indigo.
saying.
I agree.
That's
They're-
exactly what, we just fucking cracked it. That's it. And they're trying to
Indigo
reverse.
kids
They're
are creating
trying
the
to-
new NWO. They need to be stopped now. If you see an indigo kid,
Fucking shoot him in the head.
you suspect somebody being an indigo kid, talk
Lynch
to
him up on a rope.
Exactly. If he hangs and dies, he was not an indigo kid.
I got a feeling the indigos die real fucking easy.
Real easy. put them in. Yeah, I don't even.
Don't say put them in camps.
No.
No, like sleeping camps, like summer camps.
Put them in a room full of bees. That's what I say. Get them stung to death. They're fat. Their kids are dumb. They're fat. And they don't have their brains are worse now because they're all downloaded immediately. We had to remember phone numbers growing up, things like that. Kids are dumber than we.
Kids are pieces of shit now.
Terrible creatures.
Well, the thing is, the indigo children are starting to be born. Like, I mean, shit. What? 10 years before Henry?
Yeah.
Were you born in '88?
What?
87.
84.
84?
Yeah.
We're all old. We're all
Yeah, I'm
old
old.
men.
Ah. What do you know? You're a young soul.
Certainly not 13. I'm no indigo. I'm a black.
It's going to be bizarre when you're
Black
63 going on 12. May I have more muffins?
I'll tell you this: in these Facebook comments down there, indigo children really really like to say "lol."
Yeah, do you read the top one of that one
Yeah.
fucking fat dumbass at the very top?
Had a doctor friend who was interested in us indigos. So is Chad Huffman 40
Yeah.
years old? Yeah.
Chad Hoffman at 40. Oh, all right. Good job, Chad Hoffman.
So I thought I would get on here and print her something off since it's so hard to explain. And I must admit, I became more interested in the comments people had to make. Oh, wait, that's comments spelled wrong. Comments. One person said he studied the whole DNA thing, and I have to agree. There's nothing that's going to show a specific DNA change in one particular group of people, but I'm proof there's a new form human coming on this planet. Indigo children have no concept of capitalization, punctuation.
They don't need it. They don't
Or
need
grammar.
any of this. Just they
It
don't need
doesn't
to
matter.
wait till dad comes home.
Because they're ADHD or ADD and they didn't listen in class. And sometimes you have to understand,
but
just
when
a
you're not
few little
listening, you're
things.
more important. That's what I
You're
learned.
dumb.
I didn't listen either. I didn't do any work, and I passed all the tests. I'm great.
Yeah, me
I'm an
too.
indigo child.
Right. I'm sure you picked up a couple of key punctuation marks, though.
You read a very good email.
I do.
Solid email.
I mean, no capitalization on anything, but...
Well, that's just to keep it fucking casual.
Sad, yeah.
yeah.
Why is the first letter in this word more important than the second or the third or the fourth letter in this word?
Thank you, E.E. Cummings.
Thank you.
Well, it has nothing to do with our DNA, he says.
No,
It has to do with what has come instilled in our hearts. One thing that scares me,
The real
though,
stuff.
Because
how
your father
it's-
worked too much. Whenever he saw you, he just gave you whatever you wanted.
and this is...
That's what happened. That's all this is. This is awful.
One thing that scares me, though, is how it seems it's cool to be an indigo. It's one thing to find out and feel happiness to find out it's possible that you're an indigo child. But if you think it's cool, then you're no more an indigo child than you are a yellow child. I think that's racist.
I think that is racist. That's just straight up racism.
Trust
What are you calling yellow?
Now you're making it more racist. That's good.
It's not such a fun thing. Can you imagine being so hypersensitive and intuitive that you literally can't watch the news or read a newspaper because you can't stomach all the negativity
Read.
or watch what humans...
You can't read.
You can't read. Or watch what humans are doing to each other or have a hard time going into public because you can feel what's going on in everyone's heads. And trust me, it's not good most of the time.
Can we just get back to dolphin rape? I hate the indigo kids. I hate everything about this conversation.
Don't get me wrong, it's a wonderful gift, but to truly be a true indigo translates into how to truly understand how much pain there is on the planet and what we have to do to
understand
change it all. It's one thing to have the
Shut up,
traits of an
Chad.
indigo and another thing to be one, but it's not ice cream and lollipops.
I'm gonna punch
It's
this guy in the fucking
It's a
face.
disturbing privilege. What is the use of these people?
There is none. There is no
like,
use.
what is it? I think
We need to fight an active. They want
I
to bring
know.
about the NWO. These are the type of people that are the foot soldiers for the NWO. All right, they're watching the Mindy Culling project on television. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing.
I
They're
know
out
it.
there.
I know it.
What's the name of that show?
The Mindy Project.
They're watching that show.
I know it.
They're watching Jay Leno.
They love
They're
it.
giving him ratings.
They love it.
chose Seth Meyers to be the new late night host.
No, we
That's
need
what they
to
want.
eradicate indigo children.
The indigo
and
children are the
people
problem.
from the world. I totally agree with you, and they're the first. It's the first war that needs to be fought in the global coming war with the reptilian and NWO overlords. We got to start.
I'm starting
You
to
know.
think that these reptilians know what's going on.
They
And
definitely do.
They
That's why
want
they
to
created
destroy
these stupid little indigo people. They plant these little dumb seeds.
So
in their
you
head.
were saying that indigo people are disinformation made flesh.
Yes.
The indigo people
All
are
right.
pawns used by the reptilian overlords that are going to be just basically meat
And
that we're going to have to
softening the
saw through
message.
to get to the actual people in power.
They're softening the NWO message.
awful.
Okay, I got it.
Pathetic. All right, everybody. Well, we got to well, thank you so much for listening. Hail Gain.
I'll gain.
I'll Satan.
Hail Satan.
Hail
thank you
Satan.
to Corey Griffin.
Oh,
Yeah.
Corey
For
Griffin
coming
was-
out to my roast,
that
which was so
very
sweet.
nice.
It was so nice to see.
Indeed. Hail Satan. Hail yourselves, everybody. We'll talk to you soon.
Hail! Magustalations.
Meg
Oh, yeah,
Gustalations.
Magustalations.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Your latest tweet was about urinating on the future president.
I will do it. I will piss in his mouth like those clowns in the carnival. Like, you know how those clowns in the carnival, you would like shoot piss in their mouth till a balloon pops out of the back of their head?
You know, I never fantasized it as urine. I always sort of thought it was more of a water type thing.
You never thought of that as piss.
No!
You're a moron. I think you're the dumb one.
It could be true. Are we good to go, Marcus? All right, welcome to the show, everyone. I am Ben Kissel with Marcus Parks, of course, and in beautiful Los Angeles.
All I want to do is get a real clown, get him down on his fucking knees, right? Spray piss in his mouth till his brain explodes, and then I'll get all the tickets.
Well, that's kind of a strange carnival game. Maybe in hell. Maybe that would be a good episode of Your Pretty Face is Going to Hell.
I would be laughing. That's not hell. That's so much fun. Getting to kill the fucking a clown, technically like a talentless person, or someone with the initials DT blown out his brains with just the force of my powerful piss stream.
I guess one person's hell is another person's heaven. Isn't that how it works? Well, speaking of hell, we're going to talk about one of the most hellacious crimes in the history of humanity.
Oh.
Jack the Ripper.
Oh, yes. Now, before we get started, I'd like to thank the good people at the Jack the Ripper Museum in London for providing me with some of the main source material for this series, including the books Capturing Jack the Ripper by Neil Bell and The Jack the Ripper Files by Richard Jones.
But capturing Jack the Ripper, shouldn't that just be like one sentence being like, we didn't?
We didn't get it.
Can you call it capturing? I don't know.
Yeah, well, attempting to capture Jack the Ripper doesn't have the same ring to it.
That's true.
We almost captured Jack the Ripper 140 years ago by Neil Bell.
Good book.
Now, despite what the papers say, the museum is staffed by extremely friendly individuals that are very knowledgeable historians, and I would recommend it to anyone visiting or living in London.
Cool.
What are you talking about? What slanderous papers have been written about the Jack the Ripper Museum?
There was quite a bit of controversy about Jack the Ripper Museum as the architect for the museum was told, or he said he was told that he was building a women's museum. He said he was told by the people that he was building a women's museum that was celebrating the life of women in the East End in the 1880s. And then when the curtain dropped on opening day, Jack the Ripper Museum.
Wait, hold on. So he told the public he was building a women's museum.
No, the people who were building the museum told the architect that it was a women's museum. And then when the curtain dropped, it's like Jack the Ripper was like, oh yeah, there are women in it.
This is how every architect in World War II Germany felt when they're like, they said it was a hotel.
Literally 5 dead women that were ripped by a psychopath. I'm going to do the same thing when I go to a pitch meeting at ABC. I'm going to be like, it's about 2 girls. They're struggling in New York City. They're going out, they're finding themselves in their sexuality and how difficult it is to be single. And then when I send them the pilot, it'll be Jack the Ripper, gutted like fish, which is inappropriate.
Well, I will say that the museum does actually do a pretty good job of painting a portrait of what life was like for women, and particularly ladies of the night in 1888 in Whitechapel. Batgirl? Lady of the Night.
Ladies of the Night?
By the way, we do have to say the term prostitute will be used in this episode. I will also say sex worker, but I think officially the best term is ladies of the night.
Ladies of the Night, yes. So
yeah, I like to say friendly women.
That's very true also.
Now, let's get to Jack the Ripper.
I'm trying to think of music from the 1880s, and I don't know. To me, that's what I imagine it sounds like.
Yeah, if he would have worn bells and had horns, they would have caught him.
I would have had that.
Yes.
No, the Jack the Ripper murders occurred between August 31st and November 9th in the district of Whitechapel in the city of London in 1888. Now, what many don't know is that the Ripper murders are only 5 in a series of 11 that stretch from 1888 till 1891. And while we will be addressing some of those, we will be focusing on what is known as the Canonical Five: Mary Nichols, Annie Chapman, Kate Eddowes, Elizabeth Stride, and, of course, Mary Kelly. Now, we're going to say this right off. We are not what you would call classical ripperologists, because there is an entire subsection of true crime aficionados that do refer to themselves as ripperologists.
Wait, hold on.
I'm going to say this as a person who is a UFO expert. I think that there is only one classification in the world of horror nerddom that is less useful than UFO knowledge than being a ripperologist.
UFO. That's what I'm just saying. Ripperologist also sounds like the name of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre family. You get the feeling they called themselves ripperologists.
See, the ripperologist also sounds like a new fucking hipster like barber where you go and they just take out your nose hairs and your ear hairs.
I desperately need to go there.
No, but we never caught him. Nobody knows who he was. Nope. All of the evidence is fucking 150 years old. And what you wrote here, the conclusions that you even come to with Jack the Ripper just depend on what source material you believe is correct.
Yeah. I've found dozens of contradictions and inconsistencies while working this. Some people trust the police more, while others tend to side with the newspapers at the time. I mean,
fake news.
The fact is that you can read whatever you want into the Ripper murders. Now,
which is why they have hung around for so long, and why people are so obsessed with them, because it's fun. You get a bunch of useless people to get together, and they can write thousands of pages.
Well, I mean, everyone kind of gets to choose their own adventure, find out who they want to be the killer, and things like that.
Yeah, you can pin anything you want onto Jack the Ripper. Now, what we're trying to do with this episode, or this series of episodes, is to really give you a feel for the people of Whitechapel, the place where they lived and died, and just how we got to where we are today with how we view the Ripper murders. Now, there will undoubtedly be mistakes and inaccuracies in the next few episodes.
What a fool speaks. That's what I say when I hear Marcus say inaccuracies and mistakes. You're talking about you flip them around. Again, colorful truths.
Yeah, what is truth, you know?
No, we're not historians, and we've done our best with all of this, but we ask you to bear with us as we enter the district of Whitechapel in the year 1888.
Put a clothespin on your nose, because these people only take baths every 6 months.
I'm technically the cleanest one in town. I had a bath 5 months ago.
It's a witch! Where's the witch?
I knew it wasn't good to be clean here.
Now, simply put, Whitechapel was the biggest hellhole in all of England. Now, simply put, Whitechapel was the biggest hellhole in all of England, not to mention London. It had the highest death rates, the lowest life expectancy, and it was the most densely populated and most crime-ridden area in the entire country. And
you could get a really cheap apartment.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, yeah.
Now, of the almost 500,000 people who lived in the East End, 76,000 lived in the square mile where Jack the Ripper operated. And thousands of those residents were classified as homeless, and 1 out of 4 children died before the age of 5.
And decreased the surplus population.
Yeah, that is a crazy high number. 76,000 in 1 square mile?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Now
it's kind of like how they described the tenement areas of New York City in the 1920s. Like once we really opened the immigration to early New York, like down in what is now the Village, all that place was crazy. Just people living on top of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, because we here in the States were coming into our own in the 1800s, Britain wasn't quite the economic powerhouse that it once was, and the people at the bottom were getting the brunt of it as usual. But even though they were in an economic slump, Britain was still doing pretty good. Now, what you got to understand is that there were 2 Londons, West and East. The West End at one point had been where many working class people had lived. But in the 1800s, much of the working class housing was demolished to make way for office buildings and such. And so all of those working class people were shoveled into the East End where all the factories were.
And all those Cockney yoga shops.
Oh, yeah. I love Cockney yoga.
You gotta take the nuts and you gotta ram them up inside your nose. There you got it there, Gabriel. Let me put some of the small of your back. Breathe through it, you fucking ape. Breathe through it, you fucking fat ape.
Now, besides factories, the East End was chock full of slaughterhouses, which was a bit of a problem when the Ripper murders began, as there were dudes constantly walking around covered in blood, carrying big bags of knives.
This is a perfect storm for somebody who wants to become Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
Same thing as we talked about at the beginning for H.H. Holmes, right? Would say the idea of like a lot of people just out on their own, searching for a future. We're going to see a lot, as we've seen in a lot of serial killer cases, about how the location itself, the setting for the murder, create these perfect stews,
And
perfect
actually,
soups.
It does sound like people covered in blood, holding a corpse. It sounds a lot like Chicago now. So isn't that exciting?
Yeah.
And also, I can see Marcus just smiling, just imagining the pure freedom of being able to walk around with big bags of severed meat and blood-covered knives all day, just grinning and whistling.
Yeah.
Because that's his job now.
Right. And unemployment records being so high, if you saw someone with a bag of meat covered in blood, he's successful. He's got a job. He's bona fide.
Now, if you didn't work in a slaughterhouse, you might work in one of the many sweatshops in Whitechapel making boots or cabinets. But the hours and conditions were of the standard sweatshop variety, and job security was non-existent, as there were throngs of people just waiting to take your place if you fucked up or complained in the least bit.
And they only made boots and cabinets.
I think that's all they had.
Or you might work at the docks, but that was all dependent on if you could get an employment ticket from the foreman first thing in the morning, and that was dependent on if you could win the daily brawls that occurred every morning trying to procure one of those tickets.
Wow. So
Now, do you think that those guys ever sat in a group of four and said, like, hey, which one of us is the Carrie and which one of us is the Samantha?
sort of a Sex in the City thing. Yes.
And not only were people being pushed in from the West End, but people from all over England were showing up looking for work as their jobs had been decimated from the mechanization of agriculture and textile industries. And go ahead to add to that the influx of Irish immigrants who arrived in the 1840s after the Great Potato Famines. And then you mix in the Jews who are arriving from Eastern Europe to escape widespread pogroms.
So the Jewish individuals, of course.
Yes, the Jewish individuals.
Yes, no
Thank
problem.
you. Yes, Jewish individuals.
Ladies of the night.
Can I ask you, the ladies of friendly women?
Yes.
I wanted to ask a question that I've always wanted to ask, and maybe it will prove me to seem ignorant. During the potato famines, was it that they, and this is a question, did they run out of potatoes and that was the only thing that they ate? Or that they had nothing else to eat but potatoes?
The potatoes?
And then they were all on the no-carb diet?
What happened was the potatoes, they ran out of basically all the food except for the potatoes, and then the potatoes, they got sick. Yes.
Yeah, so it was a potato famine because they ate nothing but potatoes.
And then the
I
potatoes
eat almost nothing, but for a long time I ate nothing but potatoes, and I just got big and fat and swollen.
We got those good GMO potatoes. They never go
Yeah.
bad.
Science.
Now, the thing is about Whitechapel is that there were worse places inside an already terrible district. The worst area in Whitechapel was dubbed the Evil Quarter Mile.
Not even trying to hide it.
Yeah, but the realtor just called it up Williamsburg. It's just, I mean, how do you sell real estate in a place like this?
North, Williamsburg. It's incredible. All you need to take is 9 hours worth of flights to get to Manhattan.
People would pile 20 deep into a single house. Entire families would share one room, and every once in a while, that room would sublet a corner to a complete stranger. They were subletting corners in rooms that were already filled with entire families.
Do you just chalk it out? How do you, I mean, what?
I would, you know what? I'd say I dare them to last a fortnight with the Zabrowski family renting just a corner of our home.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that would be disturbing to say the least.
But the most common place to stay in the Evil Quarter Mile was where many of Jack the Ripper's victims slept each night, the common lodging houses. Now, in total, these places housed an estimated 6,000 residents, and the majority of the single beds were known as 4-penny coffins, so named because they cost 4 pennies and they were shaped like coffins.
You know,
humor is supposed to be an escape from the darkness.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, humor's supposed to be a thing to make you feel better. Because at this time, you imagine you'd have like a couple of Jimmy Fallon types wearing a fucking jester's hat and walking around talking about how they could suck their own dick, and everyone was laughing at them. What I do like is the fact that they have these 4-penny coffins, and they laugh about that. That's like a joke to help alleviate how they're just mashed into each other's pubic hair all day.
And that's a good bed. I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I mean, because we were different, because we're essentially goth people, and I also want to live like Vincent Price and like lay down in like, yes, here's when I will retire eternally. But I don't think it's like that. It's not Elvira Coffin.
It's not. I was thinking of is it Lawrence Hutton from Once Bitten, the Jim Carrey feature? Yeah. Yes. I always wanted to be like her.
No, if you didn't have money for a 4-penny coffin, you could rent a 2-penny rope. And those were half hammocks made out of strips of coarse sacking.
For some reason, I feel like everything is death-themed. I don't know if that's very appealing.
It was a bleak place.
I guess
and
so.
if you didn't have money for the 2-penny rope, there was the penny sit-up.
But you know, when it comes down to it, why are you paying a penny just to sit someplace?
Because it was inside.
Oh my God!
Yeah, there was the penny setup was a spot on a long wooden pew in which you would either sleep upright or just slump.
Well, if you can learn that trade or trait, that's actually really good for future office work. If you can learn to sleep upright, you can breeze through a day.
Yeah, you just got to paint ping pong balls and tape them in the front of your eyeballs so it looks like you're awake during a meeting.
And always shocked.
But what a good job to be the guy that rents out the pews, because really all you need is a slapping stick, right? Because that's all you got to do. You got make way. Like to the next thing, be like, oh, you can squeeze a little bit. Oh, you two could get on top of each other, right? Yeah, a bit of a glyph. Right, glyph is what we call when two men give each other a bit of a snob. A snob is what we call when two people give each other a bit of a wreck. And a wreck is what we call when two people give something what I have heard is called affection.
We think of the English as such a proper people, but in reality, it was a filthy bunch.
No, we think of the upper, like when we think of the English, we think of upper class putting the pinky out when they drink their tea. That's who we think of with the proper English.
Well, and these are the people who would be the first on the boats to come over to America, right?
Yeah. Now, if you didn't have a penny, like literally, if you did not have 1 penny, there were always the streets, the churchyards, the graveyards, or most popularly, the parks. Now, Jack London wrote about one of these parks in his book, The People of the Abyss. His focus was on Spitalfields in a place called Itchy Park.
Yikes.
Itchy Park?
In Spitalfields.
Well, I don't know if they had crystal meth back then, but if they did, you could get it at Itchy Park.
No, he said that it was, quote,
a welter of rags and filth, of all manner of loathsome skin diseases, open sores, bruises, grossness, indecency, leering monstrosities, and bestial faces. I did nothing to help them.
Yeah, with his top hat and a cane, stepping on people's eyeballs.
Oh, no, this is Jack London. Jack London was an American. He's a beautiful writer.
Oh, no, I know he's a beautiful writer, but he had a little bit of money.
He could have done anything. He could have at least blasted them with the hose. I know that that's obviously seen as a way to break up civil unrest, but at that time, that would have helped.
Well, we don't know what we don't know what information they have. Let's find out. Get them wet.
And so, as bad as the lodging houses were, they at least weren't Itchy Park in Spitalfields. But if one wanted a place to actually lay down, you needed 4 pennies. And it just so happened that 4 pennies was the going rate for street prostitution in Whitechapel in 1888.
Huh. Now, Kissel, if you were truly alone and you had to choose between a bed and sex,
a coffin bed,
what would you choose?
For 4 pennies, the exact same thing. You get to lie with a person or without a person, and one is in a coffin and the other was with a person and not in a coffin. The person. Every time. I mean, I'm thinking here, if you are a woman, what's the incentive? What job do you get? The factory work, obviously you're not going to be working at the docks. You don't want to work in the meat factories. Being a woman of leisure in the evening would be the only other alternative. What else were they supposed to do?
They were not of leisure. You know what it was is that I just feel I'm almost jealous of them because they really got to express their sexuality. I think that it was good that they could own it. They worked it, they grinded till they owned it.
Yeah, but
and I think it's big. I think it was big during that time period.
they weren't up there like, popping their pee, which is a popular term nowadays.
Popping their pee?
For vagina. They pop it. They pop it up like that.
I thought popping your pee was something like if I hit a hard speed bump while I'm looking for parking and I piss my pants.
Yep, pop the pee.
No, this was not glamorous prostitution.
No,
this was not owning your body. This was survival, plain and simple.
Deadwood prostitution.
A family's literal survival might depend on a mother, wife, or daughter prostituting herself. But other women,
queen.
but other women had turned to prostitution as a way to pay for their drinking habits, which was the only tiny escape they had from the crushing brutality of their daily lives.
And we can all agree the drinking would probably taste something similar to what we would lick off a bar floor now.
No, it was beer.
Yes.
They were big beer
But it wasn't
ladies.
very good beer.
No, I mean, it was penny pints.
This is my question, Marcus. I was actually thinking about this the other day. Do you think that the booze in that time period was stronger or weaker than it is now? Because I feel like a lot of times they were trying to make booze faster, so the booze wasn't as strong.
Well, it was
Because if you watch Deadwood and they're just doing shots all day long, I
Right.
feel like they're not hammered. They're not they're not getting a white girl drunk all day. They're literally it's just a weaker form of booze.
Well, it
Or
was
am I wrong?
Well, it was a lot easier to water down beer and liquor back then because, it didn't come in sealed bottles or in those big metal kegs. It came in just glass bottles and wooden kegs. No one knew if it had been opened up. No one cared if it had been opened up. So it was very possible. Some places like watered down beer, watered down liquor, that was a definite possibility.
I could see myself liking this place. I don't know. I would be a big butcher, get your drink on at night. That could be kind of fun.
No,
You could have definitely been a guy who pushes people over on the bench or throws drunk guys out of bars and stuff. You would have been a giant.
Oh, never mind. They would have quartered me in the town square. They would have tied 4 horses to me and murdered me.
Actually, if you look at the average height of someone in Whitechapel at this time, you would have been 1.5 feet taller than everyone.
Than the average.
Yeah. It was so much that one of the victims, she was 5'5", and they called her Long Liz.
Long Liz. They said she was the tallest woman they'd ever seen.
I would be alone, that's for sure.
Now, the number put forth by the Metropolitan Police during the time of the Jack the Ripper murders of just street prostitutes, not even counting those in the brothels, was about 1,200. And almost all of them did their business in the back alleyways and secluded backyards of Whitechapel. They weren't bringing guys back to their apartments. They weren't bringing guys back to anywhere inside. They were doing everything outside on the street.
And how long would one of these interactions last?
Couple of minutes.
Come on, Gustavo.
I don't know.
Honestly, when it comes down to it, these guys aren't looking for the clitoris. They're not lighting candles and slowly nibbling their way up from the ankles up to the butt cheeks. They're going Nelly, I thought it would be longer outside. I thought I'd last longer if we would do it outside, knowing I got a bunch of blokes watching me do it. But I'm just as fast. And for that, I give myself a handshake.
Oh, what a time.
Yeah, and that number of street prostitutes was considerably higher than it was in the winter of 1887 when a rich muckety-muck led a moralistic campaign that led to the closure of 200 East End brothels.
So they couldn't even have sex inside. They're literally doing it on the street. When we say street prostitutes, they literally go into alleys and they go like zip zap, zop, and then they're done. And this made very dangerous for women.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Because that guy, he felt like it was a moralistic victory that because he closed the brothels, that there would be,
they have
no
to go
more
screw in the woods.
Yeah, there would just be no more prostitution. Boy, because he was thinking if they're gonna do it, if they don't have anywhere to do it inside, they're not gonna do it at all. But he was very wrong. All this did was make women easier prey, not just for the Ripper, but for unsavory characters of all kinds.
No kidding.
There were gangs that made their living robbing prostitutes. There were pimps, known then as bullies, which is where the name comes from. That's where the word bully comes from. Used to be an old name for a pimp. They would extort them for protection. And then there were the men who just refused to pay for their services and would instead beat up the prostitutes in dark alleyways. And then there were, of course, other prostitutes who were always ready to literally fight for their territory.
Good.
Now, one might ask why a woman would risk all this just for the sake of a little cash, but the answer is very simple. A woman can make more money in one night as a prostitute than she could in an entire week in a sweatshop.
And
now imagine what a sweatshop at this time period is like. If you now have heard what the apartment buildings are like in this time period, not sweatshops. Now I imagine working for a week at a sweatshop in 1880s London is fucking horrifying.
Oh, yeah.
And the idea is that you could be free, be your own boss for the most part, and basically what you have to do is endure a little bit of pure horrible danger, and you can live a much freer life. And there's some stories of women that used it to sort of like create their own brothels or move forward or get out of Whitechapel. But then a lot of times the booze, because life was so crushingly fucking terrible all the time, would just ruin these people's lives.
I mean, I used to complain about working at Taco Bell and or at Pizza Hut. I never worked at Papa John's. I thank God. But, you know, I mean, this is really horrific stuff here. And this is before labor laws and everything like that.
Oh, God.
I complain about being a professional comedian.
Yeah.
See, these women that were doing all the street work, they were known as, quote, unfortunates. And every night they depended on the darkness of Whitechapel to do their business. And that is one of the most important things to know about Whitechapel. It was dark. See, there is a common misconception that these murders were carried out, quote, by the gaslight. That's always what we hear about the Victorian times, is that anytime there was a crime, anytime something happened at night, it was always by the gaslight. In reality, the gaslight was over on the West End. Whitechapel had almost no streetlights whatsoever at night.
Well, you know, as I listened to this, I used to have this idea of Jack the Ripper sort of killing more of an aristocratic bunch. You know, you always they make him look much more upper class than apparently he was, and his victims in a lot of ways.
Well, it's mostly because of the rumors that spread over who he was, his secret identity for many years. A lot of times they talk to this concept of Gentleman Jack, like somebody who came from the West End to the East End to do his fucking sordid bullshit and then destroy the evidence and then come back. That's kind of that's a common idea of who Jack the Ripper is,
right?
Which I think is interesting when you look at this just psychically, right? West End has lights. Theater is becoming huge there. That is where all the aristocracy are. That's where they hang out, do stuff. They move to the East End, which is literally physically black. What we talk about when we comes to a lot of times with weird psychological symbols when it comes to serial killers, like the idea of like, you know, when Ed Gein would keep his mom's house perfect, his mom's room like perfectly done, and how John Wayne Gacy would have to go down into the basement to do his fucking deeds, and that he buried them below his house. It's like psychically he's also hiding them. It's kind of interesting how like this is such a beginning to that idea of the serial killer psychology, the symbolism, where it's like you literally go from light to dark. The place is literally a labyrinth of dark alleyways and side streets where all of these weird crimes that would happen, that kind of really started the wave of sexual serial killers and the fascination about them.
Electricity has saved millions and millions of lives in many ways. But to be fair to John Wayne Gacy, you can't go and bury them on top of your house. You know, you can't staple it. They can't be shingles. You know?
Unless you fucking staple some antlers to them. Get a fat dude in a sled. It's my new fun reindeer display.
But John, Mr. Gacy, it's July. It's why
I celebrate all the year. You ever seen Scrooge? I watched that movie Scrooge, and it said, "Keep Christmas in your heart every day of the year." Why does it just have to be one day?
Why do they look like boys?
Oh, they are boys.
Oh.
Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by Hunt a Killer. Of course, you've heard of Hunt a Killer by now. They've been featured everywhere. BuzzFeed's must-haves, Fast Company, and it's because they're building this cult-like community of hunters around an interactive investigation of a killer story. Hunt a Killer is a membership that delivers a package each month narrated by their serial killer, who sends physical items and correspondence that has to be decoded, deciphered, and investigated. It's a fictional world created just for true crime nerds. You actually live inside their story. And if investigating isn't your thing, you probably know someone who would love this as a gift, because of course, who wouldn't want to get a gift from a serial killer? And to help support our show, they've offered a 10% discount to our listeners, which is tracked to this message. Use the code LEFT and get 10% off. That's LEFT. 10% off. Hunt a Killer. Now back to the show. Now, as I said, the Jack the Ripper murders all occurred in an area that was just a hair over 1 square mile. The 5 canonical murders were only a few of the 11 murders historically known as the Whitechapel murders. These murders actually began before the death of Mary Nichols, the first official Ripper victim. They began with the brutal beating and assault of Emma Smith, a prostitute who was killed by a gang of 3 men on Brick Lane in an extortion attempt. And now, while it is almost certain that the murder of Emma Smith had nothing to do with Jack the Ripper, there is the possibility that the next murder, that of Martha Tabram, may have been Jack's actual first victim. Now, a few months after the death of Emma Smith, the body of Martha Tabram, a middle-aged prostitute, was found in a pool of blood on the first floor landing of a tenement building in George Yard. The only thing anyone heard was a stark cry of murder! Whoa. In the middle of the night, but as cries of murder were as common as the tweeting of birds in Whitechapel, nobody paid it any attention.
So people just randomly were just screaming. If you saw a body, you'd just be like, murder, and keep on moving?
It was usually if someone was trying to murder you, you'd yell, murder, murder, murder.
Oh, I see.
That's why you got to scream, free popcorn.
Yes, and then everyone comes to your help, to your assistant, to assist you.
Now, when Martha's body was found, it was discovered that she had been stabbed 39 times from her throat down to her lower abdomen. Now, this isn't exactly the Jack the Ripper MO, as she had been stabbed as opposed to ripped, but this does fall in line with serial killer behavior. Now, we know that many serial killers experiment before they finally settle on their favorite method of killing. Gacy stabbed his first victim, but moved to strangulation once he got a taste for it. And like Gacy, the first kill of a serial killer is a lot of times an impulsive act where the killer loses control and finds that once he's actually gone through with his desires, he likes it and wants more.
And if you look at the psychology between, but obviously the psychology behind the other Jack the Ripper victims is that when someone kills a body and has a body and does the sort of mutilations that they do to a body, number one, they're getting some sort of weird sexual thrill out of it, which kind of comes from the rush of starting to just stab somebody and discovering what it means to you. Like if you have someone who's fantasized about it and then finally got to do it, and then it's going like and then you just start stabbing you like crazy. This is obviously some sort of intense, rage-filled sexual crime, which also goes through that theme runs through the rest of his murders.
And it would be pretty horrifying to escalate from here. 39 stab wounds to the torso and neck. It's like I guess you can only go more violent than that if this is your first kill.
Yeah, now it could be that Martha Tabram was the Ripper's first loss of control, as the first canonical victim would be found only 3 weeks later. However, it must be said that there is ample evidence from the coroner's report that there were 2 different weapons used in the attack and that the wounds suggest that some were done by a right-handed man while the rest were done with a lefty. Now, while some will argue with me on this, all reliable evidence said that the Ripper worked alone. So, it is fairly safe to say that Martha Tabram was not a victim of Jack the Ripper, because they think that it was possibly done by 2 men. Either way, Whitechapel was already on edge in the autumn of 1888.
I'm going to say this right now, though. If you do email to argue with dog meat, just fucking pause for a second at the end of the email. Think about what the fight is you're trying to do. It's 150 years ago. Go for a walk in a park. You know what I mean? Like, if you're about to hit send on the email, just hold on a second before you decide to really go into the true evidence of the autopsy reports that are 150 years old. I just want you to just go find a dog. Go to a Petco and pet the dog.
But we always appreciate the feedback.
Of course. Now, at the time, these were the most brutal and bloody murders that the East End had ever seen. That is, until the body of Mary Ann Nichols was found on August 31st, 1888. Mary Nichols was a 43-year-old prostitute, 5'2", with gray eyes, graying hair, and missing 4 of her front teeth, 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom. She had married in 1864 and had birthed 5 children, but her rampant alcoholism, like with many of the other Ripper's victims, had driven her family away. On the night...
God, what a good way to get rid of your family.
You just drink them away?
You get to have a good time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get to party till you don't have a family anymore.
Yeah, I think that's what all alcoholics say. In no way are they shells of human beings that feel totally shattered by their reality. They're thrilled to be alone all the time.
Yeah, after her family left her, it was 6 years of prostitution and alcoholism for Mary Nichols. Now, on the
man, it's like Hotel California, man.
Just living the dream.
Now, on the night of her murder, Mary Nichols was drunk and looking for 4 pence to pay for a night at the Common House. She ran into her friend Ellen at around 2:30 a.m. and told her that she had made her 4 pence twice over that night, but had spent it on drink at a pub called the Frying Pan.
Ooh, that's
Don't brag about that, ladies.
That's cool.
You know, when it comes down to it, if you have drank your hotel money down, it's not a fun story. I don't think Ellen was happy to hear it. I think Ellen was like, I gotta say, Mary, you're depressing the fuck out of me because I even know you need to have a bed. It's like a big thing to be inside.
I don't know, man. Frying Pan sounds like a great place to get trashed.
It does.
Now, Ellen tried to get Mary to come back with her to the lodging house, but Mary was adamant that she could still make her money and pointed to her jolly bonnet, as she called it, as proof that she was up to the task.
And I'm not victim blaming whatsoever, but the conversation was like, I'll do it. I'm still going to do it. So you can.
I'm going to do it.
I'm doing it.
You tell me I can't do it? I'm also going to say this. I've never chose to sleep with a woman because of her hat.
But this is, strange London.
Now, sometime between Mary's meeting with Ellen and 3:30 a.m., that's about an hour, Mary met up with the man that we have come to know as Jack the Ripper. He took her through a dark gateway in Bucks Row to a thoroughfare lined on one side by 2-story houses and the other by warehouses. There, the killer pulled out a knife and quickly slashed Mary's throat from left to right, severing her windpipe before she had the opportunity to let out a single sound. She fell to the ground and died almost instantly. The Ripper laid her on her back and cut the neck again, this time severing her spinal cord. He then moved down and jaggedly cut open her stomach from the bottom of the ribs on the right side down to underneath the pelvis. He then stabbed her twice in the pubic area and ran away, possibly chased away by the sound of the man who discovered the body, a carriage man named Charles Cross.
So now there was no sexual intent here. He just wanted to murder?
Well, there was.
It definitely was. When you look at the nature of that crime, when you're playing with the guts like that, when you're doing that, when you're dismembering the body, it is about. There is a sexual release. Obviously.
So you think that he had one?
Possibly.
I imagine he came as Britchers, yes. But I did watch a documentary called The Secret Identity of Jack the Ripper with Peter Ustinov, where he got like a panel of guys from FBI together, and it was like, this was made in 1988 on the 100-year anniversary. A bunch of docs came out in 1988 because it was the 100-year anniversary, and Peter Ustinov had this guy from the FBI. Now, Peter Ustinov is a big, fat, flabby-faced British actor who's like, we will get to the bottom of this mystery at the end of this 1-hour documentary. No, of course they don't.
They did not. Okay.
But the guy that they had, the FBI group, when they described this crime, he was just like, no, tell me, a director of happenstance, tell me, how does one kill someone so silently? And he's like, well, I'll tell you how you do it. And he grabbed the mannequin and started going like, well, you got to cut the throat like this, cut the throat like this, and then you put her down, and he was so fat and just sweating all over this mannequin, going, you gotta give it a quick slash here, give a slash here, and then Peter Ustinov, it's like he gets up and he stands. It's very awkward because it's British television. They don't understand to edit it to be snappy. And then Peter Ustinov, it's like a beat, and he's like, thank you.
We don't know if he finished did he climax though, the FBI guy?
I think he came as Britchers.
Okay, I don't know.
Today's other sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left, again, probably shouldn't be, but still is, adamandeve.com. If you've resolved to spice things up in your bedroom in the new year, then you're in luck, because now, for a limited time, you can get 50% off just about any item on adamandeve.com when you use the offer code LEFT at checkout. And plus, as you know, after you've received 50% off almost any item of your choosing, you'll also receive 3 adult DVDs as well as a surprise mystery gift. All that's completely free, and to top it all off, you'll receive free shipping on your entire order as well. So give your love life a refresh in 2017 and head over to adamandeve.com and use the code LEFT at checkout. That's LEFT. Now, Charles Cross, the guy who found the body as it was dark, he hadn't seen the extent of her injuries, so he put his hand on her chest, and he felt it move, so it's possible she was still breathing. Ooh. He went to grab a policeman, and he told her she's either dead or drunk, but as they arrived with the constable in tow, the constable shone his bullseye lamp on her body to see blood oozing from the deep cut on her throat. And as soon as the body was taken back to the mortuary, a local resident started her day by washing all the blood from the gateway, and soon almost all evidence of the murder was gone.
Oh, that's good. It's just like what the LAPD did with OJ. Just clean it up, you know?
Come on, it's Whitechapel. You don't want the sidewalks to look messy.
That's very true.
See, now, while this may be viewed by some as extreme incompetence, in reality, the police had already gathered all of the information that was useful to them. They knew she had not been dragged to the spot. They knew she had died. There was no struggle. Since the extent of forensics at this time was just making plaster casts out of footprints, there wasn't a hell of a lot that they could have actually done, and there was no real reason to leave a gigantic pool of blood in the middle of a public thoroughfare for the public to trot through on their way to work that day.
Says you.
Now, let's get into the police just a little bit. The concept of a police force was relatively new in 1888, with the world's first organized police force being created less than 100 years earlier right there in London. Now, the modern force, the Metropolitan Police, have been created less than 50 years earlier in 1829. From the beginning, the population viewed them with suspicion, calling them Blue Devils and Raw Lobsters.
Interesting. Raw lobsters.
I'm calling cops for raw lobsters from now on.
It's a strange term for them.
Now, to give you an idea of how dangerous it was to be a police officer, the first constables took to the street wearing leather collars to prevent garroting and high beaver skin top hats, which protected against blows to the head.
So they just look like fucking Lady Gaga walking around?
Give them an award. I love that look. I wish cops still dress like that.
And they were high fashion, all looking like Trent Reznor, all looking like fucking Madonna from that with the sexual. She was in leather.
That's
all I remember
right.
was like masturbated to that video a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. And since they were, and not only did they have the top hat, but they were all required to be at least 5'9", which means they were already half a foot taller than most of the people in Whitechapel. Add to that a giant beaver skin top hat, and you have a very imposing presence walking around the neighborhood. Not the most trustworthy man around.
Okay.
And everyone knows on this podcast, you can't trust a tall man.
Well, by this standard, Marcus is tall enough to be a police officer.
I'm tall enough to be. Well, I'm not.
No, you're
but
not.
Technically, I would still be strapping. 5'7".
Yeah, that's true. This would have been a good time for you.
So nobody in Whitechapel actually trusted the police, and every group had a reason. The Irish didn't talk to them because they saw them as establishment figureheads, the closest they could come to the evil empire that had destroyed their life and oppressed their people. The Jews didn't talk to them because they saw the cops as shadowy government figures, much like those that had carried out the pogroms they had just escaped in Eastern Europe. But among all the groups, there was a strict no-snitch policy when it came to the cops, and that, of course, made their job enormously difficult.
I'm just going to say, I understand the no-snitch policy. The police have been sort of over-policing certain communities and making some money off of them. But in this situation, just go ahead and tell them. If you know somebody who's like, yeah, I'd almost beheaded a prostitute or a sex worker, just go ahead and tell the cops that.
But you know what I think is interesting is actually almost the reverse here, where it's like, because of these conditions, who are the people deciding to be cops? Who wants to be a cop? At this time period, you probably have to be a psychopath.
Well, nobody. Well, that's the thing, is that it wasn't like all of London was like Whitechapel. Whitechapel was just the worst area. You were sent to Whitechapel, and nobody wanted to be sent to Whitechapel.
I'm sure you had to do something bad in beautiful downtown London to get sent to Whitechapel.
Yeah, no one wanted.
When we were in London, I wanted to go to Whitechapel. They have tours now.
Yeah, I went to Whitechapel. It was great.
Yeah, great place.
Yeah, they have Jack the Ripper jerky. It's like Jerky the Ripper. And then they got like all sorts of Jack the Ripper ice cream. And they got Jack the Ripper buttons, Jack the Ripper capes, and Gladstone bags.
Well, other than the jerky, I think those are fun products. The jerky kind of goes a little far, I think.
Now, people distrusted the police so much that when someone in Whitechapel was arrested, the citizens would actually organize what they called rescues, in which they, as a neighborhood, would throw bricks, iron, or anything else they could grab at the police. The police would go 6 at a time to go and arrest someone.
I have to admit that would be fun. That
It would be kind of
you
fun
gonna bust
to
your
go throw
buddy
a
out
bunch
of
of
jail.
stuff at cops.
Yeah, well, I mean, just busting your friend out of jail is extremely
Yeah.
fun. It's like the Blues Brothers.
It's like every day's like Ocean's 11.
Yeah.
Now, from what I could tell, a cry of police was actually more likely to bring help than a cry of murder. But the thing is that there actually weren't that many police officers. Policing that area of Whitechapel, where 76,000 people lived, there were only 548 officers. And the police
Because you have to be crazy.
But
you have to be crazy to apply to be a police officer.
But they're big. You know, like Super Mario Brothers. When they made that move, King Koopa, the Goombas, he made them big.
Yeah.
Made them big. Tiny heads, though.
Yeah, well, small heads, yeah, not smart.
Well, the police only patrolled major thoroughfares, and even then, it was just to hold the place together and react to crime as it happened rather than doing any actual police work. They just didn't have the manpower. Not only that, but due to the ever-present darkness, not only were there ample opportunities for crime, but even if someone did witness a crime happening, it was unlikely they'd be able to even see the face well enough to recognize them later.
Well, you would have to really, if you're an officer, you got to catch them red-handed, and by red, I mean covered in blood. I mean, other than that, you're not going to get anybody.
Actually, that was the prostitution laws at the time, is that the only way that prostitution could be convicted is if the officer actually saw the people having sex. They called them suspicious couples.
And that's only when he's next in line.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You know what they should have done? So you take a kid, right? Like a kid who just has no parents, like an orphan, like someone who's around the street, and you're like, "Come here, kid. Come here, kid. Come on, kid. Do you want a shower?" Right? And he's like, "Oh, please, anything, but the constant filth." And you cover him in gasoline, you set him on fire, and if he runs through the alleys, he'll illuminate everyone, and then that could be like the first sirens.
Officer Zabrowski, we thought you were just going to be a big kind of dumpy idiot, and turns out you're the smartest cop we got here in London.
Right, I'm good. I'm clever.
Now let's just go find that boy.
In the aftermath of the murder of Mary Nichols, prostitutes afraid for their lives finally started talking to the police. And the name that was being bandied about the most was a man named Jack Pizer, a.k.a. Leather Apron.
That is horrifying. Leather Apron.
That was the original name of Jack the Ripper. Before he was Jack the Ripper, he was Leather Apron.
Ooh, I'm going to say that might be more scary. It definitely sent a chill down my spleen there. Wow.
I don't know why when I think of Leather Apron, I think of a big vagina.
I don't know either, but that could be a euphemism for one, I suppose.
Now, he was given this name, as one might expect, because he was almost never seen without the type of leather apron usually worn by slaughterhouse workers.
Can I imagine him wearing nothing else? And then he turns around, he's got a cute little Christian Bale butt.
I'll tell you, it was comfortable if it wasn't for the fact that the tip of my helmet here is getting pretty scraped by the leather.
It's got to toughen it up, I guess.
Now, word on the street was Pizer was in the habit of beating prostitutes half to death for fun and profit. And police set to work tracking down Pizer, but unfortunately for the police, the Daily Star, just as much of a bastion of hard-hitting journalism as it is today, caught wind of the catchy name and ran with it. This is what they said in the September 5th edition as they wrote a description of Jack Pizer, a.k.a. Leather Apron.
His eyes are small and glittering. His lips are usually parted in a grin, which is not only not reassuring, but excessively repellent. Leather Apron always carried a sharp knife, and it also claimed that he is a Jew or of Jewish parentage, his face being of a marked Hebrew type. Is that bad to say?
I guess it's the parlance of their time, but they wouldn't know that. This is just a made-up. It's just a made-up series of character traits that they wanted to have it be real, right?
No, they also are heavily racist against Jewish people.
Yeah,
the entire all of London had a very big problem with Jewish people, and they blamed them all the time. The idea is that there was a huge influx of the Jewish population into Whitechapel, and they viewed them as the big source of all their problems because it wasn't other fucking slack-jawed, no-toothed Cockney idiots.
Yeah, and then you add that to the fact that the most famous murder in Whitechapel before Emma Smith was the murder of Miriam Angel. She had been murdered by a Jewish man named Israel Lipsky. He poured nitric acid down her throat, forcibly so. And yeah, after that, Lipsky was used as a pejorative for Jewish person.
I see.
Yeah, and
but the crime was sort of similar, kind of like the Menendez brothers type level of crime, right? In London, like it was like a very big, kind of crazy tabloid crime.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it was that when the Ripper murders occurred, the Jews were the first to be blamed, as many believed it as impossible for an Englishman to be the perpetrator of such dreadful crimes.
You invented slavery.
Yeah.
It was against this background that the Ripper would take his second victim, Annie Chapman, which we will cover along with all the other murders on the next episode.
Oh my God, is that where we're going to wrap this one up?
That's where we're going to wrap this one up.
Wow. All right. So that's a little bit about Whitechapel, this dark, disgusting world. I love that you pointed out it doesn't happen by the gaslight.
No.
There isn't some bizarre, beautiful, macabre profile picture in the darkness. It's just a brutal world full of sadness and poverty.
Yeah.
You literally just have to find your way to the pharmacy by slashing a knife in a dark alley. Just being like, I hope I hit it. Right. I hope I get to it.
So we have a perfect scenario of disenfranchisement, terrible press coverage, the police completely in shambles. I mean, this is the ideal breeding ground for somebody who wants to become a serial killer.
Yeah.
You look at someone like Son of Sam. Wow. Same things popped out. Like Son of Sam popped out of the same thing, 1970s New York City. What Richard Ramirez took advantage of in L.A. These people like do this type. It's weird. I don't know if it's a chicken and the egg scenario. I don't know if it's you can't always tell like do bad times always equal serial murder, but a lot of times they do.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly makes it easier to accomplish.
Yeah, it's what we talked about in our Black Serial Killers episode, that there were 5 separate serial killers operating in South Central L.A. in the 1990s.
And I would assume the victims in this situation, now, of course, as we have so many years removed, the sex workers, I'm sure they were looked down upon by society, and no one really cared that they had been going missing for quite a while.
It's been that way since the beginning of time, since the beginning of the job. People automatically assumed that they were less than because they chose to do this for a living. They chose to do sex work as a living, but when it comes down to it, it's being like that was the only thing they had.
Right.
It's like unless you literally were born into money, you were fucked.
Yeah. I mean, unless you were born into the monarchy, I suppose. All right. Well, great first episode. Getting to understand Whitechapel. I can't wait to hear more about it. And we'll keep...
There's so many pages of useless nonsense left to go through.
So much.
My favorite, though, is the royalty conspiracy is my favorite shit. And my favorite suspect, if you're a urologist yourself, Prince Albert Ebby is my favorite dude in this whole thing. I can't wait to get to him.
Can't wait.
God.
All right. Well, that'll be coming up on episode 2. And I think this might be it's just a 3-parter?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. His neck was too weak to hold up his head.
Is that right?
Yes.
Well, then you don't get to live. Come on.
Inbred British fucking princes and bullshit.
We got a lot to get to. All right, everyone. Thank you guys so much for listening. Marcus, we got some information about live shows coming up.
Yeah, if you want to go and see us live, go to cavecomedyradio.com/live. There are tickets left for St. Louis, and what are the other ones here? I believe we still have tickets left for our second San Francisco show.
Nice.
But yeah, go to cavecomedyradio.com/live to see if we're coming to a city near you.
Absolutely.
Boston was a blast.
Yeah,
we had so much fun.
Yes, thank everybody in Boston for coming out. We thanked them on Top Hat here this week as well. And thank you guys so much for braving the cold and all the snow. I mean, those shows were just absolutely wonderful. And once again, it was incredible meeting everybody. Best fans. I could never imagine it, having such incredible fans.
Beautiful.
It's so funny. This episode also made me think of the people we met in Glasgow and Manchester. I'm sorry about that, but I was like thinking about Scott and Liam and Lindsay and Caroline and Nees and Sarah. There was a bunch of people I was thinking about it, being like, oh man, I'm glad they didn't live then because they would all be in bad circumstances.
Well, Glasgow, we got a feeling of what it might have been like back then.
Yes.
Great people.
Yes.
Glasgow, we woke up at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. The bars were filled. I was like, is there a football match happening? That means soccer over there. And they said no, and none of the TVs were on. It was just full of people. Great people. All right. Thank you guys so much for supporting all the shows here on CCR. Abe Lincoln's Top Hat. Keep on supporting that show. We're absolutely crushing it. Rate and review on iTunes. Roundtable of Gentlemen. Page 7. Sex and Other Human Activities. And just all the shows here on Cave Comedy Radio. You're doing such great work, Marcus. Good work.
Yeah. We're going to follow us on Twitter. I'm at Henry Loves You, at Ben Kissel, at Marcus Parks. And then follow us all on all platforms at LP on the left.
All right. That's
Hail
it.
Satan.
Hail yourselves.
Hail game.
Hail me.
And a magustalations to all.
And to all, a good night.
I thought you were going to say into all a magustalations.
Wow, I should have. Well, fuck this.
Thinking Sideways is not supported by Cracks.com. Instead, it's supported by the generous donations of our listeners on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/thinkingsideways to learn more. And thanks.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
What? Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by
Devin
and
Steve.
And this week we're going to talk about another cool mystery. This is, of course, the last of our summer series where we talk about mysteries that are kind of crappy. Not really. Actually, this is actually a pretty good little mystery, but it's a little bit thin. We are going to debate it a little bit, and we might have a few insights for you. Who knows? Okay, what we're talking about this week is the disappearance of Brandon Swanson. He was a resident of Marshall, Minnesota, disappeared in 2008. I first came across the mystery in crack.com. It was an article about phone call mysteries. And I really can't top their introduction, which is great. So I'm going to quote it here. In 2008, 19-year-old college student Brandon Swanson was driving home after a night out when he crashed into a ditch on a gravel road in the middle of fucking nowhere, Minnesota. He knew as well as us that this was a classic horror movie setup. So he called his parents and asked for a ride, unquote. Thanks, Crack.com. I really appreciate the heads up on this mystery.
You're the best.
Yeah, they are. They actually come up with some really good stuff. I love Cracked. I should also give a shout out to Dustin and Diana, who suggested this as well.
Everybody did.
I think a lot of other people have too.
We just sometimes stop
after 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The list of names is actually bigger than the description of the mystery.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there's only so much room in the spreadsheet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so all the rest.
Turns out
of
there
you,
is a finite number of rows and columns that you can have on a spreadsheet.
Yeah, this is a very popular mystery. I talked to a local Minnesota reporter about this last week, and she said her third and fourth most clicked on articles are articles about Brandon Swanson.
I believe it.
And she says it's really strange too because she says it'll go along and nothing will happen, and all of a sudden just the clicks just shoot up. Bam. And I just said,
flurry of activity.
Well,
I can tell you what happens.
I know what happened is that Generation Y or maybe Reddit or somebody posted something about it, and then bam, your clicks are going to go way the hell up.
It's always Reddit.
Yep.
Yeah. Well,
like ours.
Yeah,
you promised to link to one of our articles for her, did you?
Actually, I did. I said, and she actually wants me to let her know when it's going to go up.
Oh, okay.
And she said she might even do another article about it.
There you go.
So who knows? I mean, yeah. I mean.
All right, so let's talk about Brandon.
Let's talk about Brandon. Not enough about us. As the song says, I'm going back to the start. Brandon was 19 when he disappeared. He lived with his parents and his sister in Marshall, Minnesota, and he had just finished his first year of college. He was celebrating with some friends in the tiny town of Lind, which is about 6 miles southwest of Marshall, Minnesota. He left Lind around 10 to 10:30 to go to the town of Canby, which is somewhat north of there, for another party. So just briefly, if you're near a computer and a browser, get into Google Maps and find Marshall, Minnesota, and then zoom out a little bit, and you'll see that Marshall is connected to the town of Canby by State Highway 68. It's about
straight line.
Yeah, pretty much straight line. Yeah, it's to the northwest. And so if you can see the town, if you can see the towns of Canby and Marshall and Lind, then that gives you a great geographic reference for this whole thing. And if you're not near a computer, well, go look it up as soon as
when you get
can.
one. Yeah.
But it's really helpful to be able to see this.
It is.
Because this is a bit of a geographic mystery. As I said, Brandon hung out at the party at Canby for a bit, and he left around midnight or maybe 12:30. Nobody's entirely sure exactly when he left. The date was Wednesday, May 14th, 2008. At that party, he had a shot of whiskey, and he'd also have been drinking a bit at the party in Lind.
But he wasn't like he was blind drunk or anything.
No, nobody reported that he was smashed. Although, of course, on the other hand, if he was smashed, everybody would be saying, "Oh, no, he wasn't," because nobody wants to be liable.
It's true.
So who knows? But I should mention, though, that Brandon, as far as I know, had no substance abuse issues. He had no mental issues. He was a normal, well-adjusted kid, as far as I know.
A 19-year-old guy who went to a couple of parties and had a couple of drinks.
Yeah, exactly. So I have no evidence that he was smashed. When Brandon left Canby to go home to Marshall, he had a straight shot down Highway 68. You guys have seen the maps. Yeah, but he didn't do that. He took the back roads. I'm assuming that he did that to avoid the police because he had been drinking.
Yeah, that's really the only reason that you would do that.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I've done it a time or two when I lived in kind of rural areas, and that was the only reason that I went on those back roads.
Oh, yeah,
and I regretted it because it's easy to get lost.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And hindsight is 20/20, but he really should have taken the highway.
He should.
Yeah. I mean, well, if you're looking at Google, you can see the back roads that I'm talking about. And this is the countryside in this area is flat farmland, and it's divided into sections. And sections
1 mile grids, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's squares that are 1 mile on a side, and all the roads pretty much go on those section lines.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a grid.
Yeah, and we should mention on your phone, it's probably not going to show up.
Yeah.
This whole area.
Oh, zooming out to see the towns?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to see
you don't have a big enough screen.
Yeah.
No.
Just as a mention.
Yeah, but if you get on a big screen, you can see it quite well. And so Brandon, when he left Canby, we don't know exactly what route he took. He could have gone due east 9 miles, and then he could have turned right and gone due south 6.5 miles.
Or he could have gone in a stair-step fashion of some kind.
Exactly. He could have taken an infinite number, well, maybe not infinite, but there's a whole lot of possibilities there. But he wound up essentially going south for 6.5 miles, and then he made a right turn and went west for 1 mile on a dirt road that went across the middle of one of these sections. And then he tried to turn left onto the Lyon-Lincoln County Road, left being south. But he screwed up. He turned it just a little bit too soon and drove into the ditch. And
it seems like that would be pretty easy to do. Because his car wasn't like new, was it?
No.
So if you have the dimmer headlights and there's definitely not street lights out there,
yeah.
So it's going to be dark, and I've driven out in that kind of country, and I think we all have. It's hard to judge where that dirt is road and where it's ditch.
And, if he made the mistake of trying to be covert and drive with just his low beams on instead of his high beams, or even if his high beams were, I've had the cars where the high beams are
still bad,
still terrible compared to every other car around.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't know, too. I mean, again, he was taking the back roads. He actually... Taking this route that he took was actually going the opposite direction from where his objective was, which was Marshall.
Yeah.
And he might have had his lights off. He might have actually maybe a pair of headlights showed up in his rearview mirror. He decided to take off down this dirt road and turn his lights off.
Oh,
and
that's just in case.
That's entirely possible.
God, that's really paranoid.
That is paranoid, yeah. I mean, and again, Brandon would have been well served. He actually would have been much, much better off to have been pulled over by law enforcement and arrested for Dewey.
Yeah, if indeed he was that intoxicated.
Yeah, I don't even know if he was that smashed, but
so he makes his
possible. So he makes his turn, gets stuck in the ditch, and he pulls out his cell phone.
And what time was this?
This was 1:15 a.m. on the 14th of May.
Mm-hmm.
He started calling his friends, and nobody was picking up.
Duh.
And so they were probably all asleep, or maybe they were partying so hard and so loud they didn't hear their phones going off.
Maybe.
At 1:54 a.m., he called his parents.
Oh,
yeah.
That has just got to be.
That's just the call you want to get. 2
Humiliating
o'clock in
is
the morning.
all,
What's
to have to do.
You know, my brother, when he was in situations like that, would just call me because I was lame. I was a lame older sister and just like was always home. All right, no, I was asleep, but yeah, I'll come pick you up.
Yeah, but yeah, sooner or later, when nobody else is picking up, you got to call the parents, and that's what he did. His parents are Brian and Annette Swanson, and by the way, they are still wondering what the hell happened to Brandon.
Yeah.
So Brandon, if you're listening, please call home. Brian and Annette got into the family pickup truck and they left to go find Brandon.
Now he had committed some navigational errors.
Yeah, I was gonna say he probably wasn't super sure where he was.
Nah, he was way off. This is what doomed their rescue mission because Brandon told them he was stuck just off Highway 23 near Lind, between Lind and Marshall,
which is way farther south.
It's like 20 miles away.
Yeah,
and this to me is one of the most truly puzzling things about this story is possibly have believed that he was anywhere near Lind when he was so far away.
So I thought about that, and I have an idea.
Really?
Okay, he knew how long it took to go from town A to town B on the highway. Let's just say 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's been driving on these dirt roads where he's got to go much slower and taking all these turns. And he's like, well, I've been driving for 30 or 40 minutes. I've got to be almost there. Because I've made that same mistake because you don't think about the fact that you're not going in a straight line and you're going slower. So I can see how that is. But the other thing is that we are all spoiled today and we think, well, I know somebody's going to say this, well, why didn't he just look at his phone and see what the map said? His phone wasn't capable.
It was a dumb phone. Yeah.
It was a Motorola Silver is what it was. I was reading about it, and it didn't have that capability. It could hold MP3s and play music, but it didn't have that internet capacity that you'd have for doing doing maps.
Yes, it was a silver, not a silver. I had one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, sorry. I just want to make sure
How
that
come you're still here? How come you haven't disappeared?
Yeah, I don't know. It was the flat version of the Razor.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. I think they call that style the candy bar.
Yeah.
But
I thought it was the bread loaf. But
yeah.
Well,
and I mean,
good.
I guess I think also, it's not as though there are street signs on those dirt roads, those back roads, and I bet he thought he just turned the wrong way.
Well, they said that all the roads all look the same in that area, and I can believe it. I mean, I've been on Street View, and I've looked around the area, and it's flat.
Well, I was, that's funny as you say about the street signs is that I was reading on one site, and it was the funniest thing. It was some wiki. And this is what cracked me up, is that somebody had gone through and written the wiki, and somebody else had come back through and edited and put all of their responses to statements in italics.
Those snarky comments.
Yes.
Is that the one that I put out there?
Yeah, you sent that one to me.
Yeah,
it cracked me up because it says
funny.
There's no street signs. It says, yes, there are. They're everywhere. So it doesn't sound like it was completely unmarked. It probably wasn't every intersection, but it was probably a significant number of them.
Yeah,
which should have given him some idea of where he was.
Unless he wasn't paying attention to street
which
signs,
is probably what it was.
He was going the right way.
No, it's entirely possible. But no, I mean, if he to wind up where he was, I could see where he would leave Canby and drive due east, but somehow in the mistaken belief that he was driving due south.
Yeah.
Instead, and so that's entirely possible.
Yeah, it's totally possible out there.
But still, it's still kind of a mystery to me.
Yeah,
but
we should probably get back to.
But it doesn't really matter. It was a huge navigational error. But Brian and Annette, Brandon's parents, got into the vicinity of Lind, which is only 6 miles away from their home in Marshall. So they got there
close drive.
Very quickly. They started driving up and down the side roads. Brian was driving. Annette was on the phone with Brandon, and they were flashing their headlights and saying, hey, can you see our headlights flashing? And Brandon was saying, no. Can you see my headlights flashing? And he was still with the car at this point in time.
Which is 20 miles away.
Yeah, 20 miles away.
No wonder you can't see them.
Obviously, not really surprising. Nobody saw the flashing headlights. At this point, Brandon was apparently getting a little snippy with his mom and losing patience. And so Brandon's dad, dropped his mom off at home and went back out to look for Brandon again. He called him at 2:23 a.m., and they were on a long phone call for 47 minutes. Brandon had, at this point, left the car.
Which is not something you should be doing, but...
Well, in this particular case, it probably wasn't a good idea. But he left the car, and his intention was to walk into the town of Lind, which he still believed he was near. He was seeing glowing lights of a town nearby. The town, actually, I believe, was Porter.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, I think it was Porter.
Or what's the other one that starts with a T?
Yeah, Taunton.
Taunton. It's one of those two he had to be seeing.
Well, he was headed towards Porter.
Well, he was, yeah.
Yeah, he was.
So he tells him to meet him at the tavern.
Yeah, he told him to. Yeah, he told his dad to meet him in the parking lot of the Linwood Tavern in Lind, which, by the way, is still there. If you do a little googling on them, they still have a web page.
But Street View won't let you go into the bar to look around.
No, it won't.
Why haven't they done that yet?
Yeah, I know.
You know that's why Pokemon Go exists, right? No, seriously.
I knew you would. I'm amazed it took this long to work Pokemon Go into an episode.
That's the whole reason that it exists is because Google wants to map the inside of buildings, and since you have to take video all the time and you upload it to the cloud, that's how they're mapping it.
No, really? And that's it?
Yep.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's devious.
That makes sense. I just want to say, and so tasteful that the Holocaust Museum is part of Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Back to the story, though. What were we talking about? So Brandon is out of the car, and he's heading towards what he thinks is the town of Lind, which is, in actuality, the town of Porter. Mm-hmm. So he's walking down, according to his father, he was walking down a gravel road towards Lind. At the end, he said he was cutting across a field to save time. He mentioned that he came across two fences, which I assume he climbed over.
He had to have.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He said there was water nearby, which I am assuming was the Yellow Medicine River, which kind of meanders all throughout the area. You guys have seen the aerials. And then at 3:10, Brandon said, "Oh, in an alarm tone, and the phone went dead. And that's the last time anybody heard from Brandon Swanson. So obviously this set off a few alarm bells. The family kept searching all night, and they kept calling Brandon's phone, and the phone would ring several times, and then it would go to voicemail.
Which indicates that the phone was still on.
Apparently still on, but not necessarily 100% functional.
Not always. Because we've talked about this before, that a phone ringing doesn't necessarily mean that the phone is ringing.
Yeah,
the
at
actual
the other
phone
end.
is ringing.
Yeah, exactly.
So I want to make sure we talk about that because we'll bring something up in theories in a minute.
Yeah, but no, I mean, people have read a lot into that, though, because for about a day and a half, until about Thursday afternoon, the phone would ring several times and then go to voicemail. And then starting about late on Thursday, it stopped ringing. And when you call it, it would just go straight to voicemail, which most people have interpreted as the phone was still on, and then the battery died, and at that point it started going directly to voicemail.
Okay.
Which is actually a reasonable interpretation. But apparently it does appear that the phone was not functioning.
And we don't know because that was never found, nor was Brandon.
Phone was never found, so we don't really know. I mean, he could have, when his whole OS, I'll call it his whole OS moment. A lot of people have read that to be
his operating system moment.
Yeah, exactly. I've read that to be like, he was walking along, cutting through this field, and then suddenly a serial killer popped up with a chainsaw. Yeah, nobody knows, really. We really don't know.
So they looked for Brandon, obviously.
Yeah, they did. The police were notified at 6:30 a.m. that Brandon was missing. One of the first things, of course, that they did is they checked with Brandon's cell provider, and they found out that when he was talking to his parents on the phone, he was connected to a cell tower in Minneota. And sorry, Minnesota residents, if I've mispronounced that, but Minneota, which is several miles southeast of Taunton, which is the town that he was closest to. And that was definitely not the cell tower he would have been accessing if he was anywhere near the town of Lind, which, as I've said already, was way far away.
So that's how they kind of gave their initial circle of where to search at.
Yeah, exactly. And so they focused their efforts on the area around Highway 68 to the northwest of Marshall. And at 12:30 p.m. on the day of the 14th, a sheriff's deputy did find Brandon's car in the ditch, but there was no Brandon. There were initial efforts were made to find him using dogs. These were kind of inconclusive. The next day, on Thursday, May 15th, they brought a bloodhound and used the bloodhound to track his trail from where he left the car.
And they gave the bloodhound something to get a scent from.
Apparently so, yeah.
Because the first dogs were just let to search without something.
Were they like cadaver dogs or something?
I don't know. I think they were actually tracker dogs, but they weren't bloodhounds. They
right,
weren't,
and
there's
a difference between bringing a dog in and trying to have it track a scent and giving it a scent.
Right.
And
But
that's
why
difference.
my question is like, why weren't they
Yeah.
just doing that in the first place? Why did they have to
know.
wait for the bloodhound? But whatever.
I don't know. It might be.
The hourly rate for that bloodhound is much higher.
Yeah,
It's because he knew Sherlock.
Yeah, not every county is going to necessarily have bloodhounds on hand. So, but anyway, they brought him in. The bloodhound tracked from where the car was, tracked his trail half-mile south and then a mile west towards Porter, about a half-mile north, and then he left the road and went across this. And this totally tracks with what his father said he was talking about. He was talking about walking down gravel roads. And then he left the road and cut across an abandoned farm and his track was basically parallel to what is the Yellow Medicine River, which, by the way, is probably the most exhaustively searched river in human history. Yeah, they have definitely scoured that river for his body.
And it's not really a river so much as like
it's more of a creek.
Although
More
it's not something high at that time.
Yeah, well, there would have been There's probably still some snow runoff or spring runoff, that kind of thing.
But we're not talking like a roaring
No.
15-foot deep, 10-foot wide river. We're talking like a creek that you might get your feet up to your knees. I mean,
well, it's one of those things where if you fall into it, you could definitely bash your head on a rock and wind up with your face underwater and drown.
but it wouldn't also wash you away. Your body would probably be there.
It could. It's not a creek.
It could wash you a little ways, but it's like
Not away forever is the question
no.
I'm trying to.
Well, no, it's been characterized by locals as being more of a creek than a river.
Okay.
And so
I just want to clarify, it's not something that would just wash a human away
for hundreds of miles.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, at one point, the bloodhound followed his track through this field, and then at one point it actually went to the Yellow Medicine River and jumped into the river, which led people to believe that Brandon maybe had fallen in. But then it climbed back out of the river and it picked up his track again, and his track went all the way up to 160th Avenue, which is, by the way, not an avenue. It's a gravel road, just like all the other gravel roads we've been talking about, on a section line. And the trail ended at the road. So my theory is that Brandon was abducted by aliens.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
That makes total sense.
It totally. Well, actually, no. There were no burn marks from their reactionless thrusters. There were no crop circles, even though there were lots of crops nearby. And why would aliens not leave crop circles?
Exactly.
So okay, let's discard that theory. But a more likely theory is the trail vanished because on the morning of May 14th.
This is why the trail ended at the road.
This is why possibly the trail ended at the road. There are other possibilities, but that particular road was regraded that morning. Yeah, bad timing.
Yeah, really bad timing.
Yeah.
Was just that road regraded, or were more roads in the area? I never could find.
Yeah, I couldn't find exactly which ones were regraded, and so I mean, obviously, if the other roads, like the roads that the Bloodhound followed him on, were also regraded, and that didn't erase his scent, which is entirely possible. It's entirely possible you can come along and just sort of rearrange the gravel a little bit, and it doesn't destroy the scent.
The only reason I was asking is that because I was wondering if they were regrading. How did the guy driving the grader not notice the car in the ditch? That's why I'm inclined to believe that only a few roads, they were doing the whole area.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got to guess it was a local regrading, not the county or whoever.
Yeah, I really don't know, and it might very well be that the guy did notice the car in the ditch, and he actually called the sheriff's department and reported it.
Well,
I
or
don't know.
maybe didn't even call. I mean, you grew up in a small town with ditches around. Did you, every time you saw a truck in the ditch, did you call the cops and say, "Oh, there's a truck in this ditch," or did you just say,
Property owners did.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's in the ditch on your property.
Weren't a lot of the farms around there abandoned? Just the
I don't
one
know.
that he
It
cut across?
It actually seems like it was mostly all being there was that one abandoned farm that he cut across, but
that was the only
if
one.
at the time I don't really know, but it doesn't seem like there were that many abandoned farms.
I mean, I guess it would be my inclination to say that if it's a town where there's lots of college kids, kind of driving through the area, you wouldn't necessarily. If you saw a car in a ditch, you woke up the next morning, you'd go, is there somebody in there? No? Okay, great, bye.
No.
They'll come for it.
It's not, somebody will take care of it. Obviously, people are motivated to retrieve their cars.
Yeah.
And if it's there 3 days later, well, then obviously you want to go out and pour lighter fluid on it
and burn it.
On fire.
Yeah.
But,
or call a wrecker, one of the two.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, where was I, though? So the search for Brandon has been going on ever since, and it's been a very intensive search. The last big push was in October 2015. A lot of people searched the Mud Creek area northwest of Porter, and I don't really know if Brandon would have made it that far. I don't know why he would have actually gone anywhere beyond Porter. But apparently some HRD dogs. And
is Mud Creek northwest?
Mud Creek
or
is
west of it, I should say?
Mud Creek is it's kind of hard to find on the map. It's kind of north of Porter.
Okay.
And
so he would have passed Porter.
Yeah. And the thought is, of course, the watershed for Mud Creek is much bigger than Mud Creek itself. They're thinking some HRD dogs and HRD, human remains detection dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's a bloodhound which can follow your scent, and then there's these other specially trained dogs that can smell a dead body. These HRD dogs have scented something in Mud Creek, so they're thinking somewhere in the Mud Creek watershed there's a corpse, and so they've been searching it. And again,
and I know that part of the reason they were thinking that far is that they based the distance that a normal person can walk in a certain amount of time, and then they created their whole area that they were going to look in based on that, and that's how they got to it.
I think at some point, you just kind of say, well, okay, you know what, he could have walked. As if you're still looking 10, 15 years later, you're not just saying, well, he would have stopped in Porter, so why didn't he stop in Porter? You're saying, I don't know, he could have walked to Wisconsin for all I know, and
you don't really know. I mean,
so you're going to start searching all that stuff, I think.
Yeah, but I don't doubt there probably is a corpse somewhere in that watershed. I don't know if it's Brandon or not, but apparently
it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and also at one point, and I'm not sure exactly when, but at some point, much more recently in 2008, 5 different HRD dogs showed a very intense interest in a field cultivator, like a tiller, which is kind of gruesome to think about. But somebody, not necessarily even Brandon, but somebody apparently got tilled into the soil in one of those fields around there.
That's possible. There's a lot of things that get spread on fields for fertilizing, so it could very well be
maybe
a combination.
somebody got thrown in the fertilizer, or I think I'm gonna assume that the human remains detection dogs are smart enough and well trained enough to only be detecting dead things, but it's possible that they just detect human, things like blood and like those things. So like if somebody got their foot cut off on accident.
If there was a farm accident.
If there was a farm accident.
I got to say that farm accidents are very, very common.
They are.
And they probably don't send the cultivator back to the factory to be sterilized.
No.
So somebody gets his arm torn off.
So for me,
I understand. That's
on the
true.
one hand, I do want to assume that the dogs would be smart enough to just ignore that, but also I don't necessarily know why they would be smart enough to ignore that. I don't know what they're trained
to react to.
So it's possible
like
that somebody got their arm pulled off, and that's way less gruesome. Somehow.
Yeah, well, it's still pretty gruesome.
Or even somebody just cut themselves while working on the piece of machinery.
I mean, it would have been probably a pretty big cut.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So.
I have cut my arm pretty badly, and though it wasn't a big scarring wound, it was a bleeder. And so I bled everywhere as I was trying to staunch the flow. So then I can see something like that.
Again, I guess I just assume that it's more than blood that those dogs are detecting.
And that's an assumption that it's hard to say is that correct or not. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay. I'm not going to get into all the details of all the searches. There's been a lot of them. And again,
it seems like almost 1 or 2 a year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Since he disappeared.
Yeah. And as I said again, the Yellow Medicine River is everybody's favorite theory. He fell into the river, and that's been thoroughly scoured. And I'm pretty sure he didn't fall into the river. But let's talk about our theories about what happened. First theory is that Brandon fell into the Yellow Medicine River and drowned. And people on various websites have sort of said that, maybe he got swept downstream, his body got pinned under a rock, and that's why it's never been found. But there's a few problems with this that I have. Of course, as I just said, the river's been very, very thoroughly searched.
Right.
And the HRD dogs, again, human remains detection dogs, have sniffed the river, and they haven't picked up any trace of a body in the river. And at his OS moment, he was close to the river, but the river at that place, if you look at the area, you can see this. It's actually lined with trees and brush. and underbrush and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so
Because you can't farm up to the bank of
No.
any body of water.
yeah, no, and Brandon's objective was to reach 160th Avenue as quickly as possible. That's why he took his shortcut, and that's when he had his OS moment.
Well, but he was cutting across the field to head towards the light that he saw in the distance, not
Yeah.
necessarily the road. He didn't know where 168th was exactly.
160th. Well, he knew it was up there.
Yeah, but he also, I mean, if he decided to cut across the field,
Mhm.
he said, "Screw this! I'm tired of going up and up
Yeah,
and
up
left,
and
up
over,
and left.
up and left,
So
yeah.
I'm just going to go straight towards it." So he wasn't. He could have been heading that direction and not
Yeah,
straight
but
up to
he
the
wouldn't
road.
he wouldn't go into the trees. That was my point.
But did he know that 160th was up there? He thought he was in a totally different place.
He didn't know what road was up there. That's why I'm saying
Yeah.
he was heading towards the light of the
Yeah.
town that he saw in the distance.
Yeah, and-
he
and-
didn't know what road. He didn't care what road because
Well,
his
no,
idea
he-
was cut across this crap.
Now but Brandon made the quite reasonable. He'd walked a half mile up this road before he cut across the field. He made the quite reasonable assumption that again these roads are every mile on the section lines. So he made the reasonable assumption that there was a road right over there, and he cut across that field. And again, why would he go into the woods and tumble into the river when?
Why wouldn't he?
Why wouldn't he? Because going into the woods is not part of the mission. His mission was to get to the next road.
But he doesn't know what's in the woods. He doesn't know if it's just is it copse or corpse of trees?
Copse of trees.
Copse of trees. He doesn't know if it's just because it's pitch black.
Mhm.
There's no moon at this point.
Yeah, the
he's
moon is
legally
set.
blind in one eye, so
Yeah.
his depth perception is really poor.
Yeah, no.
He has no idea what's in there. So you're looking at a map and saying, well, obviously he had to be doing this, but he could have had no idea and thought, oh, it's a little bunch of trees. I'll just go through it.
I feel like every reason that you just gave is a reason for him to not go in there because he doesn't know. I mean, because he doesn't know what's through there. And if I know anything, it's that when you start cutting through trees, you're no longer walking in a straight line.
Yeah, exactly.
There's stuff in your way.
And his track mostly paralleled the Yellow Medicine River. It didn't really intersect it, except the dog did run over and jump in the river. So that made everybody think he fell into the river, but I don't see why he would have.
So here's the thing. Joe is forgetting something, and you haven't had this experience, which is being a peeved off 19-year-old dude who just says, F it, I know what I'm doing. I'm going there.
Yeah.
Nothing's getting
well,
in my
and I
way.
guess that is the other truth is that if he was walking down it for so long, he was walking parallel to it, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm never gonna find a bridge."
To hell with this. This is I've made these kind of decisions as a very young man, and they were very dumb.
Well, yeah.
And he could have just said, "You know what? I can make it." He's overconfident in his abilities to navigate through it in the dark.
Possible.
So,
Possible,
now,
but
I don't think he's in the river, but I am using that as
Yeah.
a reason to say that he may not have just been going up to 168th. He may have actually thought to cross the water.
He
Yeah,
might
and
have.
it's fair. It's fair.
He might have. I mean, I think that would be a dumb move.
I
personally.
agree.
I mean,
But I
yeah.
tend to trust the bloodhound. I mean, I think
Yeah,
the
yeah,
bloodhound probably
yeah.
tracked him,
And
and so that would suggest that he also did not perish in the river; that he crossed the river.
It appears the bloodhounds, the track. It appears to me from what I have read, and you guys have read the same stuff that I've read. Yeah, he was tracked all the way to the road, 160th Avenue. He was
Right.
tracked all the way there. So whether he made a little side trip to the river or not, I'm not really sure. There's some thinking that he might have fallen into the river, gotten soaked, and then gotten back out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would also explain the phone a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the potential that it got wet enough that the ringer and screen were no longer working, but it was still,
It was-
quote unquote.
Yeah, it was still sort of
ringing.
working, but it wasn't functional in the
Right.
sense of you
So
could send
on
and
his
receive
end,
phone
it
calls,
wasn't
yeah.
ringing.
He had
and
no
so
idea, and he couldn't see who
he
was
thought
gonna
it
die.
died.
Yeah.
You know.
And-
That's actually
Yeah. So as far as falling into the river goes, all the evidence suggests that he made it to 160th Avenue. So from that point, there were only two other places where he could have fallen into the river. There was a culvert about half a mile, three-quarters of a mile down the road. I'm assuming, and I think it's fair to assume this, that he continued westward on 160th. So there was a culvert where the river passed under the road. He could have fallen in there. I don't think he did because, it's like when you're walking on a gravel road, you kind of know when you're getting off the road because you stop hearing that crunchy sound that your feet are making. So even if he was completely blind, and completely unable to see in the dark, he still could have made his way.
Yeah.
Just by the noise and the texture of and so I don't think he fell into that culvert. And then the next place was just right outside the town of Porter. There's a bridge there. I assume you guys have seen it on the aerials.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the bridge would be really, it's got a guardrail and everything like that. So that'd be kind of impossible.
And again, it's reasonable to trust the bloodhounds tracking, probably.
Probably.
Yeah, that's where it went. So,
Yeah.
okay. So we don't think he fell and drowned.
So we don't think he fell into the river and drowned. Yeah. Another theory is that Brandon fell and he was knocked unconscious and died from exposure. And it was a bit chilly out. It was 46 degrees Fahrenheit, which, by the way, is about 8 degrees centigrade.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Dressed for cool weather. I mean, he wasn't dressed for freezing cold, but he had on a T-shirt, a polo shirt over that, and also a hoodie sweatshirt. So, I mean,
that's enough.
You think that was enough?
Yeah, I mean, if he was if he had indeed fallen into the river,
yeah,
and was soaking wet in cold water,
mm-hmm.
and came out and was walking and then fell and got knocked unconscious,
yeah.
and was really out cold, yeah, he that would have, that's a reasonable assumption to make. But if we're saying he was dry and walking, in a hoodie, I mean, I think that's enough.
Yeah.
He's not. It's not going to be comfortable, but you're not going to die of hypothermia.
Oh no, not at all. And of course, if he was knocked unconscious, well, where's the body?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have an idea on that.
Yeah.
We already talked about this, is that the road got graded. So if it's a crappy road before they grade it, typically what you'll do is drive along pouring gravel, and then you grade it, and the shoulder always grows. The shoulder of the road, because there's always excess gravel getting shoved over.
Uh-huh.
So if he's right on the shoulder, he could have been buried. Now, why the dog didn't find him, I know, so don't give me the look.
Yeah,
but he could have been buried in extra gravel.
Well, for
through that process.
For me, it's more than that. It's been a really long time. I'm sure that road has been, all the gravel's been stripped off it and regraded, and they've done a lot of stuff to that road.
Off the shoulders?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'm sure that it's moved around enough that if there were a body of a 19-year-old man in there, it would have been exposed.
I'm saying
so.
This is another way. People always say, well, this couldn't have happened. Well, but technically it could have. It probably didn't because it hasn't been discovered yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of problems with the whole he fell and died of exposure, which is that no matter where he fell, he would be right in plain sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's some ways that people maybe could have missed it, but
with the amount of dogs they've used in this search, I don't think they would have missed it. At this point, a dog would have found it.
Yeah,
even if he was kind of hidden, or in some brush or under gravel, I think they've used enough body detection dogs that they would have been found. He would have been found.
I think so. And there's other things too. It's we've all discussed hypothermia before and how people get this delusional feeling that they're too warm. They start stripping their clothes off and stuff, and that didn't happen here apparently.
Well, but he would have been unconscious.
Oh yeah. Well,
so he wouldn't have been stripping his clothes off.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Probably.
there are other theories, and that is that he was freezing cold because he was wet, and he was suffering from hypothermia, not quite right in the head, and he crawled into a hidey hole. He crawled underneath an outbuilding in a farm.
Again, I think dogs.
Dogs would have found it. Yeah, probably.
Or humans. I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, another theory, and this is very popular, is that he fell into a well or a cistern.
And this was the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, and those things are out there, but they've been checking every cistern, every well, every basement, every coal chute in the area. They've checked.
That they know of.
That they know of. There could be ones out there that they don't know of.
And that's what I was thinking, is that it's a poorly covered one. He falls in, and then within weeks, the vegetation covers up that hole again.
Yeah, it's possible.
That's possible. I actually spent a lot of time on the map looking for those kind of things.
Yeah, but the thing about it is if that was his OS moment, he's walking through that field and suddenly he falls into a well, and if it were me, I wouldn't be going, oh I'd be going, I would scream. I mean, I don't know what you guys would do.
I mean, I think
the falling motion would be where you said you had your OS moment.
Yeah.
That's always my. I
the
would
initial
say,
fall.
Yeah, and I, when I trip, I go, oh,
yeah,
or oh,
yeah,
or God bless America, or whatever. But that's all. My initial reaction to things like that is to go, oh, something.
Yeah.
Not to
scream.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it was.
So, if he goes, oh,
But-
and then drops the phone, it goes dead, and then he's like,
Well, that's also
all the
saying
way
that
down.
he falls into something that is a mile deep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, is he not?
I don't know.
It could be something that was several feet down.
So I don't know, and I've not been able to find out what his exact tone of voice was. Whether it was like, "Oh shoot," or was it, "Oh shoot," or was it, "Oh shit"? I mean, I don't know. I don't know what exactly it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So the open welder cistern. I'll have more to say about that later. Why I don't believe he did.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Another theory is that he just broke his phone, and actually his oh shoot moment, was actually not any huge crisis.
He fell into the river, got it wet, and then
or like a serial killer didn't show up with a chainsaw. It wasn't that. It's more like he tripped over something or he stepped in a cow pie, something like that. But he continued walking. His phone wasn't working, but he died of hypothermia later. But if he did make it to 160th, and all evidence indicates that he did, then he would have passed a farmhouse. You guys have seen the aerials, I'm assuming. There's a farmhouse. They're just like, I don't know, less than a mile down the road. I have to assume he was continuing west. He would have passed that farmhouse. They probably wouldn't have been thrilled to be woken up at 3:30 or so in the morning, but it's better than dying. It's better than freezing to death.
Yeah.
If he was truly in a crisis. There's other theories out there. One is, of course, this one always comes up in these disappearances. He ran away to join the circus. He started a new life. And
I think yes.
Yeah, he's living on a farm with Dorothy.
I think no,
Arnold
he was a
and
terrible
Marbury.
juggler.
Yeah.
Circus wouldn't have taken him.
Yeah, you think so?
No,
okay.
I have no idea.
So you guys aren't liking this theory?
No.
You
Never
don't like
do.
it?
What's
Yeah.
the next one?
Oh, there's of course alien abduction. What do you guys think?
There's no proof. Was there like crop circles?
No, there weren't.
Yeah.
So,
This is just another one to be fun.
Yeah.
No.
No, and then another one, and this is always stressed when you read the web pages about him. Law enforcement always stresses that there's no evidence of foul play.
Well, there's no evidence
Of
in
foul play.
general.
There's no evidence. Well, yeah, there's no evidence of any of these things. As far as like hypothermia, drowning,
Right.
there's absolutely no evidence. Falling into a cistern, there's no evidence for anything. There's some variations on the foul play theory, and then this is just in my head. So what if Brandon actually did stop at that farmhouse that I was mentioning a minute ago and knock on the door, but the farmer turned out to be a serial killer?
The Bloody Benders live there.
Yeah, could have been. Yeah, so oopsie. So he did a lot of walking for nothing.
Yep.
Or an alternative theory is that the farmer was a very suspicious, paranoid type, and he shot Brandon to death because there's a guy on your
On accident.
property.
Yeah.
At 3:34 in the morning.
Stumbling around and being weird.
Yeah, and so he might maybe shot him to death, and then maybe thought about it and thought, maybe I should like hush this up a little bit. And
Put him underneath the grain silo.
yeah, he buried him somewhere. And actually, in the aerial of the farm, there is a spot that's a little bit greener than the rest of it.
No.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just kidding. But I don't think that's what happened. But that's possible. Another possibility is that Brandon made it all the way to the town of Porter, which I think he might just have done. But the town was all rolled up and nothing was open. And I have no idea if there was a phone booth or any kind of public phone in Porter at that time.
I don't know. It's hard to
In
tell.
2008, I mean, phone booths are almost all gone. There's still one that I know of down on like 12th.
Yeah, there's
You know
not
what-
many of them.
You know the one I'm talking about?
No, but it doesn't matter.
It's a weird, lonely little phone thing. In this vacant lot. But anyway, I looked on Street View. I didn't see anything resembling a public phone.
But maybe in 2008 there were.
Maybe there was. Yeah.
Or, a bar. If an 18-year-old kid stumbles into a bar and says, I crashed my car in a ditch 3 miles back. I walked here. My phone is dead. Can I use your phone to call my parents? You're probably going to say, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Sure.
For sure. But I mean, it was like 4 a.m. at least by the time he got to Porter. So I doubt that there was any bar open.
Yeah, that's fair.
No.
Yeah. But at the same time, there is a cafe in Porter. And I'm assuming the cafe would have opened at, what do you think, 6, 7 in the morning?
Something like that.
Yeah.
5 or
5
6.
sometimes, yeah. In farmland, usually like 4 or 5, usually.
Yeah, so you could have just hung out and just waited for them to open, got a cup of coffee, and used their phone. I mean, I just don't know. And of course, I'm making a lot of assumptions here.
Yeah.
About, we don't know. Between the time that he got onto 160th and whatever else happened, we have no idea.
Well,
it could have been that a serial killer just showed up in a pickup truck on 160th right there where
Jason
his
in the
scent
hockey
disappeared.
mask.
Yeah, and it could have been. But I know this is why I totally don't believe he fell into a cistern or a well, and that is we know he got to 160th.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do. The dog says so.
We're reasonably sure. That he
well,
did.
okay,
Let's
we'll
say.
say that we're reasonably sure.
Okay. I trust those dogs a lot, but when it comes to this and we have no trail other than what the dogs find, and it comes for naught, that's when I stop relying on it so strongly.
Yeah.
Because then it widens the area that he could have gone.
I got to say, I am taking the word of one dog for all this, and so I hope that dog.
And that dog could be a liar.
I hope that dog ain't making a fool of me.
It was the dog.
Yeah.
The dog did it.
Yeah. But here's
serial bloodhound.
But here's the reason. I'm sure he didn't fall into the river. I don't think he had any reason to go near the river. That area where they tracked him, where the dog tracked him all the way to 160th, well, obviously that was intensively searched. If there were wells or cisterns or anything else in that field, then they would have found his body in there.
This is why I have such a problem with the dog trail, is that based on it, they have scoured that area.
Yeah, they have.
I mean, he couldn't be laying dead in a field because nothing was growing at that time. They had planted, but it wasn't as if the grass was 3 feet high, so you would see the body.
Well, I guess I just don't know why, we keep saying, well, the road was graded and he walked up the road. Like, why is it not that somebody was driving down the road and said, hey, I saw you crash, let me give you a ride into town?
And then,
and then turned out to be not a nice person.
Turned out to be a serial killer.
Yeah.
I feel like that's such an easy theory.
I strongly believe that this was a case of foul play.
Yeah.
And then they took him in a completely different direction.
Yeah. I don't see, I really
Well, in
don't.
fairness, he had no idea where he was anyway. So
Right.
Yeah, he did.
He could have maybe been giving them directions and they were just like,
Yeah, they could have said,
okay,
oh, no, that's actually this town, and you want to go to that town? Let's go this way. And then just taking him for the last ride of his life.
I think so. Yeah, I don't see any other explanation for it really. I mean, he made it. There's no reason to believe that he didn't make it to 160th, and from there, there's no reason for him to leave the road. He would have stayed on the road all the way to Highway 68, and then Highway 68 to Porter. So, yeah.
And as Steve was talking about, the brain of a 19-year-old who's probably actually just coming off of, I don't know, I'm sure you guys remember, there's those times where you get like a little drunk or tipsy and then you're awake for so long that you start to get hungover and you get real grumpy.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he was at that point by then and he'd been lost for a really long time and he'd been walking and he was tired and he was just like mad because his parents said, we're here. He's just frustrated and he thinks he's invincible and a car, he just puts a thumb out, car's going by.
Yeah.
Who drives around the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night?
No,
serial killers and farmers.
Killers. Yeah. So it's entirely possible. In fact, I think it's probable.
All right, so it's a serial killer farmer.
Not
a killer
necessarily.
farmer.
Just somebody with bad intentions.
It could be, but and that might be the solution to this case. Is that one of these days, who knows? Somebody might nab a serial killer who operates in the Minnesota area, and then he might actually fess up to the whole thing. I mean, who knows?
Or she.
Oh, good point. Well, okay. You guys have any more theories?
Nope.
No? Yeah, I think we pretty much solved this one, except for who actually did it. Oh, well.
I don't know that we'll ever know who.
Yeah.
But we might know what happened to him.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a bummer.
Yeah, kind of is.
Yeah.
But I do think that you guys can stop scouring the countryside. By all means, identify that corpse that's in Mud Creek. But other than that...
Yeah, find out where that's at.
Yeah, find that out. I don't think it's Brandon, really. Anyway, since we're at the end of the episode, it's time for just a little... it's time for some admin stuff. Our website, if you don't know it already, it's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. And we're also on iTunes, of course. And so if you find us on iTunes, of course, subscribe. Leave a review and a rating, and obviously the better the rating, the better we like you. So yeah,
true story.
Yeah, we can. You can also
totally a sliding scale.
Oh yeah, you can also stream us. There's Stitcher and Google Play and God knows what else. There's tons of that stuff out there. We're on Facebook. We've got a group and a page, so join the group. And we're on Twitter, where we are Thinking Sideways without the G. And there is a subreddit, Thinking Sideways. So get out there and post all sorts of stuff, preferably not nasty stuff.
Yeah.
And of course, you can email us, and we like to get emails.
Not nasty emails.
No, not nasty emails. But if you have suggestions or thoughts,
But also if you have
feedback and critique, yeah.
And feedback,
When I say nasty, I mean sending us weird nasty stuff.
No, we've gotten all kinds of constructive, I think, criticism from people, and that's good. That's not a problem. Just don't be a jerk.
Yeah,
you know?
constructive might be a loose term for some of the stuff.
Well, some of it's not so. Yeah, most of it's good though. Some people have called in and just sort of like impishly reminded us that, hey, you mispronounced this. Especially,
we know.
And most of those emails come, not surprisingly, from Britain. But anyway, our email is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. And last of all, of course, if you want to support us, and obviously you do, there's Patreon. Patreon.com/thinkingsideways. You can pledge a certain amount of money, 50 cents, $1, whatever. But just be aware it's per episode, so you're going to get dinged for whatever you pledge every time we run an episode. So just keep that in mind. You can pledge as much as you want. There's other ways, of course, to support us. We have merch. Go to our website, and you can buy mugs and T-shirts and all kinds of cool stuff. We don't have guns up yet, do we?
Never.
No guns yet? Okay. Yeah, thinking sideways gun. I kind of like that.
No. Not happening, dude.
Yeah. What else? There's PayPal. You can also, for a one-time donation, do the whole PayPal thing. That's totally optional, of course, but if you feel like it, hey.
And thank you for everyone who has donated, and those who are doing the continuing donations. We did greatly appreciate it.
It is. Totally. Anyway, that's about it for this week. I'm hoping that Brandon, one of these days, there'll be a little resolution of this. I think it's entirely possible there will be.
Yeah, me too.
And it's entirely possible there never will be. I don't know. Anyway, so until next week, toodaloo, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Aaron, and I'm one of your hosts. There are two other hosts that are joining me today, of course. Anna.
Good morning.
And Danielson.
Good afternoon, guys.
So before we start today's episode, I just want to say, like always, we do not run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, then there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is just 16 cents a day, you can sign up to our Patreon and get an extra episode each week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to members only. Today we released a Patreon exclusive episode, which is over Sandy Hook. Also, we have several more episodes already locked and loaded for your listening pleasure, such as the Ouija board, Giants, Glitches in the Matrix, the 1985 Philadelphia bombing, Nexium cult, Disney Darkness, Isaac Cappy, McMartin's Satanic Preschool, Clinton Body Count, FEMA, and much more. In total, as of today, we have over 25 extra Patreon episodes, which you get access to all of them for just $5 a month.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Just teleport on over to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com. We have hoodies for the winter season, beanies in stock. We also have t-shirts, hats. I just wanted to say that the money that we do get from Patreon and our merchandise always goes to bettering the show. And another thing, we know times are really tough out there, so we just want you guys to know that if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, but you still want to help us out, then a written review on iTunes would seriously help us out a ton.
If you don't want to leave one, though, then that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati members, underground lizard people, whoever or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthethirdkind.com, click on the contact button, and there you can find our email addresses. So, today's episode is Theories Thursday. So how Theories Thursdays go is that we each pick our favorite conspiracy topic of the week. We don't tell each other about it. We research it, and then we take turns telling our topic and what it is and discussing it. Another quick announcement I want to make before we start. Today's episode is the last episode of this season, which is season 2. we will be taking a short break. We'll make an announcement on our social medias, and we'll also release an announcement episode that talks about what's coming up on season 3 and what you can expect and when you can expect it to arrive. So be on the lookout for that. If you're on Patreon, we will still be pumping out an episode each week. So if you're missing us on the regular episodes and you're like, man, I need my fix and I can't wait for season 3, go sign up to our Patreon. It's only $5 a month. You get access to all of our past episodes that we have on there, which is a lot.
Boom.
All right. Well, I guess let's get into today's episode. So who starts it off? Who wants to start it off with their theory?
I will love to go first.
All right. Well, I'm excited to hear about yours because I have no clue what it is. So lay it on us. What is your theory for this week, Dan?
Well, first off, let me ask you guys. Do you own a duffel bag?
Duffel bag. At my job that I just recently started, the nickname they gave me was Duffel Bag.
Oh, gosh.
I don't know why. So.
I think it's because you're easy to pack.
Oh, my God.
Ooh.
I do have a duffel bag, Dan.
So this theory, well, I wouldn't say theory, this mystery involves a red duffel bag. It is the body in the bag.
Ooh, instead of body in the box, body in the bag.
Body in the bag.
All right.
I don't know. I guess I have a thing about bodies in something.
Okay.
I am not a serial killer.
We all have our fetishes.
So on Monday, August 23rd of 2010, a code breaker that worked for the government communications headquarters in the UK by the name of Gareth Williams didn't show up to work again. He worked for the Secret Intelligence Service of the UK, MI6. And one of its employees, if they don't show up for about a week or so, they get a little worried. Well, he's missed work for about a week now. No calls, nothing. So it caused some issues. And then they finally decided, we'll send some people over to his pretty much security service flat. Like they have I guess their own building for people that want to stay there and stuff. So the service flat is located in London where he was staying. They had to make a forced entry into his home. And what they found was a red duffel bag with a padlock on it sitting in the bathtub of his home.
In the bathtub?
In the bathtub.
Okay.
So they're just like, okay. When they got the bag open, they found the deceased and decomposing body of Gareth Williams.
In the duffel bag?
In the duffel bag.
How small was this guy, or how big was his duffel bag, is my question.
Dude, he was stuffed in there. Well,
wow.
Was he in pieces or was he whole?
He was whole. He was whole.
Must have been that little Chinese guy from Ocean's 11.
He might have been that small. I didn't actually see how big he was.
Or he was really flexible.
But yeah, so oddly though, he was stuffed in this bag or placed himself in this bag. He had no injuries on his body. And even more odd, there was no indication of him struggling against an attacker or trying to escape from the bag. Even though padlocked from the outside, the key was underneath his body in the bag.
Whoa, wait. He was padlocked in the bag. So he was in it. The key was underneath him, and there was a padlock on the outside of the bag. That's some Houdini stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So obviously he got murdered by somebody.
Well, that's up for debate still.
How's
Weird,
that
right?
for debate?
Yeah. Because, they did their usual crime scene investigation. They fingerprinted the bag, padlock, the rim of the bathtub. No fingerprints were found. And he wasn't wearing any gloves because he was completely nude in the fucking bag.
Okay.
So there was no sign of a break-in and nothing was missing from the flat. The heat was turned on in the flat and it was in the middle of the summer. So this helped speed up the decomposition process of the body. It's starting to look like a murder.
Yeah.
Well, toxicology examinations showed no trace of alcohol or drugs. An initial postmortem proved inconclusive. They're just like, we're not sure what's going on here.
That's strange.
Yeah, so there was a couple that left the same building, so they investigated them, thinking, oh, maybe these people killed him or something, but they just lived at the building. So they were pretty much ruled out as a suspect. The coroner, Dr. Fiona Wilcox, she was critical of the police's handling of the investigation. Officers in the Metropolitan Counterterrorism Branch, whose role was to interview witnesses, failed to take formal statements and withheld information from the senior investigating officer, Chief Inspector Jackie Sabire. Dr. Wilcox also criticized the handling of Williams' personal belongings in his work locker, including an iPhone which contained deleted images of him naked in a pair of boots.
Were they cowboy boots?
They didn't specify, but I'm going to imagine so. That's the only boots you would wear just completely naked with, I think. But
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
you know, Aaron's, when he does it, that's what he wears. So
That's right.
then another iPhone that I guess was his personal one found in his living room had recently been wiped and restored to factory settings. Then, of course, forensics were criticized over their DNA contamination. Pretty much this whole thing's has been messed up since they even entered the flat. The collection of DNA, no fingerprints, it's like everything's fucked.
I think we cover this guy. We briefly talked about him on the Clinton body count episode, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Just briefly touched on him.
So I believe we touched on it, and I was just like, sounds familiar. Like, we'll just go with it. There's more to it, though.
Okay, woof, let's hear it.
So they searched his computer based on his search history, browser history, whatever history. He wasn't into anything too kinky, just the normal little stuff here and there, I guess. So they kind of ruled out that he locked himself in the bag for some erotica type mess.
How the hell would he do that, though?
That's the thing. The coroner was just like, this guy is a code breaker. He has some sort of intelligence, knowing that he would not be able to unlock the padlock from the inside when the key's underneath of him. He's stuffed in a bag. So he more than likely would have taken a knife with him to cut the bag open to get himself out. And she's like, the conclusion that he was alive, but when put in the bag, but probably suffocated very soon after CO2 poisoning or the effects of a short-acting poison. She believed and was satisfied with the result of, and I quote, that a third party placed the bag in the bath and on the balance of probabilities locked the bag. So with her saying that, Scotland Yard decided to keep investigating the case for another year, only to reaffirm its original conclusions that Williams was alone at the time of his death and had locked himself inside the bag and died when could not get out again. Which, how do you lock yourself? Well,
you don't.
No, that's
he was murdered by somebody. Sounds like the cops are trying to cover something up, in my opinion.
Yep. So, now some years ago, new allegations arose that Williams had connections to the NSA and was helping track siphoned money out of Moscow by the Russian mafia. Cars registered to the Russian embassy were spotted near his flat in the days before his body was discovered. Then, remember when I was saying pretty much as soon as they entered the flat, everything was just messed up?
Yeah.
Evidence showed up that someone had broken in through the skylight the day after the body was found and tampered with evidence.
Wow.
But they're still saying that it was suicide.
Oh my God, of course they are.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Now, there is another theory. Well, there's two more theories.
All right.
Have y'all heard of the KGB defector Boris Kaprikov?
No, I have not.
No.
So, of course, he's a KGB defector, and he's released a bunch of information, supposedly, about all kinds of crap. He even shed some light on another scenario that could have taken place with this. He said that Williams had discovered a Russian agent inside the GCHQ after a bungled attempt to recruit him as a double agent by blackmailing him over his private life.
What's the GCHQ?
The Government Communication Headquarters.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much the Secret Service building.
Okay.
And then, yeah, pretty much that means he had to be killed, and this was done by a short-lived poison injected into his ear, which the heating was turned up in the flat so that traces of toxin would break down before the body was found.
Damn.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Very creative, these killers are.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other theory?
The final theory, and this is what the family believes, is that the Secret Service, the UK Secret Service, was responsible or had something to do with his death. Fearing that Williams might have been a whistleblower, they had to bump him off, and with their close ties to the police, they covered it up, which is why they think the fingerprints, DNA, and other evidence had been wiped from the scene as part of a deliberate cover-up, which, of course, it did seem weird. They didn't find nothing. And then Foreign Secretary William Hague signed a public immunity certificate authorizing the withholding of the details of Williams' secret work and exempting officers of America's National Security Agency and the FBI that Williams had worked with from testifying about anything. So The Secret Intelligence Service Chief Sir John Sawyers also met with the commissioner of the Metro Police to discuss how the investigation would be handled and by whom.
Okay. Active cover-up.
So, yeah.
So what do you think, Dan? If you had to stamp your personal opinion on this, what would it be?
I am with the very last theory on it, actually, that he, being a code breaker, probably, I wouldn't say it was something he was actively working on, but something he probably worked on the side just for, like, hey, you know, I got this. Started working on it and then probably found out something that he probably shouldn't have. And he was probably showing it to probably the NSA or FBI. MI6 was just like, whoa, buddy, that's a no-no. You know what we do, but people that do no-nos? Put you in a fucking duffel bag and put you in your bathtub.
You think they would be less obvious about it? Because obviously, I mean, him being locked in a duffel bag with the key under him is sending a signal out to somebody. They don't purposely do that. If they wanted to make it silent and they'd just be like, oh, it's a suicide. He offed himself. Oh, it's an overdose. No more investigations. But this, I think, was done purposely like this as a signal to somebody or something to be like, hey, you go down this rabbit hole, this is what happens to you.
Yeah.
Like warning anyone who he had contact with about it.
Yes.
You know, I was thinking about this when we keep bringing up the key under his body. When you buy a padlock, you often have 2 keys. So I think that they threw one of them under him, but they still had the second one to lock him in, and that's how he was actually still able to be locked in with the key.
Imagine being able to feel the key on your back as you're locked in there, not able to get it.
See, I try to think about it. It's possible to probably lock yourself in a duffel bag from inside.
You want to try it?
If we could try it.
Get over here. I'll throw you in this
All right.
duffel bag.
Do you have a red one so we can match?
No, I don't.
But if the duffel bag, depending on the material it's made of, you know, you could probably reach or like push out and kind of close it.
So it's stretchy.
Yeah, kind of stretchy. But it just doesn't make sense why he would do that, put the key under himself, and think that he could unlock it when there's no opening and he ends up suffocating.
If he could have reached the key, he probably could have just slowly went at one spot in the bag with it and like started to slice it open. It would have taken some time. But as long as he weakened that thing, he could have probably shredded himself out.
Possible.
It's a weird story, but thank you for bringing that to us, Dan. It's a very interesting story.
If he did do it to himself, that's a weird fetish. Bad fetish.
Yeah, it is. I have to agree. All right. Well, I guess we're going to move on to the next theory. Who's it? Me this week?
I mean, I can go in the middle if you'd like, because I think yours is going to be the most interesting one of the day.
Okay. Yeah, you can go if you want. Yeah, I'm totally down for that. We'll save mine for the last.
Sounds good. I think that people will really enjoy yours, even though I didn't guess it this week.
Mine's bizarre.
I like
strange. Similar to Dan's. Very similar to Dan's.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. So, last week, Aaron, you did a story about a set of twins.
Yep, and that was on the Patreon. That's correct.
Yes. Weirdly, my topic initially was going to be about twins as well, but I switched gears and went down the 100-year curse to go more along with our regular episode. So this week, I am bringing the twins back.
Okay.
And I'm going to talk about the silent twins.
Ooh, a different pair of twins, but yet silent.
Twins.
Okay.
Yes. Super strange. We'll raise an eyebrow or two. So these girls were called June and Jennifer Gibbons, and they were born to Barbadian immigrants, Aubrey and Gloria. So they were actually raised in Wales in the UK, and everybody knew them as the silent twins. They only spoke to one another and sometimes their younger sister, and they had like this rapid fire language that really only they understood.
Between each other?
Yeah.
So they had a different language that only they could understand, that they talked to each other with?
That's how people interpreted it. Later on, I kind of go a little bit more into it, but yeah, they...
Oh, that's weird.
I know.
It's like code for each other.
And it's not uncommon for twins to have their own language. When they're babies, for instance, they chatter back and forth, and you'll notice that twins tend to know what they're saying. Like, they look like they're having a conversation, even as children, like baby children. So as they get older, they learn the language of where they're from, and then they communicate in that. But if they never were to really be able to speak that language, they would adapt and create their own to continue to be able to communicate with each other. Before we had English, we were speaking mumbly things and gestures as cave people or whatever, and we still knew what we were saying. Yeah. So these girls were born on April 11th, 1963. And they were the only black family in their neighborhood, which caused them to be bullied a lot, unfortunately, for the time that it was. So when they were kids, from the get-go, they kept to themselves. They would mirror each other's movements, and they were always harassed, which made them get closer to one another, and it was kind of sad for them, really. So if you know a set of twins, they tend to like to be alike, but the connection that these two had was different. Even being identical twins, they still did some odd things. They had this intense obsession with needing to always be together. They both, interestingly enough, had the same speech impediment. So that is what kind of led them to not wanting to speak to others, because they hated to repeat themselves all the time. So they just started to recluse themselves from other people. And even when they did repeat themselves, people seemed to not understand them. So over the years, they'd created their own language and started to only speak to one another. Even in school, they didn't interact with the class. The teacher would always say that they were super intelligent girls, but they weren't engaging with anybody, not even the teacher. So when they moved to Wales, they were 11 years old, and their attachment only became worse when they were in school. So the girls, like I said, never talked, and when they did, they were made fun of because of their speech impediment. But they also didn't even acknowledge anyone else. Like if someone came up to them and called them and to get their attention, they would ignore them as if there was nobody there talking to them. In their minds, their sister was the only one who existed. So the bullying was so bad for the school made an exception for them and actually let them leave early to try to help them avoid being bullied after they got out of classes. It got to a point where eventually the parents decided to take the girls to a child psychologist to see if they could help them. They were diagnosed with selective mutism. Now, selective mutism is a real thing and not necessarily uncommon in children. As the name suggests, it's when a person chooses to not speak for an extended period of time or in certain situations. I have a quick little clip here of their mom talking about their daughters. So we'll play this video real quick of their mom talking about them, and then it'll go into June and how she talked about how she felt when people couldn't understand her. So we will go ahead and play that right now.
June was one of the twins, right?
Yes, she
okay.
was.
All right.
Well, they spoke, but we couldn't understand what they were saying. So that's the trouble. And then when they knew that we couldn't understand, they went back in the shed, you know.
How did it feel for you that people couldn't understand what you were saying?
A bit frustrating. We had to repeat ourselves more often. And then we couldn't be bothered to repeat ourselves. We didn't speak. We left it. And they kept saying, what are you saying? What are you saying? And we just said, oh, you can't hear us now, you can't hear us never. So we decided not to speak, and we got into a habit of not speaking.
I mean, you could tell that she does have a speech impediment, but for me, I don't have a problem understanding her. It makes it worse, I think, to have the accent on top of it. Like, a Welsh accent is pretty rough anyways, even if you don't have a speech impediment. So, after having this diagnosis of selective mutism, it didn't actually change the way the girls were. They didn't have any medicine for it or ways to really help them improve it. So the school was like, I'm done. We've tried. And they were sent to a special education school, which was actually able to focus more on the girls and work with them more directly. And with doing so, they actually learned a lot about them. The thing is that they never actually created their own language. They spoke English, but it was so fast, most people couldn't understand it, was paired with their speech impediment.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's to answer your question from earlier. So now, when they're in their home, they weren't bullied and their family loved them, but they still chose to stay isolated. They would stay in their room, which they actually shared with their younger sister, Rosie. And they talked to Rosie. and they played with her. They like to play dolls and stuff. So we're going to go ahead and play a clip real quick of Rosie talking about playing with her her older sisters. We'll play that right now.
I used to like playing dolls. I liked it. You used to do things on a tape recorder, do plays, dress up in clothes and all that.
Yeah, I do. I'll get back to you. I'll show you the way I'm doing this nice dress. Thank you. Steps going down the steps. I'm seeing that full door. Hi, Neil. Sure nice to see you. Hi, you. Boy, you look smashing in those clothes. You look lovely in that dress. Don't you?
And you can hear them talking and playing, and yeah, the audio isn't fantastic for them to really hear them as... You could probably hear them more clearly in person, but you can hear how their sister is different to them with the clarity in their voice.
Oh, yeah.
So then Rosie turned 11, and she was given her own room. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's a lot of 11s in this document. They were born on April 11th. They moved to Wales when they were 11. Rosie now has her own room when she's 11. I'll bring it up later. So Rosie turns 11, gets her own room. After that, June and Jennifer stopped playing with Rosie just because she left the room. It's like, okay, that's not weird at all. The girls did actually watch TV, by the way, but there's a kicker to that. They would write their mom a letter, or their parents a letter, saying what they'd like to watch at what time and give it to her. And then they would sit outside, just outside the bedroom door, because they could look downstairs and see the TV and just watch TV from up above and right outside their room. Super creepy stuff.
Oh, creepy.
I'd be like, get your asses down here. Quit being so goddamn creepy.
Right.
How did they eat? Did they teleport their food from downstairs to upstairs with their mind and then eat it?
What, you teleport into my mind, Aaron, because when dinner came around...
Oh, shit.
I know. The girls didn't eat with the family.
Of course they didn't. Bunch of little creepy girls.
They didn't like people watching them eat. Not at all. So they would often go into their room to do it. But when they're at school, they couldn't hide. They were in the lunchroom like everybody else. So they would sit as close as they physically could to each other. They would also eat in unison. So could you imagine just eating your lunch with your friends and looking over and just seeing two girls doing the same movements, eating the same thing? Oh. So another thing that they did in unison was walking. Step for step, they would walk together. And if anyone took notice to them, they would just stop walking and stare at the person who caught them walking in unison. And they wouldn't start walking until that other person left.
Man, I got so many good theories about this.
So, as close as these girls seem to be, there is actually a lot of things that are going on under the surface. They said that they had no choice but to act in this way. They kept their own diaries, and both girls wrote about how they thought it would be good to separate them from each other, so that they could work on eating and talking and feeling what they assumed it would be like to be their own person. So, going back to that video, we're going to play this clip of the girls and what they wrote in their diary. We'll play that for you right now.
It would be a good idea if we separate. I think one should go and one should stay here. We act stupid when we're together. Some people think we don't want to separate, but we want to, because it really is the best thing for us.
It would be good if we separate. We both fight for the best things. We're both willing to lead our own lives, but when we're together, we just keep depending on each other too much.
Just the watching her walk to her lunch table by her sister, I have theories as well, Aaron, and it's like out of this world. Very interesting stuff.
They're very odd. Holy smokes.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually their parents, Gloria and Aubrey, did separate them in hopes that it would help the girls gain their own personalities and freedom. And even though the girls had the same desire to do this, once they were physically apart, they both exhibited the same issues. They stopped eating, sleeping, and became catatonic. They even stopped dressing themselves. When they would become catatonic, they were still awake. They were just stuck, like frozen. They would stop walking and just sit there and kind of like rock like they felt like they wanted to move, but they couldn't. And then they'd slowly come out of it and move along. Since the girls' state worsened when they were apart, their family thought, let's bring them back together because this is really bad. And they were even given a course on how to learn to communicate better. Like, they wanted this, and it didn't help them at all. They just went right back into their bedroom, and inevitably, after struggling with this for years, the girls became really depressed. The one time that these girls felt free, they wrote about it in their notebooks. They wrote down everything. That was like their escape anyways. But in 1981, they had loads of stories, thoughts, feelings that they had written down, and that they thought using this creative outlet could break them free. They even tried to get this published. They felt so strongly that they would make it. Finally, they have something to give them hope, something to strive for. Well, they were let down when their books didn't really grab anyone's attention, which of course didn't help their state of depression. That just made them retreat all over again. So when the girls were 16, they met another set of twins, 2 males from America. And they were quite the opposite to the girls, to June and Jennifer. These boys liked to party and let loose. Strangely though, the girls actually started to do the same. And they talked to these boys. But just like girls at that age, they started arguing over the boys and creating a bigger divide between them. Though they were attached to one another and ultimately loved each other, they felt prisoner to the other. Truthfully, they didn't want to have to be by that June or Jennifer's side at all times. But as we talked about, previous attempts of separating them showed that they couldn't seem to live separately at this time. So Jennifer and June did actually fight one another. One time, Jennifer wrote in her diary how she tried to strangle June with a radio cord. Their behavior just showed how much they wanted freedom from each other. And after the American boys left, the girls decided they wanted to do something bad. Something big. So in October, they went to a local shop, and they set it on fire. They wanted to cause as much damage as possible, is what they said. They were eventually caught for this, because like I mentioned earlier, they like to keep a diary of everything. So June had actually written in her diary that they did it, and how it was the best day of her life. She said she would continue to do it until she got caught. She also included in her diary that, quote, "Maybe this will be the first Christmas I get to spend in jail." And they both did end up going to jail that year. So while they were in jail, they were put together, but they fought each other. So of course, the jail being, typical jail rules, they separated them, but the process repeated just as it had done in school. They became catatonic without the other there, not speaking or eating or anything. So then they put the girls back together to get them to start behaving more, quote-unquote, normally. The girls hated each other at this point. They have had to spend their whole lives together and actually wished the other to be dead at this point. With jail doing nothing to help them, and they needed more direct attention, it was agreed upon that the girls get moved to Broadmoor Hospital. At this time, they were 19 years old and not happy about being told that they will have to live there indefinitely. So in this hospital, that would be the first time that the girls spent an extended period apart. They separated them for 2 years and kept them in different wards, but they were able to write each other and other family members. The women did write back and forth to each other when they were in the hospital. In fact, one letter that Jennifer wrote to June, she told her that she knew she was going to die sooner than June. The separation between the women actually led them to start hallucinating. And the hospital gave them tranks to try to make them better. They also diagnosed them with schizophrenia, which they didn't have, and gave them meds for that. So doing those two things gave these girls brain fog, but also allowed them to speak more to people. So because of these meds allowing the girls to talk more, they got excited because they thought, maybe we'll get out of here. Maybe we could live a more normal life now. But every time they went to the judge for their hearings, the judge would sentence them for another year or 2 in the hospital. And it's honestly more than likely because they were different. And he didn't want to send them back into society because they were unpredictable. So he just said, you're in it again. You're going to repeat it again. So the girls were in the hospital from 19 to 29 years old. And just before they turned 30, they were getting transferred to a more lax hospital. Well, when Jennifer and June were in the process of their transfer, Jennifer actually started to feel sick and had pain all over her body. She even told June she knew she was going to die. Once the women got to their new hospital, they took Jennifer to get checked out, where she actually did end up dying on March 9th, 1993, very shortly after getting there. She died of acute myocarditis, which is a sudden inflammation of the heart. There were no evidence of drugs or poison in her system. And to be honest with you, what she died of is not commonly fatal, especially for someone who's only 30 years old. So they're like, this is weird, okay? Well, June revealed that Jennifer had been acting strangely for about a day before their release. Her speech had been slurring, and she had said that she was dying. So after Jennifer passed away, June stayed in the hospital for another year. And according to her diaries, June, of course, grieved over the loss of her sister, but she also wrote how it actually empowered her to finally start living the life she had always wanted to live. The toxic chain had been released from her. June and Jennifer both knew, somehow, that one of them would have to die for the other one to truly live. So after Jennifer's death, June was noted saying, and this happened just a couple days after she died, that June was in a strange mood and said, I'm free at last, liberated, and at last Jennifer has given up her life for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
So then on March 18th, 1994, June was finally released from the hospital. We're going to go to this clip and play it for you right now. It's going to talk about her release from the hospital.
I feel that I'm living for her. This is what she would have wanted, for me to go on living for her. And every day I wake up and say to myself, well, there's one more day for me, but one more day for my sister as well. And I'm still alive. I feel that's a privilege, really. I mean, am I lucky or something to be still alive when she's gone? I thought I'd never get over her death, but it's made me 10 times stronger.
So she ends up getting out. She's still alive today. Couldn't really find any information about her and what she's doing now. But she definitely seems like a different person. I mean, technically that's the story of the Silent Twins. And, you know, something that I had noticed, like I mentioned, the 11s are constantly through this document. And I thought about, well, to me, 1111 is also a twin flame number. I don't think that these girls are twin flames, but those numbers still represent, to me, mirroring. And they were like the same soul trapped in two separate bodies. And that they were trying to live this earth life, but they were so not really meant to be here on this earth. That I don't know if it was like a prison sentence to them, something they had done in the intergalactic worlds, and they're like, y'all are you love each other so much, I'm gonna make you live a lifetime where you literally cannot live without each other until one of you breaks free from this cycle of Earth. And then maybe that they combine back into one. I don't know, but the amount of I need to be with her, yet I don't want to be next to her, their physical bodies required them to be by each other to function properly. That is so weird to me. And I've never seen another case like this, personally.
They're aliens.
I got that vibe, too, with how they walked. Everything's so methodic.
AI robots or aliens, or at the beginning, I was thinking, okay, what if these girls had this like long prank? Unrealistic, but what if it was just like a prank for them? Like they were like, hey, let's mess with these people and walk the same, and everybody makes fun of us at school. Let's play into it. Let's sit very close to each other and eat at the same time. And then when we get back to like when no one's around, we'll laugh about it. And I'm like, man, I think that would be funny as shit if I had a twin and was doing that, messing with people. I think that would be hilarious. But they had other things too. And it's like at a point, how far do you take the joke? And that's why I'm like, they're not joking with people. So that led me to believe, were they part of some type of MK Ultra thing, like brainwashing when they were young, or was their mother injected with some type of experimental drug that its adverse effect that she was unaware of that caused them to have this? Or maybe, I don't know. The possibilities are out there on this.
I mean, in the 60s, that was definitely MK Ultra time.
It was.
And the dad worked as a Navy pilot technician, so he was in the military.
That adds to the MK Ultra theory. So that's what I would lean towards. Some type of MK Ultra type thing. Time frame fits. Dad in the military, that fits. Excuse me, dad in the military, that fits.
I was thinking something more grounded.
All right, let's hear it, Dan. Some type of mental disorder?
Social anxiety disorder.
To the extreme?
To the extreme, because the walking, I noticed. I used to know a guy in middle school who used to walk like that. He was very socially awkward, and we tried multiple times to try to interact with him and all that, because I lived in a small town. Pretty much everyone knows everyone. But he was just, his anxiety was so bad that he walked slow, like super like upright, everything, just walked slow carrying his tray, sat down slowly and everything. Just, it was like he was afraid to disturb anybody else with his presence. So I think it was partly that. Then the whole her feeling free, I see it a lot where when people have twins, they make them wear the same outfits, they make them do the same things. So pretty much they're never doing something by themselves. Their own personality is not being recognized other than that they are a twin. And that's pretty much how it seems like they were raised, as y'all got to do this together, you do this together, you're going to be around each other all the time and all that. And that's why I think they were thinking the only way that one of us will be able to move on is if the other one passes. Separating them is only temporary, because afterwards they're just going to end up right back with each other. So I think, as sad as it is that she feels free, it's because now she no longer will be with her sister, except, in her heart and everything, but she won't be compared anymore. She won't be like, oh, you and your sister go do this, y'all go do that. It's June, go do this, go be yourself, even though you probably don't know how to be yourself since you've only been treated as a pair.
Yeah.
I didn't really read much about their family making them be twins, like forcing the identical identity on them. I have sisters that are twins. They would hate me for not bringing this up if I'm talking about a twin subject, so hey. And I will say they have a very, very tight connection. Like, if they could still be living together, they would. And we often talk about having a commune in a cul-de-sac where we all have our own house, but they're all connected with bunkers underneath, and that we could just go in underneath and just go to each other's houses. But they have, like, I would call them weird quirks where they don't want to look different from one another per se. I mean, they have 100% their own personalities and are their own person, but like one of them won't get a tattoo unless the other one gets it in the same spot. So neither of them have any tattoos. But they do exhibit finishing each other's sentences and thinking the same things, but to be honest, I have that same exact connection with them as well. Like, we are extremely close, but I don't think you have to be a twin to have that kind of connection, but I do believe that my sisters have a extremely tight bond that would never get to the point of June and Jennifer by any means, but I could see how, like, you could want to be just like your twin. because, I mean, you freaking started this world with them. Right next to you, came out together. Now, you may not want to separate your identity from them, but they do a really good job at being their own person. And they are opposites in a lot of things too, but they just love each other so much. I love you guys.
See, I think that's where it differs for a lot of twins, because having, like, say, someone force y'all to be like each other, and then the twins themselves choosing to be like each other, because that's their own will. But when you have someone making you dress like each other and all that, I think it has an effect on you. You got to dress like them. You got to wear the same thing. But if they're able to make that decision on their own, I think it works out fine. They won't end up hating each other, like, oh, I don't want to be around them anymore, and all that.
I know that my siblings did get dressed together the same. Like, in all the pictures that we have growing up, they're wearing the same outfits. And I mean, I don't know that they were really old enough to make that decision, that if they did or didn't want it. But if I look at, like, any pictures of them from maybe 8 and younger, they were in the same clothes, like overalls with a fucking sweater, turtleneck underneath the girls are coming back, man.
I came across something interesting.
Lay it on us.
Have y'all heard of Virginia and Grace Kennedy? They were twins that developed cryptophasia. I think I pronounced that right. That is a known phenomenon that only exists between twins, where they create their own language that only the two of them can understand. So this Grace and Virginia speech sounded like nonsense from people listening, but actually was a mixture of French, English, and German alongside some words that they'd created on their own. They could only understand it between each other. They were diagnosed, so their parents took them to see a doctor, and they were diagnosed as developmentally disabled. And their parents said, okay, we aren't going to send them to school. They spoke this language until about the age of 8, when doctors and other therapists started to work with them. They found out that the twins were actually, in fact, they had normal intelligence, and that their lack of socialization had influenced them to speak their own language. And this person said that June and Jennifer may have experienced something similar. So another weird thing that I found, I know you mentioned about them publishing their own book. So June self-published a novel called Pepsi Cola Addict. And it is about a boy named Preston, who's 14, who lives in Malibu with his widowed mother and sister, and he is literally addicted to Pepsi to the point that all of his thoughts and fantasies are focused on it. When he's not drinking Pepsi, he's dreaming about it, even creating art and poetry based on it. It amounts to his religion. He is deeply in love with Peggy, but she dumps him after an argument over his Pepsi habit. His friend Ryan is bisexual and desires him. His math tutor seduces him, and when he's sent to juvie after robbing a convenience store because he's mesmerized by a crate of Pepsi, he's molested by a guard. Preston's choices and misfortune are chronicled to that distinctive Gibbons flair full of elegant metaphors, blah, 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 blah. Only 5 libraries are known to have it, but apparently bootleg copies exist. That is a very odd book.
I did see that book, but I didn't, to be honest, read it, like the back to see what it was about. Weird. Remember, the twin that she was interested in was American. He's from Malibu.
Wow.
What if the widow was her sister, and she killed her sister to get with the guy that she wanted? Robbing the convenience store might have involved the burning of the store that they took down. Maybe she secretly had a mindset of murder. Like, she was fighting these thoughts of wanting to cause harm. She dreamt about them. She was addicted to causing harm. But she didn't really act on them until she got older. And maybe more on her sister than history's telling us.
Yeah, I was going to say, definitely choked her with what, radio cord? I don't know which one choked who, but Someone choked someone.
Jennifer choked June. Who wrote the book?
Dang.
June wrote the book?
June wrote the book.
Okay.
Man, that is weird.
Super.
Thank you for bringing us that topic this week. Holy smokes.
You're welcome, man. This is super interesting. Yeah, I really liked it. So, thank you guys for listening.
No, thank you for bringing it to us.
Aaron, tickle my pineal gland. What do you have for me today?
Well, my story today revolves around a woman named Erin Valenti. Have either of you heard of her before?
The name sounded familiar, but not enough to really spark anything.
All right, so let me tell you a little bit about her. So Erin Valenti was a 33-year-old successful businesswoman. She graduated in business administration from Georgetown University. Now, she was the founder and CEO of Tinker, which is an app tech company in Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay. Now, this company, Tinker, that she made was a digital product development agency and venture studio. They invented, designed, developed, and scaled technology products built for iOS, Android, and the web. Basically, they make apps for other companies, and they scale them out. Now, before she created Tinker, this app company, she was the product developer over everything at Overstock.com. She supervised a team of 250 engineers. Okay, so that's just a little bit of background on her, okay? So obviously she's smart, level-headed, all that good stuff. So a little over a year ago, on October 1st, 2019, Erin flew from Salt Lake City to Orange County, California. There in California, she was going to a 3-day workshop designed for business leaders. Erin had been attending workshops, talking to individuals, and exploring new technologies and ideas for bettering her business. So she attended the workshop for 3 days. She then flew from Orange County to San Jose, California. She rented a car and drove to Monterey to attend another conference. After that conference, she drove to Palo Alto over the weekend to visit some former colleagues and some friends. Now, while visiting her friends, she excitedly told them about new business ventures and ideas that she was coming up with, because not only did she have like her own company, the Tinker, she was also like an entrepreneur. She was trying to think of like new ideas constantly. And her friends said she was just acting normal and she would normally do that and all that good stuff. So on Monday, October 7th, Erin was scheduled to fly back home from California, but that never happened. This is where things get odd. So at around 2 p.m. on that Monday, she checked out late from her hotel in Palo Alto. Then at 3:30 p.m., she called her parents. Her parents said that she told them that she couldn't find her rental car. However, after a few minutes, she found it, but stayed on the phone with them. Erin's parents said that she was sounding very strange, that she was talking extremely fast and almost acting paranoid of sorts. The next thing Erin told her parents was, and I quote, "It's all a game. It's a thought experiment. We are in the Matrix." And then she hung up the phone. At 6:40 p.m., Erin missed her flight back to Utah. After she missed her flight, her husband tried to call her multiple times, and around 10 p.m., she finally picked up the phone. Erin told her husband that she was trying to figure out where she was and said that she was going to the airport, but she sounded a bit confused and wasn't acting like herself. She also mentioned how her rental car was low on gas, and then she hung up the phone abruptly on her husband. Around midnight, Erin answered her phone when her mother called her. Erin said that she was driving around because the GPS wasn't working, that she was driving through residential neighborhoods in South San Jose, and then hung up the phone. After that, her phone was shut off. The next day, Erin's family filed a missing persons report. And it was kind of frustrating for them because this was totally out of her character. And for them to file the missing persons report with the San Jose police, the San Jose police said, we're going to categorize it as a voluntary missing, like she wasn't abducted. And her family, her mom and her husband was like, no, this is bullshit. She is not voluntarily missing. She got abducted or something happened. So the San Jose police was like, okay. So the next day, on Wednesday, October 9th, the San Jose Police Department unit was assigned to the case, and they decided to send electronic bulletins to police agencies around the Greater Bay Area. Later that evening, on October 9th, Erin was originally scheduled to be at the Woman Tech Awards, where she was supposed to receive an award for the entrepreneurial excellence. However, of course, she didn't attend. On Thursday, October 10th, the San Jose police were called by a group of people who had found Erin's rental car, which was only half a kilometer away from her last known location. So that tells you right there that the police didn't even look. So the police arrived at the vehicle and they opened it up. Inside of it, they found the body of Erin in the back seat. She was dead. After a few days of investigating, the police said that there was no signs of physical harm on her body. There were no drugs in her system found, and that there was no foul play. They said the cause of her death was reported as being related to natural causes following a acute manic episode. So that's the story. Now I got some strange facts to go along with this. Okay, so here's some strange facts. Harrison, who was Erin's husband, is a psychologist, and he said that when she would go out of town for a business trip, every night she would call him and they would just talk. Like that was the relationship. She would call him and they would just chit chat every night. And he said that and keep in mind also, Erin's mother was also a nurse and had been a nurse for a very long time. Both of them said that Erin had no display or no diagnosis of any mental health disorders. And many people described her as being a very successful tech entrepreneur and a relentless businesswoman. And they called her a force for good. Okay. Her dad said that the police investigation into her death was described as a farce. The police did not submit a missing persons report until the day after her family reported it. And like we said earlier, the police described her situation as being voluntarily missing. Now, there's two more strange facts I want to talk about. So Erin was a volunteer for Not for Sale, which is a advocate for anti-human trafficking initiatives. And she also investigated human trafficking in her spare time. She actually, in 2008, went to Uganda and participated in a humanitarian mission where she looked into human trafficking. So that's something else. The last strange fact is that she was the second death of a technology CEO in the San Francisco Bay Area within a 30-day period. Now, what's the coincidence of that? The lifeless body of Tassar Arty, who was 50, was the CEO of a web design company called ArtyNet. He was found dead next to his vehicle hours after being kidnapped from his home. So that's some strange facts around that. And I have a couple theories, but I want to hear what you guys think.
Did you say that she worked for Overstock?
So I have a theory around that because I dug into Overstock and I dug into the previous CEO and I got a whole thing about that.
Well, as soon as you said human trafficking, my Wayfair tickled.
So here's the thing about Overstock. I started to look into them and I'm like, okay, maybe this is not a rabbit hole. Maybe it is. And I went into it. So she previously worked for them, right? Well, Overstock recently had a former CEO who was there forever. His name was Patrick Byrne. And man, do I have a fucking story for y'all about him. Okay. So, like I said, Patrick Byrne was the ex-CEO of Overstock. He went out in public and said that he was pushed out of the company by the quote-unquote deep state. But before leaving the company, get this shit, he did a press release on August 12th where he said that he helped the FBI's Clinton investigation and the Russian investigation, operating under the belief that I, as in Patrick, was helping legitimate law enforcement efforts. He also claimed that he put the pieces together in mid-2018 and realized the investigations amounted to political espionage against the 2016 U.S. president candidates. So he was gathering information for the FBI to blackmail Hillary and Donald. And he said he put that together after he did all that. So it leads me to my theory. What if that has anything to do with Aaron's murder? Maybe somewhere that lies within the scandal of Patrick being kicked out. Aaron could have been a quote-unquote whistleblower for this whole scandal, but she was found dead in a rental car, and the last thing she did was have a meeting with former colleagues, which one of them wasn't listed. Could that former colleague could have been Patrick? And then the police basically covered up a hit. There was a narrative that was being pushed by the media for a little while regarding her death. And that narrative was that she drove by a casino where she may have gotten drugged up. I shit you not.
Oh my God.
So it kind of seems like a shill narrative.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely sounds like them trying to cover up what Aaron and Patrick found. Because if Aaron was sitting there working with human trafficking stuff, and we've definitely dug into some presidents and some government officials who have been involved in that, and then Patrick finding information and all these dirty secrets on Hillary and Trump, they could have worked together to do a lot of damage to bring down the system.
Well, that is what I was thinking, but then I'm like, well, how are they going to mysteriously murder her? I mean, it doesn't explain her calling her parents and her husband and acting strange and saying it's a thought experiment, we're in the Matrix. So that kind of leads me to my other theory. And it could be like both of these combined, which was this theory that I initially had was, so you know how like all the famous tech people, the high up tech people have said that they've experimented with LSD to help their creative minds, and it was considered a profound moment in their life. Maybe she did the same thing and she responded horribly to it. This would explain her erratic behavior, her cryptic phone call. It wouldn't have been an overdose as much as a trip being too much for her body and mind to handle. Thus, her body gave out. But even then, I don't want to lean that way because I don't see that. But what if she did take LSD to kind of open her mind? I mean, Steve Jobs, for an example, he's the guy who created Apple, right? He's gone on record to say that he's loved it. That he's dropped acid more than 15 times from 1972 to 74 and had no words to explain how positive and life-changing it was for him. Another one is Bill Gates, the most richest, successful tech mogul in history. In 1994, he gave an interview with Playboy magazine, which said that he did LSD, and it was the most significant change to his mind that helped him develop more creative thoughts and ideas. My thing is, what if she went to go meet these colleagues or whatever and thought it'd be a good idea to, hey, these are the most famous tech moguls. She was constantly looking for ways to be more creative, and she's an entrepreneur, and she's looking to go into all these conferences. What if they're like, hey, we got a way for you to do that. Take this LSD. She takes it, right? And then she starts going fucking crazy. And then in the meantime, while she's going crazy, they offer a certain way. And then you have your, she manic episode cover up.
Did you say how she died? What they said?
The official report for how she died was natural causes following an acute manic episode, which never in history someone has died of natural causes from acute manic episode, except her. The human trafficking thing is weird. I mean, exposing human trafficking caused her unwanted attention. You know, being a CEO of an up-and-coming tech company, someone wanted her gone. So I think either one of those, she had some bad LSD, or she got offed by somebody, or both. That's just my personal opinion.
See, I was going with that she might have been offed, saying, we don't know who that extra person in that meeting was. Could have been pretty much like, hey, you know, Patrick used to work with us, feeding us information. Now that he's out of the CEO position, are you willing to work with us? And she was probably just like, no, I don't want to give you information. I don't trust you. I'm doing my own research and all that on human trafficking and everything. I don't want to give you information because I've seen what you do with it.
Well, here's the thing. When Patrick was feeding that information to the FBI, that was a year before the 2016 election, right? So he was feeding information to the FBI, blackmail on Hillary and blackmail on Trump to the FBI, and he didn't put two and two together. This was in 2019, a year before the election we just had. So maybe they came to her and was like, look, we need information on what you have on Biden and what you have on Trump. And maybe the FBI is the deep state, and they gather the blackmail to run this country and tell the president how, hey, this is how we run shit, and we got this on you.
It was either that or in the meeting, they were just like, hey, we're all doing some LSD. It's going to help us fucking invent new shit. Do it. Then she had like a really bad trip. End up, I guess you could say, like going into like a panic mode. Heart and body just couldn't handle what was going through, and body just failed. Which, I mean, I could see that happening, kind of, but very slim chance. But I mean, there are cases of that, I suppose. People having a really bad trip and I guess the body just starting to fail.
Well, even then, they would still say something like organ failure or...
Yeah.
But they said that there was no drugs in her system found. So...
What I'm curious about is how long does LSD stay in your system?
See, I was going to say that because just like the body in the bag, they're in Vegas. It's hot. Figure the heat being in the back of the car, probably windows were up, just getting all... Don't leave someone in a hot vehicle with windows up, you know, type thing.
Urine test 2 to 4 days, blood test 6 to 12 hours, hair up to 90 days.
Well, you know they didn't pull a hair sample.
Probably not.
True. I'm thinking like, I don't know, I kind of want to say like maybe kidnapped as well because she was acting paranoid and saying like cryptic things.
True.
It is weird. The whole situation is weird.
Very.
So we all brought weird theories this week, but good ones. Bizarre, mysterious. I loved them.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
I really liked them, too. I like how Dan and yours seem to go together in some weird way, where there's some effery afoot.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. With some type of government.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's the end of the episode for today. We're going to roll into Hans is on the scene, and then we'll roll into shout-outs, and then we'll roll into some announcements before we roll out. So if you're unaware of Hans is on the scene, it is where we have an on-the-field reporter who goes and talks to the public and gets their opinion on conspiracies. So we are going to play Hans is on the scene right now.
Well, all right. I'm just kidding. It's your boy Hans on the scene. Coming to you live.
There's a lot of stuff that they don't tell us. I do know that, and but as far as like define, how far? I think that there's somebody pulling the strings.
You think that there's somebody pulling the strings?
Bigger and with the money.
Okay.
I would figure it'd either be probably the Rockefellers or the man. I can't remember what his fucking name is.
Rothschilds.
That's it.
Do you believe in aliens?
Oh, absolutely. There's too much abyss not to have something besides us. Whether that be a freaking one cell moving to a whole ecosystem. There's something besides us. I know that. I know that with everything I have. Now, we're calling them aliens because we don't know what they're called. But yes, in some form or fashion, there is another life form besides us on our life, besides this Earth.
Damn. That was like by far the best on the scene we've gotten this week.
That guy was excited to talk about it.
That guy was super excited to talk about the Rothschilds and aliens and the elite.
I love the passion. That was beautiful.
It was. Thank you for that, Hans.
God, yes.
Try to get another interview with that guy again if you see him again.
You know, that kind of reminded me of a thought I had recently. And I think it was actually the message you sent on about our like soul fragments and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it made me think back, and then it popped into my head how there's like, you say like there's different multiverses and stuff like that. And I just bought a brand new camera. I was outside trying to take pictures of stars and stuff. We're still learning. But it made me have this thought that all these different galaxies and stuff that we see, I believe them to be almost identical copies to our galaxy, to where they are just, we are part of a multiverse of, I think of like a honeycomb, and each side of each little spot is a galaxy. And the fact that they're all almost identical, but, you know, different parts of our souls are in those different galaxies, living their lives and stuff. And believe, you know, how I talked about all our, like our dreams and stuff, our memories and stuff being uploaded to like a cloud. So that's why we have different dreams of things that we don't remember and everything. But I was thinking like you could travel to these different galaxies if you can make it that far, to which you kind of go past the little membrane to the next galaxy, which you could get there, and which I don't know what would happen considering, you know, one part of your soul's already there. I don't know if you'd merge or whatever, but I had that weird thought. I don't know if it makes any sense.
It does. I like that, Dan. Your pineal gland is slowly starting to open.
Yeah.
It is. So do you think that you could like walk through the walls of these, if you're in a honeycomb that's isolated and you think like you're the only one that's there, but when you learn the ability to travel, you can walk through the walls of the honeycomb to go to the reality next to yours. And it's a forever growing honeycomb of realities, and you just...
Exactly.
It's like the fucking Scooby-Doo show. When you go through a door, you pop in another one, and then like you're constantly coming out of a door that's different to the one that you actually went through.
Pretty much, yeah.
Nice. I like that.
Just a random thought I had.
Oh, thank you for that. And thank you, Hans, for the on the scene this week. Excellent as always. Love you, miss you. Hope you're doing great.
Love you, Hans.
So we do have one more audio clip from Hans. Since this is the last episode for season 2, he kind of wanted to say something to everybody and make an announcement on his own. So we're going to take a listen to that right now.
You know, it's your boy, Hans, on the scene, signing off on Season 2. Hope to see you all in Season 3, and always remember, send them eggplant pictures to Aaron, them butthole pictures to Dan, them feet pictures to Anna, and you can send me them taint pictures on the Discord. It's your boy, Hans. See you in Season 3.
Nice.
Yeah, boy!
I like that.
Yes.
Send them chili rings. I'm totally kidding. Cut that. I don't want the chili rings.
I'd rather see boob pictures, Hans. Why are you giving me feet? Send me them titties.
Yeah, like,
nice.
What about the titties? No one gets those. What the hell?
You could just send me one. I'll still be happy.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Hans. Now we're going to move to shout-outs. Whoa, shout-outs. Do either of y'all have any shout-outs for this week?
I have a couple.
All right, hit him with us.
Shout out to Scottish Selleck. He just joined the Discord. He asked about a shout out, so here it is, buddy. And he actually gets a new puppy soon. It is a cockapoo, which he wants us to help name. It is a little female. So we'll have to help him come up with a name for that. Shout out to Christopher, then Katie, Blakely, Poole, Sarah, and Haywood. Thank you all for messaging me on Facebook. You know, love the stuff y'all send. Always love, you know, the encouragement and compliments y'all give us. It's great. Love it. Much love.
Nice.
Yep.
Anna, what do you have for this week?
Oh man, I do have a decent amount, but I just wanted to make sure I gave some love before the end of the season. So I want to shout out Powski. Somehow we've missed him on adding him on Discord, and I got it all taken care of, but he's been a strong listener since season 1, so I wanted to make sure I send him some love. Thanks, dude. I hope that you're popping in on Discord and feeling the even more amount of love that sits there on Discord waiting for everybody. Priscilla, appreciate the conversation, lady. and that you like to go by Anna as your alias. It is a pretty damn sexy name. Tabor, man, you got some good, kind words, and I've taken them to heart, and I really, really appreciate it. Oh, buddy, but this man, or this person here, unfortunately messaged us the day before the episode released, so we had already finished recording, but I just want to say, dun, 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 they say it's your birthday. No, it's my birthday too, yeah. Lathe, happy freaking birthday. I'm sorry it's a week late, but, you know, we wanted to make sure that we put it on here. Thank you for reaching out. I hope your day was freaking fantastic, and we were at least able to put a smile on your face on your amazing day.
Happy birthday! I love you.
Happy birthday, man. Hope it's a good one. Sorry it's a week late, but we got you.
We got you.
Better late than never. Cat in the Hat, welcome to Discord. So glad to have you. Isaiah and Skylar, told you I won't forget you. So here's your shout out. You guys are an amazing addition to the Discord, so thank you so much. Ooh, let me give a shout out to the Queen of Gifts, and that's my girl Jess, the esthetician. I love your conversation. You're freaking awesome. You make me smile every time I get on there. So you keep doing you, boo-boo, and I hope you feel better. Andy, my heart goes to you, my friend. You are amazing. I love talking to you when I get on Discord. So you just keep being you, because you are just perfect the way you are. Welcome, lovely Jasmine. I know you just got started on there, but I hope that you're enjoying the family. You seem to fit in there. And Helid, you're defeating technology. You will be able to do Discord. You're doing amazing, and keep it up. King T, the pictures you sent of the night sky were just gorgeous. I don't know if you guys know this, but the new iPhones have night mode, and they'll take pictures in the dark, and like the sky, you could actually see. It's really, really pretty pictures. So I appreciate him sharing those with me.
This is not an ad for Apple.
Hell no.
Disclaimer, this is not an ad for Apple. No,
Added in there.
Sorry.
No, I'm just gonna hop on Twitter real quick. So, Andy Complains, giving us a shout out. Outstanding episode. Said everyone needs to listen to this. It was our Anunnaki episode. That was a great one. I freaking loved that week. We did awesome.
That was a fun one.
Splinter said that they just listened to the JFK episode. They loved it. Keep up the great work, guys, and stay safe. You know, we're always trying to, friend. We have a new listener called Mark12. He said that he just happened to be looking for info on the Black Knight satellite and found our podcast. Loves it. He'll be joining Patreon soon so he can get the rest of our goodies. Much love from Georgia. Kneecaps for the win. Hashtag Bigfoot 2020. Yeah, kneecaps. So now we have Spacely Sprocket, man. Appreciate the message on there. He said, yo, guys. Thanks for the shout out on the podcast. That was a super nice surprise. Y'all rock. Keep up the great work.
Nice.
New listener, Lucia Boy, said just found our podcast before the drive home from work last night, and they love it. And then Cam Schnee, you need to get back on Discord. You've been silent. But she was saying that she wanted to know where she can get a past life reading and who does them. Oh God, I love her. She said, embrace the woohoo and noodles and chili. That's my girl! Yes. So, if you want to look into doing past life readings, go to DoloresCannon.com and look at where it says, like, find a practitioner. And you can put in the state that you live in, and then you'll see anyone from level 3 down to intern. I chose an intern, so they do the first 25 free or donation. I gave a donation for my service with her. It was absolutely phenomenal. I learned so much about myself and explains a lot of why I do the things I do in this lifetime. Even for someone who has trouble meditating, I was able to go through this process and receive a lot of information. So, depending on the person in your area, that's who's going to do them. just communicate. Reach out to them. Send a couple emails out. I sent 7 out and only 3 got back to me. But I know the woman that I chose was exactly meant for me. So, DoloresCannon.com. Do some research on there. QHHT sessions are what they are. So, thank you guys all for all the love on Twitter, on Discord. I freaking love all of you. Like, seriously, my heart is full of love. And I hate technology, but I get on there because I love you guys that much. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you all for all your love over this past season. As you know, like we mentioned earlier, this is the end of season 2. We will be back, though, for season 3. And be on the lookout for an announcement for season 3 that will be dropping here pretty soon. We're going to talk about like what you can expect in season 3, the date when it's going to be released, and some other information as well. So again, I just want to thank everybody for joining us this season. If you're missing us through this short break, you can always go to our Patreon and sign up for $5 a month, and you can get all the extra episodes that we have made there. And we're also going to be pumping out episodes on Patreon during our break, so those won't stop. Just the regular episodes are going to be put on hold for a little bit until season 3. So this is our farewell for the time being. All right, so do y'all have any farewells you want to say? Any goodbyes before we load up and shoot off into outer space?
I mean, this has been an amazing season. I know it's my first one, a part of TOT3K, but I have loved the community, the vibe, learning so much information. My own eyes have been wide open through all this season. So I'm so looking forward to season 3, and we've been writing down your suggestions all season, so we'll be sprinkling those throughout as well. But thank you guys for being the best family that I could ever imagine to be a part of this. I love all of you, genuinely, from the deepest parts of who I am. You guys all touch me in the way that I've always imagined. I'm just kidding.
Okay,
But
nice.
really,
Nice.
I do. I love you all, for real. Thank you for making my days brighter and just being amazing. Keep spreading love and kindness and stay lifted, my friends.
It's been a blast. Loved it. Loved the topics. Discord has just been amazing. Meeting all the Patreon listeners and everything. It's just been a blast. Just finding out who they are and pretty much finding out how much of like minds we have. It's a great community. It's fun. But I'm definitely looking forward to season 3 with all the suggestions that everyone has sent in. And hopefully y'all keep listening and join us as well.
Yep. So I want to thank you all for joining us today. And again, thank you for your support. Every single one of you is amazing. Thank you for joining us every single week. Thank you for your love and your energy. We're sending it right back to you. So one quick thing, Dan and Anna, hop in your chairs. All right, you in your chairs. All the presets are ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Set.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, Dan and Anna, you want to roll us out of season 2?
Sure will. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Get an inside look at Hollywood with Michael Rosenbaum.
Let's get inside of Mark Paul Gosselaar. How hard was it, by the way, working on a series like NYPD Blue?
Glad I'm not like walking onto a show that now, because with all social media and everyone has an opinion. In early 2000, there was one guy with a blog. I just remember reading that I was going to bring the franchise down. I was horrible. And by the way, I thought they were right.
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by Zombie Yard Gnomes. Instead, it's brought to you by Credit Karma. So, when's the last time you checked your credit scores? Because your scores may change more often than you think, and you should know what they are now and not just a year from now when you might be thinking about buying a house or something. You should know now. So Credit Karma is here to help you out. The best thing is Credit Karma is always free, and there's no catch. No credit cards, no payment needed at all. So go to creditkarma.com or download the Credit Karma app now. Thinking Sideways.
Hey there, and welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I am Steve, as usual, joined by
Devin
and Joe.
And this week we're going to talk about something that is classified as a miracle by the Catholic Church.
But some people aren't so sure, so I guess that makes it a mystery, right?
It does, because not everybody believes that the Church is right. And this is known as the miracle of the sun or the miracle of Fatima. I do want to say that this was a listener suggestion, suggested by Mel. So thank you, Mel.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Mel.
it. This was a good one. So here's what happened is, according to accounts by witnesses, on the 13th of October, 1917, as promised, a miracle took place. And what that miracle was that the sun appeared to dance across the sky, to move closer to and then farther away from the earth, and to shine in many different colors. So that is the miracle itself right there.
Sounds like mushrooms to me.
Well, before we talk about the miracle and the mushrooms, there's some backstory, and we should cover that. So let's get into that part first.
But
quick disclaimer.
Yeah.
Okay. So this story deals with Catholic faith and religious iconography and practices, and I am by no means an expert in that, and I've done my best here. But if I flub something, give me a little bit of room here. And also, as always, with stories that are seated in religious faith, I don't want anybody to take what we're saying as in any way, shape, or form mocking. That's not the intention. We're simply talking about the subject at hand. This is not, something where we're talking overarching about the Catholic or any other religious faith.
just understand that we love everyone.
Yeah.
Except for Nazis.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Nazis?
Lots of things.
Oh.
We can't go into that now.
Okay. So let's go into this instead. So our story takes place in the little town of Fatima in Portugal. There were, in the spring of 1917, excuse me, 3 children. It's 10-year-old Lucia Santos and her cousins, 7-year-old Jacinta and 9-year-old Francisco Marto.